Yeah. So Scott, tell me a little bit about you know what what's bringing you on stream today, and how we can be helpful.
Um, I guess pretty much at a core, it's just video game addiction.
Okay.
So I play way too many games,
Okay.
like upwards of pretty much like 18 to 20 hours a day. I don't get a whole lot of sleep, so
Oh wow.
a lot of games. Yeah. Um, that's kind of an average. And it pretty much affects a whole lot of stuff, like friendships, relationships, like outside of games and stuff like that.
Sure.
And obviously, like ability to get a job. So one of the things like gaming is kind of like a recovery thing for me. Like if I get some bad news, like I'll just go into a big spiral of playing all the games and stuff like that. So
Okay. Hmm.
that kind of shifting away from that and kind of replacing it with something healthier, I guess, or
Okay.
just cutting down the numbers a bit.
Sure. And can you tell me a little bit about which games you play?
Um, a lot of World of Warcraft,
Okay.
like way too much. Bit of League as well, and fighting games as well.
Like which ones?
Smash Tekken mostly.
Okay. And what do you usually do in WoW?
At the moment I play Classic,
Okay.
and I just finished ranking in Classic. If
What
you know
does
what that is.
ranking mean?
Like ranking is pretty much just like a competition of no life. Like you like 1 to 14, everyone ranks up. You get a certain amount of points every week, and if you don't play for a week, you lose points. So it's like notorious for just being like no life. You just have to keep no lifing.
Oh, interesting. So
Kotak
it's
Cosmo.
actually
Yeah.
a competition where
Who can put that much time in? It's not skill at all. It's
interesting.
a really weird
How do you
system.
what do you mean by rank up from 1 to 14?
So pretty much it's like you get from rank 1 to 14. Everyone starts at one, and then you get put into like a bracket system. So
Okay.
like whoever gets the most honor in a week gets it put into a bracket. Bracket one, well, technically bracket 14 gives you the most points, and then gradually gets worse. There'll be like 7 people in like a large server at bracket one, kind of thing, at
Okay.
the top bracket. They'll get the most points, and then you rank up to 14 to
So
get the
so
best
the
gear.
rank 14, is that a PvP thing in game, or is it
Yeah.
something outside a game?
No, no, no. In game, rank 14 is like you get like a title High Warlord or Grand
Okay.
Marshal, and
Okay.
it gives you the gear pretty much.
Okay. Okay. But the rank is determined by the amount of honor, and honor can just be
Yeah,
grinded, right?
yeah, yeah. Pretty much. Like people bot it like all the time. Like people just live in Alterac Valley and just AFK all the time.
Okay.
It's literally just who plays the most.
Okay. And is that fun?
Oddly enough, yes, but I've kind of got like a ladder addiction. Like when I see my name go up on a ladder, I
Mm-hmm.
get happier, and
Okay.
when it goes down, I get worse. It was the same in League.
Okay.
Like if I saw myself like getting lower rank, I wasn't as happy. But if I was going, I was like, happy. So
Okay.
just an addiction thing, I guess.
Yeah, let's I'm kind of curious about that. When you say happy, what does that mean?
I guess it's like a progress thing. Like when you see
Kotak
progress, you
Cosmo.
get happier. Like I guess it's kind of the same. If you get a promotion at work, you're happier. If you get
Mm-hmm.
a promotion in League, I'm happier. If I go up
Okay.
a rank, I'm happy.
And so it sounds like you're able to get a lot of happiness through ranking up.
To an extent, and then you realize like you're not. This is all like just a virtual thing. It's like you don't get any real life benefits from it, I guess.
How do you realize that? When does that happen?
Pretty much when I talk to the people that I went to school with, and they're talking about things that they've gained IRL, like like they just bought a new car or that kind of thing.
And then how does that make you feel?
Um, Not the best. Kind of like I'm wasting time, I guess. So
Okay. Um, so you feel like you're wasting time when you're talking to your friends?
no, wasting time when I'm playing a whole lot of WoW, when I'm
Yeah,
not
but
doing
when do
something.
you feel the feeling of wasting time?
Yeah, I guess that's when I talk to my friends and I realize that if I compare myself to pretty much the average person, they don't have a lot of the life skills that they have, or a lot of the experiences in life that they have.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all my experiences pretty much comes from my games.
Okay. Hmm. I'm just thinking a little bit about your brain.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is that, if you present your brain with something that makes you feel happy, and then you present it with something that makes you feel bad,
Hmm.
your brain is going to gravitate towards the thing that makes you feel happy,
Yeah.
right? We
Yeah.
don't walk around punching ourselves in the face because that's
Yeah. Yeah.
painful.
Yeah.
And so if I think about it, I would imagine that your brain is actually telling you to play more video games and telling you to talk to your friends less.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much to an extent. That's pretty much how it goes. Like I used to play a lot of League when it was like a thing that I could play with my school friends, and then kind of gravitated away from it when WoW came out, and it's less so of like a friend grind and more of like a solo grind. Like if I can stay up for like 20 hours and just play it all the time, then I get the feeling of being happy in the progression aspect in
Mm-hmm.
games
Mm-hmm.
while not getting reminded of the whole they're progressing in life
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that too is kind of tricky because I think sometimes our brain doesn't know the difference between, I mean, so the reason that we feel like progressing, so just think about this for a second. The reason
Mm.
that you feel like progressing, like how does that work? How do you have any idea how you like how does a human being feel like they're progressing? Like what's the circuitry or mechanism behind that? Any idea?
Um, I guess it's I don't really know like the scientific way, obviously, but I mean, I guess it's just like the emotional value that comes with not being where you previously were, I guess.
Yep.
But so, being somewhere that you weren't feeling, I don't know, up, I
Yep.
guess. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a sense of progress, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And where do you think, this is going to sound like kind of a silly question, but where in your body does that sense of progress come from? Like what part of
Um,
you?
Pretty much just the chest. Like I
Oh, okay.
feel I feel a lot more whole, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of sad to say, I think, but it's I feel a lot more like accomplished.
Yep.
Like just to know that if I walk around like the main city, then I'm a higher rank than pretty much like every player.
Yep.
So it just feels better.
Yeah. And so, it's kind of interesting because we think about addiction. And a lot of times like we think about addiction as a bad thing, right? Like do you think that your addiction to video games is a bad thing?
I do, yeah,
Why?
because there's a lot more um, efficient things I could be doing with my life, I guess. Like
Like what?
this is a very temporary thing. Whereas like if I look at like a friend, for example, who's working maybe like 40-hour weeks at like maybe not the best job, but he's getting money and he's gaining life skills, he's updating like he's getting something that's good for his CV, whereas I'm getting titles in a game and you know
Why do you say
self-loathing
his thing is more efficient than yours?
because it helps him more in the long run. I don't think that my addiction helps me in the long run. Other than maybe competitiveness and
How
like a ladder
how
addiction,
does
which
your
I can.
addiction help you? Does it help you at all?
Um, yeah, I mean, in the current time, it pretty much helps me with just feeling whole. I feel a bit happier while playing
Mm-hmm.
more, I guess.
Yeah, so why do you say that his, I mean, so let me just think about this for a second. So I could go to a job that I don't like very much for the purpose of getting something on my CV, which also
Mm,
putting together a CV doesn't make you feel whole or accomplished. It's just boring ass work.
yeah,
And then or I can feel whole and happy and accomplished through playing a video game. Why would I want to do the former instead of the latter?
because I feel like I don't know. I see a lot of things as like a grind, like my
Mm-hmm.
WoW grind, and then there's like the IRL grind, kind of like
Mm-hmm.
if you're working like a 9 to 5 job, Monday to Friday, you might not be in the happiest state, but it's the fact that you can know that it's maybe leading towards the right thing. Like
Do
you've got
you
a
know that it's leading
reference.
towards the right thing?
Well, it updates a CV. It gives you maybe a good reference. If you do your best, then it can lead to the right thing if you do it the right way. Obviously, if I'm doing a job that I'm absolutely depressed doing, and I have really bad work ethic, then it might not be a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a job?
But I don't.
Why do you think that is?
Because if I get rejection, I pretty much fall back to WoW or I fall back to games. Um, and the fear of rejection pretty much stops me from putting my CV out there and that kind of thing, and it just keeps me playing WoW.
What do you mean by rejection?
Um, Say if I go to a job interview, I think I did okay, and then I don't hear back anything at all, then it's like you get that kind of sinking feeling that you thought you were doing well, but you're not. And then it's the kind of just like the kick back into the middle of the hole. Like you climb your way out to actually stomach it, to actually go to the interview with like a pretty bad social anxiety. So stomach it to actually get out of my house and go to the interview, do the interview, and then not getting a reply or anything like that, it's kind of just like a kick in the face, back to the hole, back to 20 hours a WoW day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, so this is why I was kind of confused, because you say like, getting a job and working on your CV, it leads to something, but what I'm hearing from you is actually quite the opposite. I think what I'm hearing from you is that like trying to do something in the real world, actually, it's gonna kick you back in the hole. Like that's what you know.
The thing is, I feel like if I put more into it, it might not kick me back in the hole. If I was able to,
Really?
I mean,
it sounds like you
to
put
an
a lot
extent.
into it. It sounds like you really have a lot, like you have these feelings of rejection and fear of rejection. Sounds like you kind of feel socially anxious, and it actually you're putting a lot into it every time you go out for a job interview.
I feel that's the thing though. I feel like I could be doing it more. Like that's where I think the addiction comes into place, because I know that I could be doing it more, but it's just the
You
constant
could be
like
doing what more?
putting more effort into finding a job, or putting more effort into that kind of thing.
I mean, I think that makes sense theoretically. But what I'm hearing from you is like, let's just think about this for a second. Let's think about your brain, right?
Yep.
So like your brain, you like overcome a lot of these like social anxieties and fears of rejection, and then you go out into the world and you apply for a job, and what happens?
Don't get anything. Like no response. And
So the
then,
next time you apply for a job, so you've been rejected one more time, right? So what happens to the fear of your rejection every time you get rejected?
theoretically, I guess it feels like the social anxiety and things like that get easier, but I don't know.
No,
It
no,
doesn't.
forget about theoretically.
No.
Let's talk about you. What happens to your fear of rejection every time you get rejected?
Gets larger.
Absolutely. Right? So let's think about this. Because I don't think it gets easier. I think let's trust you. Let's forget about theory, okay? Because theory leads us to stupid answers.
Yeah.
Let's trust you. So like if I get on a horse and I start riding the horse and the horse throws me off and I break an arm.
Yeah.
And then I get back on the horse again and then I go riding again, it throws me off and I break a leg. Like what happens to my fear of the horse every time the horse tosses me off?
Yeah, it's gonna go worse.
Absolutely, right? And that's what it feels like. It doesn't get easier, it actually gets harder. Every time you get rejected, the sense of rejection grows. And so what is your brain going to do if you're getting rejected over and over again and feeling bad about yourself?
Shut down and give in to habits.
Not give in to habits. Very important, Scott. I want you to realize this. It's not giving in to anything. It's actually learning.
Okay.
Right? Giving in presumes that it's failing. Does that make sense? Giving in sounds like a failure.
Yeah.
But you're not actually failing. Your brain is actually trying to help you out. It's succeeding. It's learning. It's helping you by telling you, "Hey, Scott, don't apply for a fucking job because all it does is hurt you."
Yeah.
It's almost like you have an abusive relationship with life, and you're like, you're the person who keeps on going back to their abusive partner even though they get beat. And your brain is telling you that, hey, life is abusive, because every time you try to live life, what happens, Scott?
Get kicked.
Absolutely, right? As you put it, you get kicked back in the hole. So what do you think about that?
It's really easy to just play WoW all day.
Absolutely. And why is it really easy to play WoW?
Because it's a really easy escape. It's where I feel maybe not escape, bad word.
Good. Why is it a bad word?
Because that kind of makes it feel like I'm losing, I guess.
Yeah. So it's not an escape. What is it?
Comfort.
Sure.
I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So I'd say it's almost like a strategy to do what for you?
To just stay comfortable, not put myself into any kind of emotionally harming situations, and just stay where I'm comfortable and happy.
Yeah, so I don't like the word comfort because that too has a value judgment, right? If someone decides to stay comfortable, we like judge them and we say like, "Oh, you should Put yourself out there more.
Push for more. Yeah.
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 So I like the word happy because I think that's closer to the truth. I also like the word protects. Protect. So it feels protective to me. It's like tanking. Like gaming is the way that your brain tanks the bad stuff in life.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Makes sense because it kind of shelters me from everything else, which is what tank does. So
Absolutely. Right? And is that a bad thing?
I don't necessarily think so.
Why
I
not?
think it's because I think everyone should have something that tanks the kind of like the harmful things in life from you.
Absolutely. Right?
Yeah.
So then what do we do about that?
I don't know. I'll be honest, I'm not really sure.
That's a great answer, man. It's a fantastic answer. Yeah, I'm not so sure, but I'm hoping we can try to figure something out.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
So I think the first thing to understand is that I want you to stop thinking about gaming as an addiction.
Okay.
Because like an addiction is a negative thing. It's something that you have to overcome. And what am I trying to like when I'm walking you to interpret things in a particular way, like what am I trying to do? Like how am I pushing you towards like thinking about gaming?
As it is like I don't know that it's a healthy thing, that it is good for me at the moment, but I don't think you've mentioned that at the moment, but I think for me it's a good thing at the moment. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I think healthy and good for you also imply certain value judgments, right? So I don't think that your gaming is healthy. I think it is protective.
Protective. Yeah.
Right? So I think that a lot of the stuff that you said in terms of sort of being behind in life and stuff like that, I think all that stuff makes sense. I think you should play less than 18 to 20 hours of WoW a day.
Yeah.
And I also think that you don't play just because you're addicted. I think you play because your brain has two options. It's kind of like we can do this one thing that leads to uncertain like progress, which is like apply for a job and work on our CV because you say that you know that's going to make your future better. I don't think your brain understands that. And I don't think that that's fair because what has your CV done for you, Scott?
Yeah. Pretty much nothing.
Right?
Yeah.
So then here's the thing. Your brain is smart. Your brain is working for you. And so your brain is like, Scott, why the fuck are we working on this CV? It's never gotten you anything. Instead, we've got this other thing that gives you happiness, accomplishment, and feeling whole. Like, why would you ever want to work on your CV when you can get all of those things here and all your CV ever gets you is...
more sadness.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not an addiction. It's actually a protective mechanism. What was that? It was a big sigh. What do you think?
Yeah, just like a realization thing, because it does make sense. Like, because it's like I feel like a lot of people aren't necessarily happy with their jobs, but they do it because they know that they have to. And like, I'm in a pretty fortunate situation where I don't really necessarily need income right now, so I feel like I'm lucky, but I feel like I could be doing better, which is the sigh, I think. But it's just a realization sigh, I guess.
Yeah, that you could be doing better. What does that mean?
I mean, I could be living independently. I could be getting income, buying the things that I want, that kind of thing, I guess.
Sure. You could be doing better. How does your brain feel about that?
It wants to play WoW.
Yeah, how does it feel about doing better?
Anxious, I guess. Like, because it obviously the thought of doing better obviously means I'm striving to actually better myself, which in itself makes me feel quite anxious.
Does your brain care about bettering yourself?
I guess directly not, but
that's correct.
Yeah.
Brain doesn't give a shit. Brain doesn't understand bettering yourself. That's your mind. Yeah. Those are your intentions. But the brain is like if you think about it, like that's why we have to fight against ourselves like when we exercise, right? If you go out and you try to exercise, your brain is like, what are we doing?
What the fuck? Yeah.
This is dumb.
Doing this shit. Yeah.
Like you're running, but there's no reason to run. There's no purpose. Yeah. So our brain is kind of, the idea of bettering yourself is not something, there's no like neuroscience circuit about bettering yourself. There is a circuit around progress, right? And the tricky thing is that we have a circuit and the problem is that part of our brain can't tell the difference between progress in the real world and progress in a virtual world.
Right.
right? So like you could also argue that if you trade stocks during the day and you see a number on a computer screen go up, we can think of that as progress, but the stimulus for the brain is exactly the same whether you're seeing the honor go up or the number in your bank account go up in that moment.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
a
it does,
number on a screen. Both of them
Yeah.
are just a number on a screen. We tend to, as a society, attribute more value to one than the other, and I don't think that that's a mistake. But our brain is just like, hey, we're doing better. And that's a very, very deeply wired circuit of our brain. That sort of,
Right.
if you think about it, like, kids fall and then they get back up and they walk again.
Yeah.
And they keep on failing over and over and over again. But it's that sort of strive. It's something called intent to mastery. So we all have this baked in part of our brain that kind of like tries to get better at stuff and wants to see progress. And it doesn't care whether it's learning how to throw a ball or standing up and walking or, grinding honor.
Whatever it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, where does the sense of better come from? Tell me about that.
Meaning, like, doing better in life, or
Yeah. Like, why do you want to do better?
because I don't want to be a dropkick for my life, pretty much.
What is a
I
drop
don't
kick?
want to, pretty much like someone who just does nothing, like living on like social benefits and stuff like that. I guess.
Why
Like I don't
you
want to
wanna
be.
do that?
I want to study. I want to raise a family. I want to provide. I want to do all those things so that I can. I don't know if it's like leave a mark on the world or whatever it is, but like I want to do something that's like actually means something, rather than just
What does that mean?
gain honor. In like I guess like to provide like I don't know. I want there to be someone who actually understood like this person did something in life. I don't know why that is. I don't know if that's like a deeply lodged thing in people's brains, but it's something that I want to do. I want to like have my kids know that they had like a dad who cared for them and wanted to do something with his life and like actually wanted to do things. I guess
So what is it that you want? Can you say that again?
to have people be proud of me. I guess that kind of thing.
Yeah. Can I just think for a second?
Yeah, of course.
So I just want to point something out. So I think there's a difference between what you want and the ways in which your mind comes up with fulfilling that want. So you said something about having a family and being successful and having a job and stuff like that. You said that these are all the things that you want. That's what you mean by better, because I was asking about better. But what I think the really core of it, I think those are all pictures of this sense of being proud. Does that make sense? I think what you really want is for people to look at you and say like, hey, that's an awesome person.
Yeah.
And if we think about it, when you think about what games protect you from, what is the main thing that they protect you from? You kind of mentioned the word a couple of times, but there's one word that
I guess
kind of...
like sadness.
I don't think it's sadness.
Protects me from
What drives you into games more than anything else?
happiness.
What negative thing? What is? Let me put it this way. What are games tanking from? Like, what are they tanking?
Damage to the real world. I can't remember the word I used.
Yeah. So I mean, you've mentioned rejection several times.
Oh yeah.
Right. So like, for me, the thing that seems to float to the surface out of everything you've said is rejection.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah,
think
that's
about
pretty
that?
accurate.
Is that the main thing that they tank?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Pretty much.
So what do you think is the relationship between wanting people to be proud of you and rejection, if any? Are those two things connected?
I feel like most people will go through rejection in their life, and that you kind of just have to tank through it, and that I don't know if those are like directly connected though.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's think through this, right? So you have to tank through it, but games tank rejection, right?
Yeah.
And as long as that rejection is there and it's big, you're going to need to tank it. So there are two things that you can do. You can tank damage, or you can do what?
Do damage.
You can do damage, absolutely.
Yeah.
Or
Heal.
so if you're a rogue right? In WoW,
Yeah.
and you're in a
Mm,
raid,
mm,
the main tank serves as protecting you from damage. What's the other
yeah.
like critical role that we're missing?
Healing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think that gaming serves as a tank, but the question is like, where is the healing in your life, right? So if we think about the fear of rejection is that which keeps you into the game, playing the game,
Yeah.
and the more that we kind of like, the more you're afraid of rejection, the more you need your tank. And tanking is
Mm,
the game. You're the DPS. Like, what are we missing?
yeah. The healer. Like what heals? Yeah.
So what is it that needs to be healed?
Um. I guess the damage that comes through because of the rejection.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right. So now our question becomes, when was the first time you were kicked into the pit?
Probably right after high school,
Tell
I'd
me about
say.
that.
Um, I finished high school, and I pretty much just did nothing for a while. Like I didn't really know what to get into, so I was just really down and just didn't really know what to do with anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just found a couple of games to play that obviously filled the void. And then it was really hard to get out of that pit of playing games and being
Can I just
protected.
interrupt you for a second?
Yeah,
So you use the phrase filling the void.
yeah,
That implies to me like healing,
yeah,
right? That implies you're fixing. If I've got a pit and I fill it in, the pit is no longer there. I don't think
yeah.
games filled in the void.
Right.
I think they boarded it up a little bit, but the void
Yeah,
is
yeah,
still there,
yeah.
right?
Patched
Okay.
it up a bit.
Sorry for
Yeah.
interrupting you, but I think that,
No, no,
that
that's cool. It's cool.
it's
It's
a
cool.
it's a distinction
Good
that I
thing to
wanted to just
notice.
catch.
Yeah.
Um,
Um.
yeah. So it sounds like you said that you weren't really sure what you were doing after high school. Can you tell us a little bit more
Yeah.
about that?
Um. And then I went into like a kind of like an IT course, but I feel like I only really went into an IT course because I think it's just really common for people who like games to just go into IT, even though
Yep.
I don't have like a whole lot of interest in it.
Sure.
Like it's just like I think it's just a thing that's real common.
Yeah. So
So
Scott, let me just hypothesize with you for a second. So, if you
yeah.
say that you finished high school and you felt pretty directionless,
Mm,
that may have been when you got knocked into the pit, but I think the pit started getting dug way before that.
probably,
Does that make
yeah,
sense? So
yeah.
tell me a little bit about like, do you remember times in your life like before you finished high school where you kind of were rejected or you dealt with rejection?
Absolutely, yeah.
Tell me about that.
Through high school, because we moved to this country I moved from England when I was pretty young, and I've pretty much always had an issue with allergies, and I have like eczema
Okay.
and like pretty bad eczema, or I used to have like really, really bad eczema through high school, and I don't know if it was like the stress through school, but it was always like really, really, really bad. Like I'd go to school like with just bad eczema over my face and things like that. So I think, um, I don't know like how they'd be connected. I guess it was just like I was just excited to come home and just play games because in games I just felt comfortable, well protected from not having to show my face and things like that. I guess
Yeah.
it was like
So
a yeah.
yeah. So let's take a step back from analyzing. So let's just understand. So tell me about when did you move from the UK to you're in the US or what?
I'm in New Zealand
Oh,
now.
you're in New Zealand. Okay. So
Yeah.
tell me, when did you move to New Zealand? How old were you?
I think I was about 11.
Okay. And
Yeah.
what do you remember about growing up in England?
Not a whole lot. Um, Pretty much like through England, I was just school, family. I had like two friends in England that I would like go to their house and things like that, and just do stuff after school and stuff. But
What was home like for you when you were growing up?
um, busy. Like it was pretty much always one parent was working, one was home, and they just kind of shifted in and out.
Hmm.
But my sister's a big gamer. One of my sisters is a big gamer, and the other one's not.
How
And
many
my dad was
sisters
a
do
big
you
gamer
have?
as well. Two.
Okay. Older, younger?
Both older. I'm the youngest.
Okay. And what was it like? Do you remember what it was like being a kid with your sisters like in England?
Um, I don't have like too many like crazy memories, I
Hmm.
guess. Nothing really like pops out as like a distinctive thing.
Were you guys close?
Um, yeah, yeah, it kind of shifted between the two of them. I was always closer to one than the other, I guess. I
Hmm.
don't know why that was, but yeah.
Sure. You said your dad was a gamer?
Yeah, yeah. My dad used to play a lot of games.
Why did he stop?
Like, oh well, he passed away last year, so
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
uh, yeah. But he got me into like a lot of games. Like
Hmm.
he got me into like a lot of the RPGs that I grew up with, like Final Fantasy and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And I think he also got me into WoW. Like when we got like our first computer when we moved here,
Hmm.
and I had a friend that played WoW at school, and it was yeah, pretty much started from there.
What's it like talking about this?
Um, it's okay. I kind of I don't think I was like crazy close with my dad, like just as a whole, but talking about it feels okay, I guess. I kind of come to terms with it, I think.
Come to terms with what?
Just his passing and talking about it is okay. I don't really tell people. I've never really told people like one on one, apart from like one or two friends, just because I don't know. I don't really like. I don't know if it's like a selfish thing, but I don't like turning a conversation like all on me, or like making people feel uncomfortable because I know that that kind of thing can make people feel uncomfortable. I guess.
Do you feel like you're burdening other people by talking about your dad?
Yeah, yeah. I feel like if it's like I don't know, I'm never gonna bring it up unless it's like topic. Like the only time I've told like one of my really close friends was because we were going to another funeral, and until then he didn't know.
I'm gonna just think a second, okay?
Yeah, 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 of course, of course.
What's wrong with burdening other people?
um, I guess I don't want to unnecessarily cause like I don't want to say like unhappiness, but I don't want to like unnecessarily like shift a mood of like a room or something like that. So unless it's like a topical thing, I don't really want to just bring it up. um, I don't know. I feel like it can like if everyone's just having a good mood or like everyone's just like completely content or anything like that, I don't feel a need to bring it up, I guess.
Do you miss your dad?
Um, yeah, from
Were
time
you,
to time.
were you guys
It's not like
close?
a not particularly. We had like a lot of arguments when I was young because he was one of the people that like really strove me to like kind of get a job and things like that. But I obviously I miss him, but it's not like yeah,
Hmm.
I don't know.
How did he make you feel when? Tell me about those arguments.
They kind of shifted from different things, like multiple things, like waking up past 12 o'clock because I'd have to play until like 3 o'clock because that's when the queues will go down WoW or something like that.
Hmm.
Um,
We're talking about after high school.
oh no, that was recent. That was like pretty much a couple of months before I passed, I guess.
Okay.
Um, and then after high school, it was kind of just get a job, no, get a job, no, kind of thing, I guess.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm trying, and then it was get a job. I'm trying, kind of
What
thing,
were
I
things
guess.
like between you and him during high school?
For the most part, they were okay. Like it was kind of just, yeah, it was there, I guess. It was like the same relationship I have with my mom, which was like fine, good, I guess. Yeah,
Was it good?
I'd say yeah, it like, because he was like a bit of an alcoholic, like, so there'd be times where it was a little bit shifty, but as a general thing, it was good. Like I never like resented him or anything like that, so it
Hmm.
was like fine.
I mean, there's a difference between fine and good.
Well, yeah, yeah, of course.
So what
uh,
I'm hearing from you is that it was okay.
yeah, yeah, pretty much it was okay. Like it sounds bad to say tolerate, but it's like kind of one of the words that pops up, I guess.
Yeah. What were you
But
tolerating?
um, just the fact that he would come home drunk and it would be really uncomfortable. Like I'm not very good around drunk people, but I think that might stem from that. But I don't know.
I mean, how old were you when he would come home drunk?
Pretty much all the way from like 14 to like 21.
Okay. Do you know any 14-year-olds that are quote unquote good at handling drunk people?
I guess not. I guess it's not really something that you can just pick up as a skill.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, did they not teach that to you along with history and
I
dinosaurs?
guess not. I must have missed the class.
Yeah.
Damn.
So, so you said 14. What changed when you were 14? Why did he start coming home drunk then?
I guess that's just kind of like an early recollection. But I guess he would probably come home around like 11 o'clock, and I'd probably be in bed before that, before I was 14. So I guess
Okay.
that's kind of just like early recollection.
Would you say that you were happy growing up in England?
Um, Content. I don't really have like too many memories of England, I guess.
Sure.
It's kind of
What
just,
about New
it's kind of
Zealand?
here like merges together, kind of a blur, I guess.
Yeah, for me
Too young
too,
to
and
remember.
everyone
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
Does anything in particular pop out in terms of memories? Do you have any strong memories from before you moved to New Zealand?
I used to play like a lot of football, and like I used to be soccer. I used to be like quite good. So I guess I have memories of that.
Sure.
Um,
How did it feel to be
and
good at football?
yeah, I mean, I loved it. Like I've always been a very competitive person, so it's like I think that's why I love games as well.
Sure.
But yeah,
Do you still play football?
not as much as I'd like to, but yeah, I'll like kick around with like my niece and stuff like that.
Oh, you have a niece.
Yes, older sister has two kids.
How old are your are your niece or nephew?
Oldest niece, yeah, oldest is 7, I think,
Hmm.
and nephew is 2.5, I think.
How's your relationship with them?
Pretty good, honestly. My nephew, like, every time I see him, he's like screaming, he's happy. Same with niece, basically.
What do they call you?
Scatty,
What?
like Scatty. I don't know
Scatty.
why.
Yeah. The reason I ask is because kids usually have weird names for
Yeah, yeah,
family members.
yeah.
Yeah, interesting. And so, what was life for you after you moved to New Zealand?
Um, I don't really know.
When did
It
your
was kind
eczema
of
start?
pretty much as soon as I moved here, just because when you compare England to New Zealand, one of the biggest things you see in scenery is trees, and I have like real bad hay fever, so it got real bad. Like I get like really bad eyes, like my eyes get like really bloodshot and like puffy and stuff like that.
Hmm.
So I was always like real nervous going to school at first because
What
my
were you
allergies was like awful.
What were you nervous about?
Just like appearance, like because it would get really bad, eczema would get really bad, and then I just like wouldn't really want to go out because I felt like I looked like a puffy mess.
Hmm. Um, I can sympathize with the feeling of puffy mess because I had eczema and I still have allergies.
Ooh, it's not
And
very fun.
everything's just swollen and
Yeah,
itchy.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, puffy mess is actually a great way to describe it. And did people ever comment about your skin or your puffiness or?
Not when I was like really new to England, like when I was in like primary school, like pretty much when I first moved here. Not really. I dealt with like a couple of cases of bullying through like maybe like 13, 14, and then again like early midway through high school.
Can you tell me about 13, 14?
Um, I guess it was kind of just doing schoolwork, football, and I don't know. Kind of bad with that kind of memory stuff, I guess. But
What do you remember
yeah.
about being bullied or other things?
Um, I just remember like a couple of moments of being bullied. Just like I remember like getting called like alien and stuff like that, which was yeah, pretty weird. But
Why
I
did they
don't
call
know.
you alien?
I don't know. I think I look weird eyes because of the allergies and stuff.
Oh
But
wow.
yeah, uh, I don't really have like too many recollections other than
Hmm.
that, though. Really.
Sure. And then what about when you were a little bit older?
Um, I had surgery a few times, like because I have like a pretty bad kidney as well, just like
Mm.
a couple of health issues. And I remember one time I was hospitalized for quite a while, and I came out and I was a little bit chunky, and eczema was bad, and I just kind of got bullied for that kind of stuff as well. So kind of just added to the mix.
Do you remember how they made you feel?
Bad. I don't really, yeah, I don't really remember like what they'd say and things like that, but um,
Yeah, I'm
I
wondering
definitely
how.
avoided like certain parts of the school because I knew people around there hang out that I didn't
Sure.
like.
So, how can we add a little bit more color or depth to the way that they made you feel?
What do you mean, sorry?
So you say they made you feel bad.
Yeah. Oh, so like more descriptive.
Yeah.
Um,
We don't have to talk about the scene. Tell me about what,
the
if you
feeling.
can, tell me what the
Yeah.
feeling was like.
I mean, like, the biggest thing was like outcasted, I guess.
Hmm.
Like, I was definitely outcasted from like a certain group of people because I don't know. Like, obviously in high school, people hang out in groups,
Did you feel like
and
an outcast?
um, throughout some of the earlier years of high school, I did, and then my eczema started getting a little bit better, and I started getting a bit more confidence, and realizing that there was other people who play games a lot, so it was kind of I could just hang out with those people. So it was like
Sure.
okay, but throughout the earlier
You found your
years,
people. You found us.
yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly. I found Twitch chat.
Welcome. Welcome, brother.
Feels good, man.
Join
Feels good.
us. Yeah, I mean, I'm just
Yeah.
wondering, would you say that because when I think about outcasted,
Mm.
it's an interesting verb. It's not a verb that I hear very much. And
Yeah.
not to be a little bit too Freudian for you, but I wonder if rejected would be a similar word.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It would be some pretty much feels the same thing, I guess. Yeah, like
What feels the same?
just like the usage of the word, like outcasted, rejected. Like it's yeah, pretty much that's it.
Let me ask you something. When you go to, let's say you apply for a job, when was the last time you applied for a job?
Um, 3 weeks ago.
Okay. And have you heard back?
No.
Do is the feeling when you think about that or when I ask that question, even that no is not a regular no, right? It's like a
No, no,
no.
no.
The feeling that you have is that does it smell or taste like what you used to feel like when kids would comment about when they would call you an alien or
Um, I feel like it's a little bit different because them denying me a job isn't like a hateful thing. Like I don't take it personally.
sure.
It's just like there was someone better or something else happened, which is like perfectly fine. Like
Is that
I
how
can come
you
to terms with
feel?
that. Yeah, like if I didn't get the job, it means someone else did, which means there was probably someone that was just more applicable or better, which is okay. But like the whole hateful comments and things like that was like a direct thing that was to me, so
Sure.
that they feel very different.
Okay. So that's very helpful for me to know. Thank you for sharing that. So
That's
then let me ask you something. If there's just a better candidate out there,
fine. Being told no indirectly, I guess, so it still feels like I'm not good enough or being rejected.
I see.
So
So one
yeah,
is not being good enough, one is being persecuted or attacked.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Do
one
you
feels more
remember
personal, the other one doesn't.
do you remember if there's anything that happened to you that made you feel not good enough growing up?
Um, I can't really think of anything in particular.
Sure. Can you tell me about what it was like when your dad would come home drunk?
Hide in my room. Like for the most part, like if I was on the computer, like I knew I would duck away before like 10:30, and then just hide in my room, play my phone or something, or on a console. Because we had like a computer in like family room. I
Why
didn't have
would you
like
hide?
because it was just uncomfortable.
What was
Like
uncomfortable about it?
being in the same room as them, basically. Like I couldn't tolerate it. Like I would just hide away. I
What
couldn't.
made it
Yeah.
difficult for you to tolerate?
Uh, he wasn't like obviously they weren't not themselves when they're drunk. Like I've always disliked that. Like they'll be a lot louder, a lot. I guess just him in particular was like a lot louder. It was asking. I don't know if it's like asking uncomfortable questions. I don't really remember any in particular, but I just remember always feeling very uncomfortable if I was in the room, I guess.
Hmm.
But can't think of any super in particular ones, I guess.
Hmm. I'm trying to get a sense of so I mean I'm trying to understand what it was that made you uncomfortable. Like it makes perfect sense to me that you were uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Like because 14-year-olds tend to be uncomfortable around drunk people.
yeah, yeah,
But what was it, right? So some people will be judgmental.
yeah. I guess it's. I guess it can be things like that. Like he would like come in and just like it's just like a little comment, like they'd say just like a little comment, like shouldn't you be in bed? Why are you still playing the games? You play the games too much, kind of thing. I guess
Uh-huh.
those kind of things would
Uh-huh.
kind of just make me think, I don't even want to talk about this. I'm just gonna go.
Mm-hmm. So
But
let me ask you something, Scott.
yeah,
When someone comments something like that, how do you think that? So if I have, if I told my kid, shouldn't you be doing this? Shouldn't you be doing that? How do you
yeah.
think that what emotions do you think that my kid would be feeling if I asked those kinds of questions?
It feels like you're not. I don't know, I want to say like accepting them from what they are or what they're
Sure,
doing. I guess.
sure. Would you say that it would make them feel like they're not good enough?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that how your dad made you feel?
Sometimes, yeah, yeah. Like, like when because he was like a big football player as well, or like
Hmm.
loved, like he was like big into me playing football as well. So like when I kind of stopped because Saturday obviously like big day on WoW usually, and like just fun to do stuff like with your school friends, play league with school friends and stuff like that. So like when I didn't want to go to like all the trainings and like all the matches, he wasn't particularly happy about that. I don't remember like a specific argument or anything about it, but I do remember like a bit of not supportiveness. That's not a word, but yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I like it when people use things that are not real words because I think that actually gets closer to an authentic feeling.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
that tells me is that you're feeling something that you don't have words to describe, but you're trying to create words to capture the feeling.
yeah, yeah.
So not supportiveness. So it sounds like there were kind of two things. One is so it sounds like your dad was pretty judgmental.
I'd say so. Yeah,
Yeah. And generally speaking, I think one of the effects of being judgmental is that you make people feel like they're not good enough.
yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah. It does. Yeah,
Is that closer to the way that you feel in terms of when you apply to a job? Like we talked a little bit about bullying and persecuted. You said it doesn't
yeah.
quite feel the same.
It feels a lot more closer to like direct bullying, I guess, because it's like the two things kind of correlate with not being good enough.
Oh, interesting. So you're saying
Mm.
that your dad, the flavor of the feeling that your dad evoked is actually similar to bullying.
Oh no, it's more similar to denial of a job than
Oh,
it
it's
is
more
bullying.
similar. Okay, so
Sorry, yeah, yeah.
yeah, I was because
No,
it
sorry, I
sounds
probably got it
similar,
that bad.
right?
Yeah,
So have you watched our streams before?
yeah, like pretty much all of them.
Okay, so do you know what a sumscar is?
I can't remember the descriptive word, but I kind of have it in my brain.
Sure. What's in your brain?
I get all of them kind of mixed up,
Sure.
like Samskar, Dharma, things like that.
Yeah,
Um,
no problem.
so descriptive word's not my best.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
What am I digging for? You get the sense I'm digging?
A little bit.
What am I digging for?
um, I'm not sure in particular. Um, like what it is exactly that you're digging for.
Okay.
But I can tell you're looking for something though.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, so let me just be a little bit more transparent, okay?
oh, root of the problem.
Sure.
Yeah.
And what do you think about that? Do you think there is a root?
I mean, I'd say so. It might be like a collective of things, but I'd say
Yeah, what do
like
you think is in that collective?
um being denied at multiple things or like yeah, not being what's the word? Rejected at multiple things, I guess,
Hmm.
that have just led to a whole bunch of covering myself up with like patching myself up with like a bunch of like games and stuff like that, I guess.
Sure. Is there any rejection that you felt that is particularly painful?
Um I don't really think so. I don't think there was like one in particular that like, you know, broke everything.
Yep,
But
I'm
yeah,
getting that sense as well.
yeah,
So, sometimes when I talk to people, we find sort of like a root of a problem and we're able to
yeah,
kind of like notice it and evoke it. And then
yeah.
oftentimes they have a very like emotional response on stream. Is that something that you're looking for, hoping for?
Not really. I more so just want to understand,
Sure.
I think.
So
Like I don't
what I'm getting the sense is that just like you said, I don't think you have one thing.
mm,
I think you've got a lot of little things.
yeah.
And if we think a little bit about tanking versus healing, I think you've got a couple of things um, let me just think about this for a second. So I think there are a couple of things going on. So the
Mm.
first is that gaming is sort of the boards above the pit,
Yeah.
right? But the pit got there somehow to begin with.
Yeah.
So generally speaking, I don't know how else to describe this, but I'd say about 30 to 40% of gamers who I've worked with actually had an alcoholic parent. So
Right.
I don't know exactly how that relates, and I think it's. I also don't think. I mean, I don't. Did your dad just suddenly develop a drinking problem when you were
Uh,
14? Or?
no, it's pretty much always done it. Like I remember like situations of him like going to the bar, like when I was in England and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think something changes in terms of when you have a parent who's an alcoholic and the way that they relate to their children. And something
Right.
about the way that they relate to their kids makes children less confident. And now
Yeah.
I'm going to sort of try to explain kind of academically.
Yep.
So, or let me actually ask you this: how does a child become confident?
Kind of big question, I guess.
Sure. So don't answer theoretically. Just start saying whatever comes to your mind. You're gonna have a lot of wrong answers, but I'm sure you know the right answer, and we'll get you there.
I'd say just like building confidence within like success. Like if I was successful at school, I'd have more confidence. Like
Sure.
if
So
those two things go on.
I like the phrase building,
Yeah.
and the interesting thing is I don't think it just comes from success, right? So
Right.
how do like so let me put it to you this way, like in a weird way. Let me just think about how to ask this. So how did you know to go to your room when your dad came home drunk?
Because it was an uncomfortable feeling that I wanted to avoid.
Sure.
Like,
And in a sense you could say that going to your room you could be confident in that strategy. Does that make sense?
yeah,
Like it's a pretty reliable strategy.
yeah.
So
It'll
so
work pretty
how
much.
does one learn like what's a reliable strategy? How does one develop? I'm not talking about like confidence even on the level of like, oh, I'm a confident person. I'm talking about generally speaking like the idea of confidence. Right? So what is confidence? It's like taking an action and being somewhat like confident about
Confident.
the result, right? Like it's being
Yeah.
sort of assured about the result. So like where does that come from? Like how can you be confident that going to your room is like the right thing to do when your dad comes home drunk?
I don't know if it really applies to the whole going to your room thing, but I guess trial and error is like a good way to do it.
Absolutely. Right? So if we
Yeah.
think about it, what leads to better confidence? Like
Trying.
trying things and then also like consistency of outcome.
Yeah.
Does that make
Yeah.
sense? Like if you
Yeah.
go
It
to your
does.
room and then like he shows up every now and then and like drags you downstairs, then what's going to be your confidence about going to your room as a solution?
A lot lower.
So confidence, oddly enough, for children comes from order.
Okay.
Does that make sense? It has nothing to do with
Yeah.
success or failure. It has to do with order. So
Right.
like a confident child, like so you know, like a child becomes confident in walking when
Hmm.
they start to be able to predict the outcomes of their walking.
Right.
Does that make sense? And they
Yeah. It
also
does.
like have confidence in parents because until they walk, like if they know if okay, if I hold hands, then I can be confident that I walk because I'm unstable on my own.
Yeah.
But if I'm holding an adult's hand, then I'll be able to walk fine. So can you
Right.
see how they become confident in holding an adult's hand and then gradually
Yeah.
over
Yeah.
time they
Yeah.
become confident in walking without
Doing
hands?
it. Yeah.
So what do you think it does for the order of a child's universe if they have a parent that drinks?
Well, there's no stability really. Like they like it's two different people, right? Like he comes home one person is another person in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. So what does that do for a child's confidence?
Well, they don't have the consistency, so they don't have the same thing over and over again, I guess.
Yeah, Scott, do you ever get worried that you're going to fall into the sky when you step outside of your room? Or you step outside of your house?
As like a metaphor, I guess.
No,
Yeah.
practically. Do you
Oh.
worry that you're just going
Oh.
to fall into the sky and shoot out into space?
I mean, I guess I've never had that feeling, but
Yeah. Huh. So it sounds like in your world, gravity always goes one direction.
yeah, I guess that's just what I've been taught though.
Yeah.
So I guess
So
yeah.
you're confident. You're very, very confident in the direction of gravity because it always goes
Right,
one
yeah.
way, right?
Yeah.
So like what you're describing to me is that you get gravity that goes both ways when you're a kid in
Right.
terms of your parents, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you have a dad that sometimes he's one person, so it's like gravity goes in this direction, and then other
Mm-hmm.
times gravity goes in this direction.
Right.
And like, can you imagine how anxiety provoking it would be if we did not
If
know
just
which direction gravity went?
yeah, yeah, I can
Like,
imagine.
if gravity sometimes went up and sometimes went down, how confidently do you think I would move through life?
Not at all.
Not at all, right? Why?
Because there's no consistency. You don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. So when we think about you and an alcoholic parent, like tie things together for me. What am I trying to say?
Or that I don't I don't have the consistency. I don't have that reliability, I guess, of him being there. But I don't know if I'm not seeing the connection though. Like I don't.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first thing is in terms of, so if we think about a fear of rejection,
Right.
right? So like fear of rejection can also be correlated with a lack of confidence.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like the confident person can handle rejection better. And
Yeah.
in fact, the way that you talked about your job 3 weeks ago actually sounds relatively confident.
Right.
Like people just say like, oh, someone else was better qualified than I was. Like it's no personal insult to you. You don't feel bad about it. It's just the way of the world.
Yeah.
Is that how you feel about your last job or application?
I guess so. It's I don't know if it's just like numb to like the consistency of like being told no or like not hearing anything or what it is, but
Sure.
um
So it sounds
yeah.
like it's a little bit complicated in
A
terms of
little
how
bit,
you
yeah, I
feel
guess.
towards it. Yeah. So here's kind of the point that I'm making. So first of all, the whole comes from somewhere. So let's actually try to sort of give you a brief summary, okay? So if you're addicted to video games, right?
Mhm.
And by the way, any questions so far?
Nah, I think I'm following pretty okay.
Okay. So I'm going to try to summarize, okay? So you're addicted to video games. So the first thing to understand is that video games are not a problem. They're a solution.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I'd say it makes sense.
What makes sense about it?
The fact that they're all like it's consistent. Like it's always pretty much always going to be there. If you're not having a good day, you can go home and play games, which means they're a solution. Like, but at the same time, I do think that.
Yeah,
Sorry,
go ahead. Sorry.
I do think you can kind of get addicted to a solution. Like, if you have something that's like really consistent and keeps you happy, I think you can still cling to that feeling.
Absolutely, right? So this is also true of other addictions. So like, is heroin a problem? Absolutely. Is video games a problem? Absolutely. Is playing WoW 20 hours a day a problem? Absolutely. And they're also, I don't want you to think about it just as an addiction, just as a negative thing, but I want you to realize that it is a solution for your brain because it solves a problem that you have.
Yeah, it does.
And the problem that you have is what?
Playing it too much. Oh, no. That's
the solution.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah.
So what does it tank? What does it tank for you?
I guess it tanks rejection and failure.
Yeah, so it sounds like rejection and failure are the main feelings of yours that it tanks from.
Yeah.
So now we kind of go to, so the first thing that I just want everyone to understand is that gaming is adaptive and protective and is actually a solution to another problem. Now that solution can become maladaptive. So maladaptive is like when we do something and it sort of like works in the short term, but over time it becomes maladaptive. So it starts to cause problems even though it was adaptive at one point. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
so I think rather than solution or problem, I like the phrase adaptive or maladaptive. And the best example of something that's maladaptive that I like to use is, so you know what hypertension or high blood pressure is?
Yep.
So do you have any idea? So if I have a blood vessel and my heart is pumping, and if I have high pressure in that blood vessel, do you know what the heart has to do? Do you have any idea?
Too long to realize it's
like
a
how do you
YouTube
overcome
video, LOL.
like if I have a high amount of resistance and I'm trying to push something into that resistance, what do I have to do?
Release stress release or
Yeah, so releasing the resistance would be one thing. The other thing is that you can push harder.
Okay.
Right? So actually it's funny because that's one of the ways that high blood pressure medications work is they reduce the resistance.
Penis.
But one thing that you can actually do, so like basically like when you have a high pressure system, so what happens is you have like arteries. And then if in the job of the heart is to pump blood into the artery, right?
Yeah.
And if I clamp down on the artery, what does the heart have to do?
Push through the clamp,
Exactly.
or yeah,
So it has
yeah,
to push harder. So
yeah.
the greater the resistance, if I'm lifting weights and I increase the resistance of the weight, what do my muscles have to do?
Build up and push through it.
Exactly. And that is
Yeah.
exactly what the heart does. So the
Right.
heart starts to grow when you have high blood pressure. So the
Okay.
heart, just like your biceps or triceps or pectorals or whatever, like
Yeah.
anytime a muscle hits high resistance that go
Did they
outside the
add new
heart and they feed
content?
sort of the outside of the heart. And then you've
Right.
got blood on the inside of the heart. So the blood from the inside kind of feeds the top half of the heart. The blood from the outside feeds the bottom half of the heart. And what do you think happens if the heart expands?
Everything else expands, or is there?
What happens to the blood flow? So like if I'm getting blood from here and I'm getting blood from here, what
Yeah.
happens to the stuff in the middle?
I'm not sure.
It doesn't
Like-
get blood.
Right.
Because like there's blood coming from here and there's blood coming from here. And let me put it to you this way. If I have if I pour water on something like let's say a piece of a piece of cardboard, if I sprinkle a little bit of water on top and I sprinkle a little bit of water on the bottom, like the whole cardboard is going to get wet.
Yeah.
Okay. If I increase the thickness of the cardboard 10 times and I sprinkle a little bit of water on top, sprinkle a little bit of water on bottom, what happens to the middle of the cardboard? Does it get wet?
Stays dry.
Stays dry.
Right.
Exactly. So that's exactly what happens to the heart. So as the heart grows, so the heart is trying to adapt to the high pressure system by growing. And then
Right.
eventually what happens is it grows so big that the heart can't get blood. Because there's blood coming from the top and blood coming from the bottom, but the thing is so big, the middle of the heart, quote unquote, stays dry, just like you said.
Okay.
And if it stays dry, that means it doesn't get nourishment and it starts to die.
Yep.
And this is something called congestive heart failure. So in the same way, sorry for that, medical analogy. That
No,
was a
yeah,
little
yeah.
bit too complicated. But what I want you to understand is that gaming for you was a short-term solution that has now caused you to become a different kind of person, and that solution is no longer working.
Right.
But what you really need to understand is that your gaming really is a tank for you. And what it's tanking, in your case, I think is some sense of good enough or like being sensitive to rejection. A lack
Right.
of confidence in who you are. So every rejection hurts. So I want you to just think about this for a second, that like, if you're confident in who you are, like let's say that I'm confident in who I am, I ask a girl out and she says no. How does that affect me?
You might lose some confidence.
Yeah. And if I have no confidence and she says no, how does that affect me?
Might shatter you.
Exactly. What happens
Yeah.
every time you don't get a yes from a job?
I'd say it shatters me a little bit, but I've built some resistance. But yeah.
Yeah, right? So you built some resistance to it, which is also very good. Like, it's good that you notice that. That, too, is sort of an adaptation. And what is your resistance? Let's just think about this for a second. How have you become resistant to shattering? Because you didn't say it hurts you a
Consistency.
little bit. You said it shatters you a little bit.
Yeah.
What is the nature
I
of that
guess
resistance?
consistency, like, because I mean I've been doing it for a while now.
Yep.
So it's like, yeah, I've kind of built.
So I would
feel.
venture that you've learned how to numb yourself from it,
Yeah, I'd say so.
right? So that, too, is going to be maladaptive. So I've asked you a lot of questions. I think it's a little bit difficult for you to access your feelings.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say to that?
I'd say it's pretty true.
Yeah, right? So, like, what's up with that? I think it's because you've learned how to numb yourself from rejection. Because my sense is that inside the trap door of your subconscious, there is a whole pile of, like, feeling like a shitty human being.
Yeah, I'd say so.
And where is that sensation throughout the day?
Hiding behind the bridge that is games.
Absolutely. Beautifully put, right? So that, too, is like when I ask you some of kind of these exploratory questions, like it's, you're kind of like, I'm getting shades of gray, but I'm not getting a whole lot of color. Like you would
Right.
say like, okay, how did your dad make you feel? Like you say uncomfortable. Like,
Yeah.
I completely agree that he made you feel uncomfortable, but uncomfortable
very
is sort of like a
descriptive.
shallow term. It's not like a,
Yeah.
did
It's not
he
a
make
direct thing.
Yeah. So did he make you feel ashamed? Did he make you, were you frightened of him? Were you
Right.
angry with him? There are all those kinds of things that kind of fall under uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So kind of just going back to our analogy. So like I think gaming is adaptive, right? So it
Mm.
tanks. So this is
Yeah.
the floorboards over the pit. And then
Mm.
that pit comes from somewhere. So in your case, I'm not sure exactly where it comes from, but so we sort of hypothesized maybe it comes from bullying. It sounds like it doesn't come from bullying. It
Mm.
sounds like the feeling that is closer is actually the feeling that like something around the way that your dad made you uncomfortable.
Right.
Is that fair or not really?
I'd say in a way, but I'm not really 100% certain, which is
Sure. So
one of the yeah.
yeah, one of the what?
I think one of the primary reasons that I really wanted to come on here and talk to you was pretty much so I can get a bit more understanding of that, so I can kind of at least get a little bit more knowledge on what it might be,
Yep.
I guess.
So I think I'm not sure if it's partially your dad or other things, and we can give this another shot. Okay, like
Mm-hmm.
we can continue talking after my summary. But the first thing is that gaming is adaptive, and
Mm-hmm.
is actually a solution. The second thing is that it protects you from the pit, but the pit was dug somewhere else. We
Yeah.
haven't quite been able to figure out. Sounds like it's not bullying. Maybe it has something to do with your dad. Maybe not. And that ultimately your solution is going to be twofold. One is to try to fill in the pit, because if you can deal with that underlying sense of rejection
Mm-hmm.
or that lack of confidence, and that too, your lack of confidence may come from the disorder of your childhood.
Right.
Because like that kid, like when you just don't know, like it's really hard to have, I mean, just think about this for a second. Like how difficult is it for a child who has like Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde for a parent?
I'm not familiar with the two people.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
no. So boomer reference. So
Okay.
let me put it this way: like, you know, like who's another good example of someone who's got like, yeah, I'm trying to think of it because Clark Kent and Superman is not really a good example, but um, who's a good Twitch chat? Help me out. Hold on, I'm gonna turn the Twitch chat. Two-Face,
Two-Face?
Hulk?
So, yeah, no, Hulk. Yeah.
Hulk. Yeah, I don't know. Harvey Dent, Two-Face. You familiar with? Yeah, let's go with Two-Face.
Yeah.
Gollum. Yeah, I'm not sure what to use. Walter White? Nah, man, Walter White. He's just changed from good to bad. It's not.
Yeah. Yeah.
So my point is like, you know, you don't know who you're getting, right? So it's
Yeah.
like it's really confusing when you have a parent who's loving and kind and supportive, but then like another day it's like gravity is going up or gravity is going down.
Yeah.
It's just fucking hard.
Yeah.
So I think something about your lack of confidence probably comes from that.
That's it. So, yeah.
So something about the whole comes from there. And then the
Yeah.
problem is that, as you mentioned earlier, like, you know, when you don't have confidence and you get rejected, it's shattering. And then on top of that, when you say like, you know, what does rejection do to you? And your response is, it shatters me a little bit. Like that's an oxymoron if I've ever heard one.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, I guess
even
so.
that though makes sense, because I think another adaptive mechanism that you have is you've learned how to numb yourself to the pain of being shattered. But I do think
Yeah.
you get shattered with every rejection.
Mhm.
And so I think your way forward is twofold. One is to understand that gaming is tanking, and that at some point, like what you're going to have to do is stop let it tanking. And you've got to understand that gaming is going to be a very good solution. But I think you're actually doing a really good job. If you applied for a job 3 weeks ago, that's actually really good. And at some point, you've got to understand that like you're going to be shattered a little bit more. And not so much that you get used to the shattering, because that you've already done. But I do think it's possible for you to, how can I say this, not get shattered by rejection through sort of intentional growth. Right? So like instead of like numbing yourself to those feelings, like really sitting with those feelings, walking through them, and like letting them kind of pass through you. Because right now I think what's going on is each rejection sort of like adds junk to your inventory.
Yeah.
And you're not really like vendoring that junk. And so over time, like your subconscious is just cluttered with all this trash that is like, you know, and what you really need to do is vendor your junk. But I don't think you do that, because what you essentially do is you close the bag and
Mm.
that's your numbness. You just close your inventory. You're like, fuck, this is such a mess. Then you just close the inventory, and then you keep on trying to live life. And then you
Yeah.
don't have any like room for good shit in there because all the bad shit is filling up your subconscious. Subconscious actually works like that, by the way. Like if
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
filled
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
bad shit, there actually isn't room for good shit.
Good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I get that.
And so I think you've got to open up your bags and vendor some of that shit. So
Mm.
some of that can be through, we can try to talk a little bit further after this if you feel like it.
Mm.
You can see a therapist or something like that. Have you ever tried to see a therapist?
I have once, yeah, but didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's something worth kind of reconsidering.
Yeah.
The other thing is we have to try to fill in that pit. So we have to figure out like where did this lack of confidence and this sensitivity to rejection come from? I mean, I think the eczema honestly sounds like that would make someone pretty fucking sensitive to rejection.
Yeah.
To be like judged for like your face and someone call you an alien because your eyes are puffy,
Yeah.
like that sounds like it's a pretty bad fucking rejection.
Yeah. Pretty shitty.
And so it strikes me as a little bit odd that you feel like the feeling is actually different, but I'm going to respect that. I'm going to assume you're right because I think if you feel like it's not the same, it's not the same. You may have
Right.
more than one kind of rejection sensitivity.
Yeah.
One of them does feel to me, it makes sense though, because you said one of them feels like a lot more persecutory. And then the other sort of like, the job application thing doesn't feel like it's a personal insult. It feels like you're a cog in the wheel and you're just getting railroaded by the system.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And so I wonder if there's been a time in your life where you felt like you got railroaded by the system. Is that
Mm. Possibly, yeah. I'd say it could be a thing, yeah. I'm not. I'd say it could be, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, so what do you think about this kind of? So one strategy is to like kind of change a little bit, like recognize that gaming is actually going to be doing a lot of important stuff for your brain, and to try to catch those moments and to try to like actually expose yourself to a little bit more negative emotion. So that's
Right.
one option. Second option is you have to figure out where the source of this rejection sensitivity comes from and try to, cleanse that debuff.
Right. I'd say probably just like exposing myself to a little bit is probably like a bit of a better bet for me, I think.
Okay.
So I think that's something I'll try. It's just, yeah, just scary.
What's scary about it?
Well, exposing myself to kind of like the negativity and things like that.
Yeah. You want to try that here?
Like, like explain or
No, I mean, do you want to try it here?
yeah.
Okay. So close your eyes. Sit up straight. Okay, we're going to try it a different way. So, when was the last time that a rejection really hurt you? So it sounds like this last one wasn't that bad.
Yeah, no, this last one was never. It says probably around 3 months ago. I got a job interview, and it felt like it went well. And they said obviously said they like get in touch with me, and I mean I was quite excited for the job. Like I thought it was something that I could do. It was something that like helped me keep like healthy and on my feet and things like that.
Mhm.
And obviously I thought it went well. Like the interview was like really nice and things like that. And then just didn't hear anything. And it was just the fact that like I didn't get a no, that it just kind of like kept lingering,
Hmm.
and it just felt like as each day went past, like that sinking just like got worse and worse and worse.
Okay, so
It was
tell me
something that I
about
would have been
sinking.
sad for.
Where do you feel the sinking? Do you remember?
Definitely in the chest. Like it's just the feeling of thinking that something was gonna start doing well, and then it wasn't. Like you get on a high temporarily, and then you just like gradually feel the sinking like, consistently.
So it kind of feels like, an elevation followed by like a depression.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
a
pretty much.
disappointment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Have you had that feeling before? Like that kind of excitement in your chest followed by kind of like the sinking
Yeah.
feeling?
Yeah. Yeah. I've had quite a bit.
Can you tell me about a couple of times?
One of the ones was like a test in school. Like I used to do like drama and things like that, like acting,
Mhm.
and I thought I'd do well. And then like it's pretty much like kind of situations where I kind of amped myself up for thinking that I did well, and I didn't, like misguiding myself. And then another situation was pretty much similar to the last job one where I thought I did really well, and then ended up Like, I actually like, got a call for that one and thought they were just gonna say, yeah, you can start on like Tuesday or whatever, and they were just like, no, we've gone with someone
Hmm.
else. Like, like remember like the shadow, like the feeling of just like nothing.
Good.
Oh, okay.
What did the shatter feel like?
uh, Pretty much just like a quick sudden sink, like in movies when they just like fall through water,
Yeah.
like pretty much like that.
Why are you laughing?
I don't know. I think it's like a coping mechanism that I have.
What are you feeling right now?
I don't think it's like embarrassment. It's just it is a little bit uncomfortable like talking about this stuff, but I think
Where do you
that's
feel
why I
the
want to push for it.
discomfort?
Um, I'm not really sure. I
Good.
think it's kind of yeah
So
everywhere.
just focus. So tell me what it feels like.
It just feels quite shallow in my chest. Like
Like
can't
it's
really tell where like the surface is. It just quite feels like a little bit empty. I don't know.
okay. I want you to just focus in on that feeling. The shallowness of your chest, the emptiness of your chest. And now what's happening to the feeling?
It's kind of soothing over a little bit.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. You can even see it. You can see
Yeah.
the change come over you. Try to feel it. Soothing over it. What does that mean?
It's like I don't know. I get like a visual thing of like when they're like soothing the cement over bricks and they're like building something.
Okay. So you're kind of helping it out. It's
Yeah.
yeah. So let me ask you something. Is there a particular time where you felt that feeling of kind of shallowness or emptiness pretty profoundly?
Um, can't think of like any other like really specific situations.
Okay. How did you feel when your dad passed away?
Um, yeah, my yeah, I definitely felt the big sink. Like,
So go ahead.
yeah, it was kind of like a mixture of like panic and the shallow sinking feeling, like the instant like the thud.
What what about that situation? What was it? Were there thoughts that came with the shallow sinking feeling and the thud?
Yeah, because my mom gave me the call and I could just like hear like the distress and it just hit like I can't really capture the feeling of the moment, but
It's okay.
yeah, just like a big sink. I
So
felt very frantic, like I wanted to
sure.
be there, but yeah.
Yeah. Did you have I mean, I think it's, any parent passing away is very, very difficult. Is
Mm.
there something in the same flavor or color as what we've been talking about with your dad passing away?
I mean, the sinking feeling of that is quite similar to when I got the phone call for the not getting the job, but obviously on a much grander scale.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
And what so did that when your dad passed away, did you feel like I mean, does that feel like I know it's going to sound like a weird word, but I'm asking you literally, in your
Mm.
body does it feel like a rejection?
Yeah,
What do you think
yeah,
was it that got rejected?
but the losing the opportunity to show that I can do better,
Hmm.
I guess.
That's kind of interesting. I mean, oddly enough, Scott, I think that is the statement that you've made that feels the most full circle to me.
Mm.
Because I had kind of written down on my paper that there was fear of rejection, and what you're really wanting to do is like make people proud.
Mm.
Did you want to make your dad proud?
Yeah,
Was he
maybe I did.
proud?
I'd say it's certain things, I guess, but as a whole, I probably could have done a lot better. But yeah, not sure.
Hmm. Do you feel like you screwed up?
A little bit, yeah.
Now, help me understand. When you say a little bit, does that
A
actually
lot.
mean okay?
Yeah.
Because there could be other feelings there, right? So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, because it's completely reasonable for you to think that you didn't screw up that big because
yeah.
uh, I mean, who do you feel like you've let down?
Primarily him, because like I know that I could have done better, and it's just not living up to the potential that
Hmm.
I think I have inside me.
Mm-hmm. So now I'm going to ask you a question, Scott.
Hmm?
When you get rejected, I think that there are two parts of you. I think there's a part of you that feels like you have the potential to do great things, and
Hmm.
in a weird way. And now I'm going to be a little bit Freudian, okay? So you have to forgive me a little bit if this
That's
could
okay.
just be complete bullshit. So I want you to imagine that there are two versions of your dad, right?
Hmm.
The one who's not drunk and the one who's drunk. And then each of those versions in turn creates two versions of you.
Yep.
There's the dad who taught you how to play football, who played Final Fantasy with you. There's that guy. And so then there's also two Scotts.
Hmm.
There's the Scott who's confident in himself and knows he has potential. And then there's another Scott who is kind of unsure about what he's worth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And then I think that what maybe is very scary for you is that you're not sure which of those Scots is real.
Yeah,
And every time you get rejected, maybe it terrifies you a little bit that the one who's a failure is actually the real Scott.
yeah. That's pretty accurate.
Yeah, so I'm going to I just want you to sit with that thought for a second, okay? And I
Hmm.
want you to try to, how can I say this? Do you know how those two Scots feel different? What your experience of them is, or their experience of you? Because sometimes you're one Scott and sometimes you're the other Scott.
I guess because I guess I have moments of like confidence when I think I've done like if I thought like for after the interviews, for example, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that is that like an example of one Scott, and then the other is the other,
Maybe.
or
And I think what's really scary is that you start to believe that you're the successful Scott, and then
mm,
life shows you that actually that Scott is false and you're actually a piece of shit.
yeah,
Is that how it
yeah, I know.
feels?
Yeah, and I think that the sinking feeling is probably the transition, like the noticing moment.
So your road forward. So right now, which Scott do you feel like?
Uh, the piece of shit one.
Okay. And what does that feel like?
Disappointing
Okay. Physically.
and emotionally, but yeah.
Physically, how does it feel?
Oh, not good. Um, like I don't know how to explain it physically. I guess.
Is it something that you feel in a part of your body or your entire body?
Pretty much the entire body. I don't think it resides in one place.
It it it's pervasive, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want you to breathe into your body and then exhale. So as you breathe in, I want you to imagine vitality coming in and it's suffusing you. You can feel that breath throughout your entire body. And all of the sense of disappointment and failure that is just fills up every single cell in your body is getting jostled by that vitality. And as you breathe out, I want you to like squeeze that negativity out of you like you're twisting a wet rag. You're bringing in, so imagine that you're like a rag that's full of dirty water, and then you add clean water to it with each breath, and then you wring it out. So a lot of dirt leaves, but there's still a lot of dirt that remains. And so with each breath, you're adding more clean water. And with each cycle, with each exhalation, you're wringing out more dirt. Good. Now transition to the nose.
A bit hard for my nose
Okay,
because it's
then go ahead and stick with your mouth then. Good. What are you feeling?
cleaner.
Good. So I want you to do 3 more breaths like that, and then let your breathing return to normal. Good. And now, Scott, I want you to listen. So I want you to understand that successful Scott and failure Scott are both false. That fundamentally, you're not dirty water and you're not clean water. That's like successful Scott and failure Scott. What you actually are is the rag. That's the real you. And in order for you to really move past this, what you really need to let go is not just the sense of disappointment. The sense of disappointment is something that you buy yourself when you have the what?
When I have the, I don't know, confidence or the...
Absolutely. As bizarre as that sounds. Right? So this is the really, really tricky thing. Is that when you have the expectation or hope or confidence for success, that's like the casting bar for the actual spell of disappointment. You're building it up with the confidence, and then when your spell cast finishes, you're going to launch that fireball or frostbolt or whatever, right? And so what you really need to do is take a step back from both of those things and just try to be like, so take a snapshot. Like, how do you feel right now?
A lot more tranquil, I guess. Like I feel.
Are you successful right now?
I mean, more so than I was like an hour ago. I feel a lot more like I understand the situation a lot more.
So I agree with you that you understand the situation. Are you successful?
No.
Good. Are you a failure?
Yes. A little bit.
A little bit, okay. But less so than before, right?
Yeah.
You feel like a failure in this moment.
Yes.
Okay. So I want you to try to notice that feeling of failure is not actually you, but is something that fills your cells. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah.
So it's like you still have a bunch of crap that you need to vendor. We're not going to cure you yet. It's not like you can just click one button and sell all your trash. But I want you to notice what has changed in you. So you've shed a little bit of failure, but you have not gained a little bit of success. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it opens up more space for success, though.
Sure. But what I really want you to notice is that so far you have thought that when you reduce failure, success comes. It's a seesaw.
Right.
Right? But you're not actually any more successful. You've just stepped off of the seesaw a little bit, so it has less up and down.
Yeah.
And the more that you can understand, like the more you can become closer to what you are now, and I see that you still feel the failure pretty profoundly. So I think you've got to do this kind of practice, like this visualization of like wringing out the dirt. That's really what you've got to do. I think the better off you're going to feel.
Right.
And when it comes to applying for a job, it sounds like you apply for how many jobs per month?
Mm, 2, 3.
Yeah. So I think that this is where what you also need to do is each one of those, what happens is like you enter the cycle of success or failure with each job that you apply to.
Yeah,
Does that make it does that make sense? So
that does.
actually what you need to do is if you're going to apply for 3 jobs a month, so be it, but apply to them all at the same time.
Okay.
What do you think that's going to do?
It's. I feel like if it does it all at once, it just. I don't know what like the actual feeling would be, but it'd feel a little more relieving, I guess. But
Yeah, why?
I don't know if it like gets it out of the way, or if I get the surge of
So
positivity, or
what I
yeah.
hope it does for you is it depersonalizes the process. This
Okay.
is the other really, really, really big thing you need to do, Scott. You need to
Mm.
depersonalize this process of finding a job. Right now, your value as a human being is tied to a particular job outcome. Does that make
Mm-hmm.
sense? Your value as a
Yeah.
person is determined by whether you get the job or you don't get the job.
Right.
As you apply for more jobs in a shorter period of time, you become uncoupled from the job process.
Right.
So practically, I think it'll be better for you to apply to more jobs faster.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah,
tell
I
me
can see that.
what's happening to the shallowness or emptiness in your chest. How's that doing?
It feels pretty patched up, or like soothed over, I guess.
Okay. Now, good. So I think you just did a little bit. You just cast a flash heal.
Yeah.
You can open your eyes whenever you're ready. Good. I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better.
Yeah.
Has this been helpful? Not helpful?
Yeah,
It's
yeah, for
okay.
sure.
When you
Yeah,
say
no, for sure.
for sure, why?
It gave me more realization of like the not necessarily the root of the problem, but like the cause, I guess, like the multiple things, and made me identify those a bit better, which
What
is good because I think I can learn from that or improve
what
from that
have
at
you
least.
identified?
That how to explain it? That
So Scott, I think you do a fabulous job of explaining when you think you do a bad job.
right. um that I understand like the what I actually feel about like success and things like that. I feel like I need to just do things rather than think about them more and wallow on them a bit.
Yep.
So
Very
I feel
good.
like that's one thing that what like games have helped a lot with. It's just it helps to wallow it out a bit, I guess. But
It helps you what?
like mellow it out.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know. Words are hard.
Yeah, they are. So I think that that's actually really good. So I think when you say mellowed out, so I think another way that I would describe that is like depersonalization,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
so like you need to like I was saying earlier, remove yourself from the equation, and much like you're questing in WoW, like when you're doing Stranglethorn Vale, is that right?
Yep.
When you're
Yeah.
doing Stranglethorn Vale, like do you take one quest at a time and go out and do it?
No, you grab multiple. Do them in
Why?
the area. It's more efficient.
Okay, so like what about your job seeking process?
Yeah,
How
that
many
would be
applications?
more efficient if I do them all at once.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So this is the last crazy thing I'll leave with you is I think you can actually learn a lot from video games. I think that a lot of the gamers that I work with, when I actually help, I feel like I've unleashed them into some environments. Like I've set them up with things like internships and things like that in the past. Sometimes
Yeah.
with startups and even at places like there's a really good university in Boston called Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And my
Mm.
favorite thing to do with gamers that I work with in Boston is to set them up at MIT
Mhm.
or in MIT's incubator, which is like their entrepreneurship sort of thing. So you'll get like
Okay.
PhD students at MIT. And then if I stick a gamer who has no job experience, if I just drop them in one of those internships, they actually do a phenomenal job. So I think a
Huh.
lot of their very analytical thinking and a lot of the way that they problem solve and stuff is actually very, very helpful. And the other
Yeah.
interesting thing is that they tend to be very, very dedicated. So
Yeah.
I know you grind WoW for 18 to 20 hours a day. I've dropped people in internships who will work for 20 hours a day and they absolutely love it and they do a
Yeah.
phenomenal job. So I think that you can absolutely learn things from World of Warcraft. You can learn
Mm.
how to be efficient. You can learn how to, you can learn a lot.
Mm.
And overall, Scott, I really do wish you the best of luck. Um, I'm kind of I'm satisfied with where we are. How do you feel?
I say satisfied is a good word for it. I I feel yeah satisfied. Like I liked this experience a lot.
You use the word a lot. Help me understand that.
I this will fuel me. Like this will help me a lot. Like it the whole applying for a lot at once makes a lot more sense when I visualize it in like a different light,
Mm-hmm.
which is one thing I always kind of had struggle with. Just like yeah, that kind of thing. Um, yeah, I'd say it's yeah, very very satisfied.
Good. I'm glad. So I think that one of the things I'm noticing about you is I don't think you have a whole lot of emotional expression, which I think has to do with some of your numbness. So
Mm,
it's you're saying a lot, but you look basically the same as when I first saw you.
true.
So it's hard for me to gauge what your response has been without
Yeah,
words because usually I mean
yeah.
because I think in some ways I think you really are kind of emotionally like um pretty
Numb.
yeah like pretty like your emotional like wavelength is actually pretty flat, right?
Yeah,
So like your
yeah. I'd say
emotions have
so.
been like this.
Mm,
And so it's useful. I mean it's helpful for me to hear that this has been helpful and I really hope it has been helpful. Keep us
yeah,
posted on how
yeah,
you're doing. And
yeah.
any questions before we wrap up for the day?
No, I think I'm pretty good. I think it was amazing. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, man. Good luck, dude.
Cheers. You have a
Take
good one.
care. Okay. So, emotions don't help you grind. Wow. Yeah. That's why you get rid of them, man. Who needs emotions when you're grinding? Wow. So, let me ask you guys a quick question. Did y'all follow that meditation? I guess I should have Oh yeah, so people are asking did he have some amount of alexithymia? He had a ton of alexithymia. Okay. So, yes, no kinda. Okay. Um let me just think. Okay, so let's just do a little bit of Nadi Shuddhi. Let's do some alternate nostril breathing. Okay, so I should have. You're a sociopath. How do you gain empathy? I'm not sure that you're a sociopath. I think just because you have a lack of empathy or emotional numbness doesn't mean you're a sociopath. So not feeling things doesn't necessarily that's a symptom. That's not a diagnosis, right? So a diagnosis is sociopathy, but there are all kinds of other reasons why you may not have empathy. Burnout, alexithymia, all kinds of things. Okay. So Nadi Shuddhi. Okay. Or Nadi Shodhana. So So this is alternate nostril breathing. So we'll do this again. So I want you guys to do this. Okay. Actually, there's a good question here, so I'm going to expand on it a little bit. So someone asks, can you expand on the alcoholic parents and gaming addiction thing? Yeah. So starting in 2015, I started working with gamers, right? So that was about 5 years ago now. One of the most surprising things that I discovered was that like about 30% of the gamers that I've worked with, over maybe like 200 or 300 or 400 gamers, that sounds kind of high. Probably lower than that. But of the ones that I worked with individually, which was maybe like 100 or 200, I'd say like a third of them had actually alcoholic parents, or one parent who was alcoholic. And I was just very, very surprised, because I had always thought of gaming addiction as like an individual dopamine kind of thing. Like, it's about the dopamine in your brain and stuff like that. It really has nothing to do with, having alcoholic parents. So there are 2 or 3 hypotheses. One is that, if you're prone to addiction in your brain, whether it be alcohol or another substance, maybe the biological vulnerability to alcohol in some way translates to a biological vulnerability to video game addiction, right? So some people say they have a quote unquote addictive personality. I don't really quite buy that sort of sense, but I think it's complicated. So one option is that there's a biological predisposition that is genetically inherited to be addicted from one substance to be addicted to another substance. Now, I don't really hold too much to that theory, because what we do know from genetic inheritance is that like being addicted to alcohol, like, so if you have a predisposition for alcoholism, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get addicted to heroin. So like addiction is substance specific. So you have alcoholism that runs in families, and you have like opiate addiction that runs in families, and that people also have a quote unquote drug of choice. So the question is, why do people have a drug of choice? Like biologically, why is it that some people get addicted to alcohol and some people get addicted to opiates and some people get addicted to marijuana? Some people get addicted to meth. Like, why do people get addicted to different things? Why aren't substances like just more or less addictive, And so the individuality, it turns out, is born in neuroscience. So our euphoria, like which substance creates a sense of euphoria in our brain, is actually like dependent on our biology. So some people, like our brain sort of lights up like a Christmas tree. With some people with alcohol, some people with opiates, some people with marijuana, some people with methamphetamine, some people with video games, some people with other things. So there is a biological component, but that they seem to be specific to the substance. So what I believe, so that is kind of like a counter argument to like a genetic predisposition from alcohol to video game addiction. What I think makes a lot more sense, there may be some component, in fact, there probably is. But what I think is a lot more accurate is when I talk to people, they actually have this pattern quite commonly, which is that they just fundamentally are like not confident in the person that they are. And you can kind of like, with many people, I'll sort of dig into things like bullying and stuff like that. But like, I mean, everyone fucking gets bullied. Come on. Like most people get bullied. And not everyone turns into a video game addict, or at least not of this severity. So the question is like, why do you turn into a video game addict? And my sense is that, you need a bigger tank for like a bigger boss. And the bigger your pit is, the more planks that you need to cover it. And so people who get very, very addicted to video games have actually like a bigger pit, or they're dealing with like more and more uncertainty. And if you think about it, what does a video game give you? It gives you certainty. Like WoW why do people play WoW over and over and over and over again? It's because it's the same damn thing every single time. There's no uncertainty. So you can be confident in what happens with WoW. That's the way the game is designed. It's like you can be confident in what happens. And so I think that this issue of lack of confidence about how the way the world works is very common with gamers. And so uncertainty becomes very, very like damaging to them. And what do I mean by that? There are a lot of people who, like, let me just give you an example of how uncertainty is completely unacceptable for gamers. Gamers will avoid doing anything unless they're sure it's going to help them. Just think about this for a second. I'm not going to apply to a fucking job unless I know I'm going to get it. I'm not going to apply to school unless I know I'm going to get in. I'm not going to ask someone out unless I know they say yes. So just think about that. You have an aversion, and most people are not like that, right? Like most people like basically understand that not everything is going to work out for you. So the question is, why are gamers so averse to uncertainty? And I think it's because some of them grow up in an environment where like there's very little order. And so you learn how to like get really scared of like disorder, and you start gravitating towards like order any place that you can find it. And what a video game really gives you is like order, because in a game you know what you're going to get. And the thing that paralyzes gamers so much from moving forward is a sense of uncertainty about what the outcome is. So they would rather see, this is what happens every time. Is this working? Okay. So every time I say something profound, either Discord cuts out or Twitch stops streaming or I knock out. Yeah. So let me explain something to you. Gamers would rather... How can I say this? They would rather waste all of their hours... How can I say this? You're completely fine wasting time playing video games with a 0% chance of success. You'd rather do that than have a 50% chance of success and waste time doing something that like may not work out. Right? Like gamers are more comfortable with a 0% chance of success than they are with like a 50% chance of success. It's fucking weird. It's bizarre. Right? You would rather waste your time playing video games all day long rather than waste your time on an application that may not work out. You would rather give yourself a 0% chance of success and waste your life rather than do something that may lead to success, but you're not going to choose that. You fucking hate it. It's bizarre. You'd think that human beings would choose the thing that leads to the greatest probabilistic chance of success, which is that apply to a lot of things. But bizarrely, that's not how we work. We're like, no, screw that. If there's a chance it's not going to work, I'd rather not do it at all, and I'm going to waste all my time over here instead. Give me a 100% chance for a 0 success as opposed to a 50% chance for 50% success. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a weird mathematical formula, but that's what I've observed. Right? It's bizarre. And I don't know where exactly this comes from, but I think it has something to do fundamentally with the way that we're wired. And I think that has something fundamentally to do with the way that we're raised. So we're taught to be like very, very scared of disorder from a young age. And if you think about what confidence is, the definition of confidence is being able to face uncertainty, right? That's what confidence is. Gamers are not interested in confidence. You guys don't want confidence. What you want is guarantees. And we conflate those two, right? We say that like a guarantee, like no. Guarantees and confidence are at opposite ends of the spectrum. The more guarantees you have, the less confident you need to be. And so like this is really bizarre, but you guys actually don't want confidence. You don't look for confidence. You want a scenario where confidence is unnecessary. That's what you look for. And that's what paralyzes you. Because fundamentally, that's not possible. Newsflash. The world is full of uncertainty. But here comes fucking video games. And they come to your brain and they're like, hey, brain, you guys don't need to deal with uncertainty. You can get progress and accomplishment if you do this. You can come to me and you can play every single day and you can get progress and accomplishment and pride and a sense of growth without dealing with any of that uncertainty. And then your brain is like, well, fuck. I'm not going to deal with uncertainty. Like, screw that. Let me get everything that I need with a guarantee. Like, I'll take the guarantee over the uncertainty any day of the week. And that's what I think is going on. So I think that what you guys really need to do is understand that, like, life, if you want to move forward in life, what you should really do is embrace uncertainty. That uncertainty is how you move forward. So I think a lot of my success has been through actually choosing the uncertain path over the certain path. It's walking away from opportunities, not taking them. So when I have like a set job to, be a clinician at Harvard Medical School, and they're going to give me that job, and it's going to be a great job, and then you walk away. And if I hadn't walked away from that job, I mean, I'm still clinical faculty, so I still teach. But if I hadn't walked away from the job, Healthy Gamer wouldn't exist today, because I wouldn't have had time, because I would have been an employee with a boss. So walking away from great opportunities and facing uncertainty, I think, is a wonderful way to move forward in life. But you've got to understand that, like, it's going to be a shit show. Like, I didn't know that Healthy Gamer was going to happen, right? So, like, you're not going to know. And this is the other crazy thing, is that you guys try to create so many expectations about what you want your life to be that you guys don't even grasp that your brain does not even know what you're capable of. Think about that for a second. When you think about what your future can hold, you are such a poor judge for like what you're capable of because you have so little experience in the real world. And this is the big problem, is you guys all aim way too low. Like I'm telling you guys, I will take a 26-year-old who has never had a job in his life, and I will drop him in an MIT startup. And he will do phenomenal with no work experience. He'll just learn. He'll go on Wiki, and like he'll go on Wikipedia, and he'll like learn how to code, and he'll learn how to problem solve, and he'll learn data and statistics, because that's what you guys do, right? Like if you look at Scott plays WoW for 20 hours a day. He knows the game in and out. And like if you guys get challenged and you stop caring about like guarantees of success, and you can just abandon all that crap. And this is what I was telling Scott, is like, in terms of the dirty water and the clean water, you guys are so concerned about success and failure. You guys are neither of those things. You're the rag. If you just abandon the idea of success and failure and you just do something, the results have like almost always been amazing. some people haven't done well, but I haven't been disappointed in them, even if they don't do well. So anyway, it is difficult to find something you actually enjoy doing, though. Yes, I completely agree. It is difficult to find something that you actually enjoy. The problem is that most people their search for things that they enjoy happens up here instead of with their hands. You guys, you don't find what you enjoy, you think about what you may enjoy, and you let that control whether you act. Think about it for a second. Where do you make the determination about what you are going to enjoy? Do you make it up here, or do you make it in the outside world? And how good of a judge is this depending on what you're going to enjoy? Think about it. Right? So this is exactly what I'm saying. You guys, in terms of the solution space that you create for yourself, it is so narrow because you guys have no idea what you enjoy. You have no clue because you guys don't do anything. You live in here. And that's not just a bad, like in this case, it's a bad thing, but this is what I'm telling you guys. You guys have spent so much time living in here that like we live in a world where like this working really well is actually the most important part of your success in the real world. This. And so if you actually find yourself in a job that you enjoy, this shit is leveled up so much that you guys are going to do an amazing job because you've leveled this up. The problem is this can't fix everything. So you just need to level up your like IRL skills a little bit and then unleash. That's really the best word that I can think of. I feel like I'm unleashing gamers into like certain areas. It's like they're like a fucking tornado and they just own it. One last story I'll share with you guys, okay? I was taking a class called Value-Based Healthcare at Harvard Business School. So this is a class where there were 100 or so physicians throughout the Harvard Medical School training program who took a class, so Harvard Andy, and I'm using this phrase for a reason, right? At HBS. So these are a bunch of fucking tryhards who are very accomplished. And we had an assignment. The assignment was optimize patient flow through a urology clinic. So urology is like the subspecialty of medicine that deals with the genital tract and also like, the urogenital tract. Sorry, not genital tract, but urogenital. So it's like urine stuff, like bladder, urethra, all that kind of stuff. They also deal with like erectile dysfunction and stuff like that. And so like they have some procedures, right? So that sometimes they have to like inject dyes and take x-rays and stuff like that. So they have patients that come to urology clinic, and it's like kind of complicated. It's not like psychiatry where you come in, you just talk to someone, and then you leave. You have to like get prepped by a nurse. The doctor has to do a procedure. Some people need procedures. Some people don't need procedures. Some people need prep. Some people don't need prep. So it's like a complicated situation where you don't know what the patient's needs are. So you don't know how many nurses do you need? How many doctors do you need? How many rooms do you need? How many rooms with equipment do you need? How many like offices do you need for just consultations where you talk about medications? It's kind of complicated. So our task was to optimize flow through a urology clinic. So I log on to Discord and I turn to a couple of buddies of mine who are all neats. I'm like, hey guys, I have this task. Like, do you guys want to help me try to figure this out? And I send them the case. It's like a case study. So they work on the case and they come back with solutions. They're like, oh, you should do this, this, and this. This is what I think you should do. I'm like, great. Next day I go to class, or next week I go to class. And then, the professor's like, what do you guys think you should do to optimize flow? And then I have my plagiarized answers from my buddies on Discord. I raise my hand and I say, I think we should do this, this, and this. Professor's like, fantastic. Those are all wonderful ideas. Like, I'm telling you guys, crazy. Right? So what gamers are good at is if you give them a system and you tell them to optimize a system, they're good at that. Because think about what you've trained yourself to do. You optimize WoW, you optimize Fortnite, you optimize League of Legends, you optimize Dota, you optimize Final Fantasy Tactics, you optimize all kinds of stuff. You guys are great at optimizing. And all you have to do is just do you guys realize like how bad people are at optimizing things in the real world? Like, people do stupid stuff all the time. Like, it's just mind-numbingly dumb. And it feels mind-numbingly dumb to me because I'm an optimizer. Like, you guys know what min-maxing in D&D is? Like, we're good at min-maxing. If you guys are good at min-maxing, you're going to be good at, like, other stuff in the real world, too. You just need the social skills, and you need to, like, apply for the job to where people don't think you're an asshole when you tell them that you're doing something dumb. And you can actually help a lot of people because most people don't think like we do. So games train us to think in terms of efficiency. Most people do one side quest at a time. They actually don't batch their side quests and do like a circuit of Stranglethorn Vale. It's not how they live life. Right? And you have like whole degrees and stuff that are devoted to like fixing operations and like streamlining operations and stuff like that. And I'm not saying that you guys are as good as formal education, but you'd be surprised. So I took a guy that I was working with, and hopefully he's not watching, but I told him that I wanted to do economic analysis on esports. So I told him that I want to publish a paper about which esports are the most lucrative and which esports are the hardest to break into. Guys, he's never done anything like this before. I show him some data and I'm like, hey, like this is how, like, do you know how to use Excel? He's like, sort of. And I'm like, oh, okay, like, so this is what you do and this is how you run the analysis. Here's the analysis for one sport. I want you to take this and do 9 other esports. He's like, okay. And sure enough, he does a great job. So don't underestimate what you're capable of. I mean, you guys do, but that's just because you don't, I mean, of course you're going to underestimate what you're capable of because you have no experience, so your estimation is going to suck. So go get yourself out there, try something. And just try something. You'll be amazed at what you're capable of. You just fucking try. And the other thing is that, like, Scott's applying for one job every 2 weeks. Like, that's not how you get a job. You got to apply for like 100 jobs over the course of 3 months. That's how you get a job. And then the other problem is, like, you guys are applying for one job every 2 weeks. So like the likelihood that you're going to get a job that you enjoy is going to be low because you only have one option. So you guys are concerned. I say you guys, I mean, this sounds like a fucking boomer talking to you. Yeah! So just think about this for a second. A lot of gamers feel like they need to find a job. You guys don't need to find a job. Finding a job is dumb. I don't think you should find a job. I think you should find 5 jobs, and then I think you should pick the best one. But that's not the way that you think, and that's not the way that you act. You guys are so concerned about finding a job that you doom yourself to finding a shitty one. You should get 5 jobs. You should increase the number of places you apply by 100. And then you should be selective about what you want. You guys think that life is not giving you anything, so you're willing to take the table scraps from your shitty efforts and instead, like, put forth some effort and then get something that you enjoy doing. It's actually doable. It's not that crazy, but that's just not how we think. Like, apply for wait. Like, you guys get this? Your problem is not you need a job. Your problem is like you should get like 30 offers of acceptance. And then the other problem that you guys make is when you get a job, what do you stop doing? You stop applying. That's dumb. That's just so dumb. Why would you stop applying for jobs just because you have one? You're completely missing the point. You don't know what you're going to like 2 weeks from now. Sorry. I'm not, I'm the same, I was the same way. So this is the way that I think now. It's like, just pause and think about this, right? So like, don't accept, how can I say this? Don't accept the walkthrough that the boomer generation has given you. Create your own walkthrough, because the walkthrough from the boomer generation, which is they say, hey kid, you don't have a job, you need a job. That walkthrough doesn't work for us. That's why the world is like, that's why everything is shit. Because the boomers gave us a walkthrough and they're like, this is how you be successful in life. That walkthrough doesn't work anymore. We've got to come up with our own solutions. And our own solutions are going to be different. And we don't have to work hard. Like, their walkthrough is like, work hard and you'll be successful in life. That's a dumb walkthrough. Don't do that. I'm lazy. You guys are lazy. That's fine. Like, the solution is not apply for one job, get one job, and then work your ass up to a management position even though you don't like it. What I'm saying is front load your work so you can be a lazy asshole down the road. Find the job in IT where your bosses don't understand what you do. Where they don't understand like that you can write a script to do your job for you and you can sit there in the back and just like run your script to automate things. Like, people don't understand that you can run scripts to do things. They think that like stuff has to be done manually, like data entry that gets done manually. Right? And then like the cool thing about that is once you realize, like, I want you guys to try to optimize and maximize your laziness. All you guys, sorry for saying all you guys. All you guys are like, oh, I'm so lazy. I'm so undisciplined. Like, yeah. So don't try to change. Don't try to be something that you're not. This is where the Eastern philosophy. Be what you are. Oh. Be present. Accept who you are. Oh. Enlightenment, yoga, Buddha. Oh. Be where you are. You guys need to really listen to that for a second. It's not for yoga hippies, it's for you. What that means is be lazy. Be lazy. Try to be the laziest person that you can. But make it work for you. Don't try to be, don't do the boomer walkthrough. Don't do the boomer walkthrough. Don't work hard. That's not the way you become successful. The way you become successful is by adding value, not adding effort. Think about this for a second, okay? What is value? How do we define value? Does anybody know? What is the mathematical definition of value? How do you define value? No, incorrect. Value equals value. Incorrect. Isn't value and effort the same? Absolutely incorrect. Value is the result. It is. It's on one side of the equal sign. What is on the other side of the equal sign? Work divided by time? Incorrect. Output minus input? Sort of. Value equals time? No. No. See, this is the basic yeah, so I'm seeing a couple of people get it. Effort over time. Sort of. You guys are getting closer. I'll tell you. So value equals yield divided by effort. Right? High value things give you a lot of stuff for a little investment. That's the definition of value. So like if we think about like, oh, a high value pair of shoes gives me a lot of walked miles divided by the cost of the shoes. Just think about that for a second. Value, so high value in healthcare. So there's like this value-based healthcare delivery course that I was telling you guys about. What is value in healthcare is like amount of sickness improved divided by cost of delivering care. Do you guys get that? So it's like yield divided by cost. And so if you guys want to have high value, what that means is that your effort can be low. That's the goal. So if you guys are lazy, that's perfectly acceptable. Optimize that. In fact, all of healthcare in the US right now is trying to become lazier. They're trying to reduce the cost or the effort that you put in and get more out of the like clinical outcomes that you receive. Does that make sense? So be lazy. Just figure out how to make laziness work. Don't try to not be lazy. Dumb. Sorry for calling you guys dumb, but it is dumb. It's like dumb. I was dumb. I mean, I'm still dumb, probably. Like 10 years from now, I'm going to be saying something else about how stupid I was before. I was like, oh, I was so dumb. Like, I was telling people to be lazy. Like, how fucking dumb is that? So grow. Fine. Let's say grow. So I encourage you guys to challenge yourself about thinking about, like, how can you be as lazy as possible? This is your homework for today. Okay? And think about how many jobs do you need to apply to maximize your laziness? Think about that. The more jobs you apply to, does that increase your capacity to be lazy over the next year or decrease the capacity to be lazy over the next year? Right? So think about it. Answer is 0. Fine. Effort equals 0, values infinity. Absolutely. Just be homeless. No, don't just be homeless. That's dumb. I mean, if you are homeless, that's unfortunate. I'm not calling you stupid, but what I'm saying is that, like, just think a little bit about how you're living your life and think about if you can live it differently. Because I still maintain that most of change in life, I know this sounds crazy, is not through effort. I mean, it does require effort, but it's not through work. So I think the effort is actually up here. I think the effort is an increase in intentionality. So I sketched out, like, anyway, I'm going to get off on another tangent. I got to stop. So I'm sorry that we don't have time for meditation, but I want you guys to just think about what we've talked about today and try to think about how to apply it to your own life. Like, actually, like, stop and reflect on it. Think about how can you insert these principles into your own life and whether they apply to you or not. And one of the biggest lessons that I learned is that I know that we're all about procrastinating and, like, not, like, pushing back things. But generally speaking, if you really want to be lazy in life, the solution is to front load your work for an optimal, like, setup down the road. That's really what it's about. Right? So all these people who, like, bought Alterac Valley, like, they're doing it right. Like, you don't think that you can bot real life? Like, you can absolutely bot real life. Absolutely do things that increase your efficiency and, like, make it, like, a lot of people are working for stuff and you can just automate it. Right? So, like, we've automated a lot of stuff recently. We're trying to create workflows and you try to think about it. That balance seems very hard to find. You're very right. It is very hard to find. So, I forgot for a second. If it's hard to do, you guys are just not going to do it, right? Hard and impossible can be the same to a gamer. I'll leave you guys with that thought. And take care, guys. So we're going to try to focus on this webinar, a couple of things. So, by the way, a lot of this stuff, for those of you who have supported us, we are very, very grateful. So we're going to try to turn some of that into a webinar. And yeah, I think right now I don't know exactly how the cost structure is going to work. I think we're going to try to make it free. Hopefully I don't shoot myself in the foot for that. We're going to see if there's some way that we can swing a suggested donation, or maybe have people just support us through Patreon or something like that. We really don't want to charge for it. We may have to. And if we do charge for it, it's going to be, like, super cheap. But it's just, we're going to have to figure out what our investment is and things like that. But I think we're getting a lot of support through stream, so I'm really, really grateful for that. And our hope is to try to build this content. Definitely what's coming out is YouTube videos on a lot of this stuff. So I have, there's one, I'll just share with you one thing that I'm thinking about. Oh yeah, so I want to do a video about this. What's the difference between half-assing something and doing something good enough? And what's the difference between waste and sacrifice? Right? So that's something that we're doing a video about. Does that make sense? Like, think about that for a second. Lots of answers, lots and lots of answers. So what's the difference between half-assing something and doing something good enough? And what's the difference between waste and sacrifice? Right? So think about this stuff. And then the next question is it important to understand what the difference between these two things are? That's even a more important question. So these questions that I ask, like, what's the value of me like asking this stuff? What do you think? Do you think it'll change? I mean, I hope that it'll change your life. And I hope it'll change your life because you'll understand the difference between those two things. And hopefully you'll do one instead of the other. And like, so my life has been changed through like answering questions like this. Like, I really want y'all to understand this. My life has not been changed through working harder. It's been changed through like understanding concepts and systems. And that's like a no-brainer, right? Like if you guys see, if you see like speed runs, like someone who does a speed run doesn't work harder than someone who plays the game at a slow pace. What's the difference between a speed run and like a noob who plays the game? In fact, the noob exerts a lot more effort, right? Like what? Exactly. Proficiency, optimization, knowledge. That is the difference. And the funny thing is that the speedrunner actually beats the game in a fraction of the time as the noob. And so just think about that. Knowledge is sufficient to actually change your life for the better. Absolutely. You cannot teach experience. I completely agree. But I can ask you guys questions and you can reflect on them and then you can gain understanding. I can't teach understanding either. I can give you information. And that's part of the reason that what I try to do is ask questions and make statements that are provocative from a thinking perspective. Because my goal here is not to teach you. My goal here is to make you think. Because I can give you guys all the answers and it's not going to change you. Like the goal is for you to think, because that also has to do with behavioral change and how the brain works and stuff like that. Right? I'm not asking you guys to memorize multiplication tables. I'm asking you guys to learn how to multiply. And I can demonstrate multiplication tables. I cannot teach you how to multiply. Multiplication is something you have to learn and understand on your own. Right? Do you guys get that? I can't transmit the knowledge of multiplication to you as a concept. That's the goal. Hey, Paul.
Hey.
How are you? Let me just actually see if... Can you guys hear Paul? Is he quiet? He sounds quiet to me. Say something, Paul?
Oh, am I? It shouldn't be. Hello?
Hey, man.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure if there would be a next time, but there is a next time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know if there's going to be a next time. We actually don't know. I don't know if there's going to be a next time.
No. I kind of got the sense you don't know who's coming on until like an hour before.
Yeah. That's exactly how it works. And there was
Right.
some talk about whether I should prepare for this. And I concluded, after thinking about it, I thought that preparing for it is probably a bad idea.
Right.
How have you been doing?
Things are mostly the same.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I mean, oh, that's what you expected, huh?
Well, I mean, because so I think the irony here is we were talking about you, starting to date again or interacting with other people and things like that.
Yeah.
And so I was just kind of thinking about, irrespective of whether you were transformed and had become a new person, it's like basically impossible for you to have a girlfriend today. Not because you haven't been transformed, but because of the coronavirus and probably everything is like, I know you're in the UK and things have been pretty active there, but
I don't think that's really been the main reason I haven't got a girlfriend, if I'm perfectly honest.
Yeah.
It might certainly slow things down, maybe, but I don't think I was on that like fast track anyway.
Good. I don't think you were either. I think it's an unreasonable expectation.
Yeah. Yeah.
So tell me about last time we talked. Like how was that for you?
I did the reflecting, right? So
Good.
you know,
Excellent.
it's definitely there's definitely advantages to the fact that it's recorded because obviously you can watch it as much as you want. I don't think I did that more than like once, maybe twice. Probably once, and then like with bits of clips thrown in there. But one thing that occurred to me is that I was a bad patient last time.
Why?
So let me explain this a little bit. So I obviously coming on a second time, my anxiety about it is not anywhere near as bad as it was the first time. The last time I had a double anxiety. I had the anxiety about coming on and publicly exposing my foibles and potentially saying something. I guess I still have that to a lesser degree because I mean I could say something and that I might forever regret. Who knows? Hopefully not. So that to a lesser degree. And then the thing that I still have this time as well is like the anxiety of getting the most out of our limited time together. Because the first time I came on, I didn't know there'd be a second time. And this is the second time I'm coming on. I don't know there's going to be a third time. So there's a huge anxiety about like wanting to make the most of every moment, right? Because you don't know how many of these moments you're going to get. And it feels like very precious time. And that was part of what fucked me up so much last time. Because and someone in Twitch chat actually said it. Someone was really switched on. He said, this didn't go the way that guy expected it to at all. And he was absolutely right. So part of that anxiety manifests itself in me having like a bunch of conversations with you before I ever met you, which is incredibly counterproductive, but it's sort of just a product of the anxiety. Like I can't stop it. It just happens. Sure. So in what I'm trying to say is in my effort to try and keep things on track, I actually ended up doing the opposite. Because I didn't know what the right track even looked like. You did, but I didn't. And I was trying to keep us on track and in so doing was fucking it all up. So I just hope that this time I can be a better patient.
What makes you think I have any idea what track we're supposed to go on?
Well, if you don't, then we're both lost, you know, like
But
if your claim is that you can fix me, then
when have I claimed that?
Well, was it fix? I guess it was just to help me. I guess it wasn't to fix necessarily, but either way, let's say your claim is that you can help me. I would think that you would then have.
My claim isn't even that I can help you.
Was it not? I thought it was. I thought we were clear.
My claim was that I think I can help you.
Okay.
My claim is also that I'm going to try to help you. But there's a big difference between I think I can do something, I can do something, and I'm going to try to do something, and I can do something.
Oh, right. I guess the devil's in the details then.
No, I mean, that's not the devil. That's the essence of it, right? So, like, there's a big difference between having an expectation of what I'm capable of and trying. Like, there's a big difference between trying and having an expectation.
All right. So just so that I'm clear.
I think you did fine last time, for what it's worth.
Well, divided opinion on that one, I guess. But in any case, I'm still going to try to do better this time by not trying to like oversteer things.
Okay.
I mean, you expressed frustration in being in a loop last time or something.
Sure.
So,
is it okay for me to be frustrated?
God, with a philosophical question.
It's not a philosophical question. I'm not asking if frustration...
Intuitively, you imagine that frustration is a negative thing. And
exactly.
You wouldn't want
That's why I'm asking, because I don't want to just start with our intuitive conclusions. I want us to understand whether we want to accept what our intuition tells us. Beautifully put, Paul.
I would like us to have a wonderful time together without the frustration.
Okay. That's not what I'm looking for here.
Okay.
So I don't think that I do this to have a wonderful time. If I wanted to have a wonderful time, I'd make myself a cup of tea and I'd play Jedi Knight or Jedi Fallen Order. That's what I do when I want to have a wonderful time. Or I'd take a bath with some eucalyptus and something else, Epsom salts that I purchased at the grocery store today, and I would just chill. So
you have wonderful times figured out.
Yeah, absolutely. And so let's just think a little bit. Is it okay for me to get frustrated in a conversation with you?
Since you're asking me, I guess it is. But, you know, the average person doesn't even ask that. I just assume that if they're frustrated, and I tend to be, and I imagine I'm probably right most of the time, that if someone is frustrated while talking to me, I've done a bad job of conversing with that person, or at least, you know, especially if I didn't diffuse it, or especially if I continue to exacerbate it. I don't know. I envy the conversations you have with like some of the other guests that have been on, where you tell them how much you enjoy the conversation, and I didn't get that from you. All I got from you was that you were frustrated with me at one point, and that feels bad. That feels like I didn't do as well as they did, or something. I don't
Okay,
know.
good. So let's understand this. Okay, so man, I wish I had another screen so I could ask Twitch chat some questions, right? So Twitch chat, you guys see what we're running across, right? This is Paul, same Paul we met last week, right? So Paul is self-judgmental. Paul compares himself to others. So like, let's just pay attention to that. Okay. Let's also talk a little bit about frustration, because I think actually this is fantastic, man. So I think that Paul, it is part of what I think is holding you back is your desire to create and control the responses of people around you.
Okay.
Right? So you looked at our last, and by the way, I loved our conversation last time.
Okay.
I think our conversation last time, was I frustrated for chunks of it? Absolutely. But we're going to talk a little bit about what it means to be frustrated, and why I think that that's perfectly acceptable. And in fact, and we're going to talk, so let me just make a note about that. Okay. We're going to talk about frustration. But I just want to point out to you that I think that you said that you've had 1,000 conversations in your head with me before, so that gets me curious.
Don't ask about that.
So, Paul, what were in those conversations? What were we wearing? were we in your living room, or I mean, where do you have these conversations?
The locality is sort of is nebulous. I don't exactly recall. I don't know if that's
I'm just trolling you, man.
I know. Yeah. I'm aware.
So, but I think so. We should talk about frustration. But I just want to point out to you that already, as you enter this conversation, you have this idea that you want me to react a certain way, and you're looking for a certain response.
No. I wouldn't ever go that far.
Okay.
I guess I just had some presuppositions about the kinds of things we would talk about or need to talk about in order to figure out how to. I guess I'm going to say fix me again. I like that term.
Sure. Okay. So what do we need to talk about to fix you?
Probably wrong. I don't know.
But you said you had some presuppositions.
Oh, well, yeah, but I'd actually that was quite a. If we don't have to talk about that sort of thing, I'd rather not, because some of those things are quite difficult to talk about. So it seemed like we didn't really need to. Last time was actually quite light, despite the fact that I ended up doing a Joker impression towards the end of it. The majority of the discussion was quite light and easy.
Yeah. So what makes okay? So now I'm a little bit.
Well,
can I just think for a second?
Yeah, of course.
Now you have me curious about the things that are difficult to talk about.
Well, maybe I should never have mentioned it.
And I'm also wondering a little. I mean, so this is so when. Let me just figure out how to say this and make sense. So frustration and difficulty is part of the process of growth. And I think one of the biggest problems that people fall into is that they try to avoid those things, right? So like generally speaking, human beings try to avoid negative emotions, but it's my hypothesis and sincere belief that like negative emotions are a part of life and also a part of the process of like growth and being like a normal human being. So just because you were frustrating to me the last time we talked doesn't mean that I wasn't happy with the conversation. Like I get frustrated with my kids all the time. It doesn't mean that I don't love them and that I don't interact with them and that I don't value our time together. I actually don't wish for a frustration-free life with them, as bizarre as that sounds. Because it's something strange. Like with my kids, I find that the more frustrated I get with them, the more I love them after they fall asleep. It's kind of a weird sensation, but I think that there's like, there's light and there's darkness, and there's like, there are two sides of a coin. It is completely fine. I mean, the people who I know who live lives that are relatively pain-free are not the happiest people I know.
All right.
So I think it's perfectly fine for me to get frustrated. I think the question is, did we accomplish what we set out to do? And if frustration is part of the price we pay, so be it.
Okay, well, yeah. So I mean, we got the. I actually, I don't know if you can see this, but I put the pearl on my wall. Can you see that?
What does it say?
Hold on, let me go and get it.
The pearl. Which pearl?
So did we set out? Did we accomplish what we set out to do? Well, I got the pearl to put on my wall, right? Can you read that now?
Yeah. I have a very protective hopelessness. Absolutely.
There it is. There it is. So we got that out of it.
Yeah. Right. And then there was also the catharsis or whatever at the end, which I still don't understand what that was.
Well, you and me both. So I guess where we left it is you told me to notice it, and awareness precedes control. So, I'm sort of trying to keep in mind that I have this protective hopelessness, as you call it, and I should try to notice it. So that so I went to the speed dating the following week, and even before that, even the day after, which is when I went to the market to get some bread, like some girl is serving me, and I'm not trying to date her or anything. I'm not trying anything at all. But ordinarily, I would tend to approach her with a very sort of glum look. But actually, for some reason, I just thought of something before I even opened my mouth, and I smiled at her instead. And I don't know. I just feel like. I mean, she told me. So this is kind of stupid, but I just feel like maybe that made the interaction a little better. Certainly, then obviously, I mean, she gave me the option to have like a half bread instead of buying the whole one. Which was actually, I took her up on that offer because actually I'm a bachelor. I don't need I can't get through the whole damn thing, so I save a bit of money. But I feel like she might not even give me that option if she thought she was dealing with someone like, who was withdrawn and didn't really want to have a conversation about anything.
Yeah.
So who knows, you can't rewind time and try it again, but I just feel like in general, but the weird thing about it is like, why did I do that? Why did I? Well, I definitely didn't. Something came over me in that moment, but I feel like it's kind of worn off now, though. It was something that was with me like right after our conversation that's faded probably because of the speed dating, though. So I had the positivity for like the next 4 or 5 days, but then I had the speed dating, and
let's before we get to the speed dating, tell me about the positivity. We got to talk about smiling, by the way. Do you smile when you talk to people?
Yeah, no, normally no.
Yeah, so you got to start, buddy. Smiling is fucking OP. Like smiling is like, so when I read this book by Dale Carnegie called How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's a fantastic book. And one of the rules that he says is smile. And so I actually practiced smiling, and I know it sounds kind of silly, but then I found that, practicing smiling is super awkward, but what I could do is like think about something that made me happy, and then I would just let myself smile, even though it felt a little bit weird. That's really what I practiced, and then it becomes a genuine smile. And I found that ever since I started smiling, I actually do get better everything everywhere.
Yeah, I got that sense that it would be. But the thing is, I mean, intuitively it makes sense too. But the thing is getting the genuine smile is the hard part.
Yep.
Because forcing it doesn't really, it's not really maintainable.
Right. So let's practice. See, there you go. Good job.
I'm hoping it's going to be infection. I'll be honest with you, the quality on Discord today is not the best. Like I can make out your mouth, but your eyes are just pixels for me. I don't know if it's like that on the stream, but
maybe maybe it's
really
because...
low quality.
Oh, really low quality. Interesting.
Like almost like, oh yeah, that's like a million times better.
Okay, there we go. See, Dr. K is not a boomer after all. I learn things from time.
I'm glad I mentioned it because I thought it'd just be awkward if I brought it up, but no, you fixed it now.
Ah, see, so what were you doing? You thought it would be awkward if you brought it up. What were you trying to avoid there?
Well, a couple of things. One is wasting time on technical issues when we need to be getting on with the fixing me part. yeah, let's stay focused.
No. But see, this is the thing. We don't need to stay focused because your avoidance of the awkwardness would have worsened your experience over the next hour.
It's actually doing it again anyway now. I don't know why it's reverting. So
Okay, let's try again. You feel like this is a waste of time, right?
well, unless it improves for the long term, yeah.
How's
yeah.
that?
So like right now, So right now it's crystal clear, and I have.
Okay, so let's
If it
see.
does if it does what it did again, then like it degrades over the next 60 seconds.
Okay, so that's okay. So then how do you feel?
Is
if
it fine? Is it fine the other way?
I can see you fine.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So at least that's something.
So, yeah, I think you should smile. So try smiling. Don't you feel embarrassed? Smile. Come on. Let's see.
All right.
So think about something. That's a
This
fake
is not
one.
a genuine smile.
That's a
though.
fake one. Yeah,
of course
right.
it-
So
I'm-
like,
I'm
let's
not
see
Hollywood
if
actor.
like I want you guys to pay attention. So like, I want you to think about something happy.
What's happy? I don't know.
Okay, then just look at my face. Ready? There it is. Awesome.
Your face is a good face, though. I like your face.
I like your face too, man. See, that's all it takes. Just okay. Now close your eyes. Close your eyes. Just think about my fucking face. See, there it is. Think about how silly and crazy I am.
I don't know if those are good adjectives. For
Okay.
you.
What
Sorry,
can
just
you
don't
think
think
of?
about
Like, do you have a pet?
Not anymore.
Okay. Well, that's a sad face. See, there's a see. There you go. Okay, good. So beautiful, right? So those are real smiles. Now open your eyes. So you can play around with it. I know it sounds weird, but the key to making a genuine smile, and by the way, human beings are very good at detecting fake smiles. And so this is what's really hard about when you tell people to smile in interactions is they try to force themselves to smile, which becomes a fake smile. And then the feedback that you got from other people is weird because they like look at your weird ass smile and it creeps them out. And then it makes you feel even more awkward, which in turn makes it harder for you to smile. And then you have to force your smile more and it creeps people out of them even more. So the key to offering a genuine smile is to like try to find something that you find warm or positive and think about that for a second and let it bubble up and let it show in your face. And if you start smiling more at people, they're going to start smiling at you back, and then your service will improve, but you'll also feel better about yourself because we have these tiny little circuits in our brain that when people smile at us, we feel better about ourselves. Because like when I smile at you like an idiot, ready?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. It works.
How do you feel?
At this point, it's getting a bit creepy.
Okay,
'cause
fine.
I don't know. We've like belabored the point a little bit, and
Okay,
we're getting analyzing it, overanalyzing it. It's kind of getting a bit.
All right.
It works the first few times, though, for sure.
Okay. See, there you go. Good. How do you feel when you laugh and smile a little bit? What do you notice about yourself? Anything? It's kind of hard.
Not really. No.
Okay. Maybe we can shift off of smiling for a second. So tell me about the positivity.
The positivity of.
You were saying that the positivity lasted
Yeah.
4 or 5 days. What do you mean by that? How do we understand what that is?
It's optimism, I guess. I don't know. It's just I've been searching for like the answer for some years now, at least a decade.
Yep.
And you gave me something new to try, so that's optimism. Because most people I ask about it, friends want to help you, but friends can only help you so much. They can only help you based on what they know and what their experience is like.
Mm-hmm.
And often that's not as helpful as they wish it was.
Yep.
But you gave me something genuinely new to try. You didn't really give me a lot of direction. It was just like catch the hope. I mean, when you say catch, normally I cup my hands like this, right? But that's not what you mean by catch.
Yep.
Like, but I don't know how to do what you're asking me to do. You didn't really give a lot of direction on that. We kind of wrapped up right as you concluded.
Yeah.
With that, so even though I'm optimistic about it, it's kind of hard to run with it.
Okay. So let's see if we can correct that deficiency from last time. So when I say catch the optimism, I remember watching some martial arts movie where a guy would catch a fly with chopsticks. So there's like a fly buzzing around with he's like, with his ninja speed, he would catch it with chopsticks. That's kind of what I mean. So what I want you to do is notice within yourself when the hopelessness arises. And by catch it, what I mean is there are going to be times where you're going to interact. Like, let's take the case of smiling at the person at the checkout counter when you bought the bread. You're going to have a thought that, like, oh, let me try smiling. And then there's going to be another part of you that says, no, that's just dumb. It's not going to do anything. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, I never thought about smiling. It just happened. I don't really know why.
Okay.
No, but don't get me wrong. I never thought like, oh, I should smile here. I wasn't trying to. I just thought about how hopeless something is. I don't know.
So I know I didn't give
Something
you...
about it made me smile. I don't know.
Yeah, so I don't know what you did, but you did it. You did what I asked you to do. And it's a little bit different for every person.
Well, not exactly, because actually you asked me, more literally, you asked me to laugh. I never got quite that far. Like smiling is about as far as I got.
Okay, fine.
Not that I necessarily know that I would necessarily want to be walking around laughing at people.
Why not?
So, come on, don't ask me such rhetorical questions.
Well, it's not rhetorical.
Because okay, come on. Because you'd look insane, wouldn't you?
So? What's the
So, I mean,
downside
that
of
might be-
looking insane?
Well, presumably that's the adverse effect. You want people to receive you well, not like as a crazy person.
Whoa. See, therein I think lies the crux of your problem. You want people to receive you a particular way.
Well,
So I think it's very common, but like, so this goes back to like, you were a little bit upset. I don't know what word to use, that you felt like you frustrated me because I did get frustrated, and you wanted me to not be frustrated, right? You wanted me to say, Paul, I've really enjoyed this conversation. But instead I said, Paul, this conversation has been frustrating. So in your mind, you were trying to control my reaction.
well, not even that. It was even worse because it's not like you concluded with that. It's just you were so frustrated that you just said that you were frustrated. It's even worse.
But what's bad about me being frustrated?
Yeah. Okay.
What titles are you grinding?
No. So we sort of talked about it, but let's just play the tape through to the end, right? So this is exactly what we need to do. I think your problem, Paul, is that you have some beliefs that you think are common sense or rhetorical, which actually need to be challenged.
Okay,
Because
sure.
if you challenge, because that's the default programming you have in your mind. So what's wrong with frustrating me?
Well, what's wrong with it is you might end up having more sympathy for CBT guy than for me by the end of it.
Did that happen?
Not yet, but who knows by the end of this session.
Right? So your fear of frustration is that I will like you less.
Yeah.
Look at my face for a minute. Do I dislike you, Paul?
At this moment in time, I would think not.
Okay. Do you think, but why not? You frustrated me last time.
Yeah, so obviously it's not excessive
Brings
for
back
you, but
memories.
if I'm on the wrong path and I keep doing making the same mistake, then I don't know.
Then what is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen?
Eventually you'll not want to know me.
Seeing Summit
okay.
play
Where do you
GW2
get
and
that
now
idea?
looking at GW1.
I mean, this is just in general, though. It's just like with people in general. I'm not
Paul,
saying
have you
necessarily for
driven someone
specifically.
away through your behavior?
I think I drive most people away through my behavior.
Do you remember like a particular time where
No.
you sort of really
So
noticed that?
so we touched on this briefly like last time. Like I told you, like I had a rough start in my professional career. I lost, so I never worked anywhere for like a whole year. I could maybe hold down a few months at a time, and then people would just get sick of me, and they would I'd be let go.
Why would they get sick of you?
Just because they thought I had very poor social skills, is how they would term it. They didn't usually get very specific in ways that would actually be genuinely useful to me as a self-development tool, but that's the gist of it. And that's all I got was. Anywhere for like a whole year. I could maybe hold down a few months at a time, and then people would just get sick of me, and they would I'd be let go.
Why would they get sick of you?
Just because they thought I had very poor social skills, is how they would term it. They didn't usually get very specific in ways that would actually be genuinely useful to me as a self-development tool, but that's the gist of it. And that's all I got was the gist of it.
So it sounds like you had good reason to believe that your actions and your words and your mannerisms will drive people away.
Yeah, the only reason that I can string more than a few months together now is because I really tried harder to do better at that. And it must be working.
Yeah.
But obviously I'm cognizant of it
So
a lot, as you've underlined.
So I think that, Paul, I think you have been working at it. And I think the unfortunate thing is that
How
people
long
don't
have you been
teach
playing?
us social skills. So I've been sort of tossing around. So I've been writing a couple of books, and I was thinking about, I had this crazy idea and started jotting some notes that I want to write a small manual about conversation and just how to talk to other people.
Yeah,
Like
a lot of people call it common sense, but common sense is not always so common.
No, it's not common sense, right? So I think no one actually teaches us. I mean, I don't think it's common sense at all. So the way that I talk to people is actually unlearning common sense. So I think being good at conversation is not actually doing what most people do. Conversation is a skill that you can learn and you can practice. Social skills can be learned and practiced and leveled up. And it sounds like you've been a little bit more thoughtful about your social interactions and you're noticing a difference.
Yeah, and despite that, I still do worse than the average person at it. But yeah, that's a work in progress.
So let me ask you this. Were there people before you started working that you kind of drove away through your behavior?
Yeah, I guess so.
Like who?
Man, that's a tough one. Like, I guess even my friends, to be honest. Like,
do you mind sharing that with us?
Yeah, there's not much to say about it. Like, so in high school, I had friends. But after high school was over, we all went our separate ways. We didn't really keep in touch. So it's kind of like the same in work. You know, you're all colleagues, but and they'll celebrate your arrival, and they'll celebrate your leaving. But as soon as you leave, you won't hear from them a moment again. It's all just.
Wow, 159 months is a long time.
It's almost like it's just fake, you know. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's fine while it's convenient, while you're put in the same vicinity as each other, but it's not very real.
Sounds like they don't really care about you as a human being. They care about you as like the mantle of coworker, right? So,
yeah, at work, for sure. So, but there is a big difference though between like. So I do think that the high school friends I had were fairly. Although I don't know why that is, because obviously the end effect is the same. It's like, well, as soon as we're no longer together. We're
No.
miles
I think there are differences, right? So in high school, no one teaches us how to stay in touch with people that we care about while we're in high school. That too is a skill that's learned, how to stay in touch with someone that you care about. Were you attracted to any girls or anything like that in high school?
There weren't any. So in the area that I grew up, we have comprehensive and grammar schools, and all that means is like they're easy to get into schools and they're hard to get into schools. Like so the grammar schools, you usually have to like pass a bunch of extra tests and stuff to get into, and they're generally regarded as like the better place to be if you're like above, if you're intelligent, I guess. But they're also single-sex schools because I guess the thinking is that, you know, you can focus better on your work if you're not distracted by the opposite sex. So it's the same for so there's an all-guys school, there's an all-girls school, and the grammar schools, and they're miles apart. And I sometimes wonder if that's something I should regret. Because my sister didn't go to the grammar schools. My sister went to the comprehensive, and she grew up with guys and girls like normal, and she's doing it well. She's got a second kid, and she's 2 years younger than me. She's on a normal track, right? So she's not an incel.
So you feel behind.
That's exactly it. I feel like it's a really weird place. It's like, it's almost like I regret not being able to just do it all again, or even just, like, I almost feel like I want to start from that point, like from the high school point, which is a very dangerous thing to say when you're 35 years old. But I don't exactly mean it that way. It's just that
what I get
I regret that you can't make up for lost time. Like, there's not something you can do.
Yep.
Because so everyone in my age range now, like if you're looking at people I actually can date, girls are like in their 30s are looking to settle down. They're not looking for like someone who's got no experience. That's a turn off for them. They don't. It's not.
How do you know that?
How do I know it? I guess I must have just picked up. I don't know exactly. I guess I must have just picked it up from here and there. So
I'm going to say something that is going to be, could be hurtful. It's not intended to be hurtful, but it is intended to be challenging. If you haven't really dated much, how do you know what girls want?
I mean, well, who does anyone know what girls want? I mean, I don't know. That's what I've been trying to figure out for a long time.
DRK interviewing?
Well, all I know is that it's whatever it is, it's not me.
That too. How do you know that?
Well, that's evident.
How?
No one wants me. That's really evident. I feel like I have been over a bunch of things already. Like I did like a dozen speed dating things. I did a bunch of hung out. I told you about hanging out in bars and going clubbing and doing this and that.
Yeah. So I don't know if, Paul, they ever actually meet you. I think they meet the person that you think you should be. I think they meet the person that you think that they're looking for. And I think,
but I don't know what they're looking for though.
But sure you do. You just told us what they're looking for, right?
New
So you have an
appeals,
idea
Batman.
of what they're looking for, and I think you try to be that person. And I think what they're seeing is essentially fake smile Paul instead of real smile Paul. And they find that creepy. Which fake smile Paul creeps me out. Even when I smile excessively at you,
this isn't
it creeps
dungeon.
you out. I think this goes back to what I was saying earlier about like you try to avoid so much to like evoke any kind of negative emotion in another human being that you're like, you can't be relaxed and authentic. Like if you walk into this conversation, you're like, oh, I can't frustrate Dr. K because I want him to like me. I understand why you feel that way. And you can't make me like you. And even if you frustrate me, like, that's not going to stop me from liking you. What's going to stop me from liking you is if you stop giving a shit and stop trying. Like, you can piss me off. That's okay. You can make me sad. You can make me disappointed. You can even make me angry with you. And all of those things, I know this sounds absolutely crazy, but like, just think about this for a second. Like, who do you think are the people that you get the most angry with in life? Who do you think I get the most angry with in life? Like, you have this assumption that if people get angry with you, they're no longer going to like you, right?
I think you diminished your chances, yeah.
Yeah. So who do you think I get the most angry with in life?
If I had to guess, I'd probably say the people you're around the most. So like maybe your kids or your wife. I don't know.
Absolutely. Absolutely correct. The people who piss me off to no end are, number one, my wife, top of the list. Number two, arguably higher than my wife, is my younger child. Older child is just really, really awesome, like sweet. Little child is really sweet too. She's just super hard-headed and is defiant and doesn't accept that I'm the parent and she is the child, and it pisses me off to no end.
Bit of a guess on my part though, because I don't really have any experience of.
Yes,
being
very
a
good.
parent.
You don't have any experience about what people want and what people don't want. My point is that if you actually look at relationships and you ask 100 people who pisses you off the most, I don't know what they're going to say, but if you actually observe who they express their anger to, it's usually the people that are closest to them. Sometimes it's kind of sad because we give the worst versions of ourselves to the people that we're closest to, and we give the best versions of ourselves to strangers. Right? You're going to be the most polite to the person at the checkout counter, whereas you'll be, more demanding of like people that you live with, which is weird. Like, shouldn't it be the opposite? But it's not. So I think you've really got to take a step back and think a little bit about, I think fake smile and real smile is really a good analogy of the way that you try. The way that you interact with other people seems to me to be based on an impression that you have of what they want. And I think the way to find a good partner in life is to be you and let them pick. Like, it's not you picking them, it's them picking you, but like, be authentic about who you are.
I don't know if that's true. Maybe
Sure.
if you're trying to convince me of that on a subconscious level, then I would probably find it hard to deny. But if you think I go around trying to be a model of someone I have in my head, that's definitely not the case.
I don't think it is quite as conscious as that, but I do think that you are very, very concerned about the opinions of others in your interactions.
That's correct, yeah.
And the more concerned you are about the opinions of others, the less authentic you become.
That might also be true, yeah.
Yeah. So, I think this comes from this core belief that you have that you are not likable by others. Right? So, like, this comes back to this the central idea.
Not without putting a lot of effort into it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And the thing is, I don't disagree that you have evidence to support that view. I think you do have evidence to support that view. I don't think you're a dumb guy. I think you're a smart guy. So I think your conclusions that you come to have a lot of evidence behind them. And I'm telling you to run a different experiment. Right? I'm telling you that whatever you did that day at the checkout counter where you were able to smile at someone, and somehow that was related to hopelessness. You don't really know how it works, but that you decided to just in that moment be a slightly different person, and the world received you in a slightly different way.
Yeah. What's the experiment we're running, though?
I think you should try to be you.
If I'm honest, there's never really been a moment prior to this where I thought I wasn't being me.
Okay. Excellent observation. Right? So now...
So if that's the case, it's quite a revelation.
So now... Yeah, I mean, that's why I think you're stuck. So now I want you to just... So now we come to a little bit of observation. We can talk about a couple of other things, okay? So, like, I've got to ask you... So I don't know if this is... I've got to ask you, Paul, and also we should, ask Twitch chat too. Like, if you want to have another kind of cathartic moment, this is not the direction to go. Do you want one of those?
I don't know. Was that in the script this time? Do we have to climax with it?
Nope. I mean, I don't know how to bring those on, but I'm guessing that the more cerebral things are, people don't get to that. But if you want to talk about practicalities, we can talk about that. But it's going to be dry, and it's going to be less entertaining, and it's going to be more helpful. So the real challenge about Twitch streaming is that there are things that are helpful and there are things that are entertaining, and there's some that are both and there's some that are neither. So if you want to talk about, the function of your mind, which is what I really think would be helpful, then we can do that. If you want to explore like your difficulties and stuff like that, if you want to attack those core beliefs and try to dismantle them, that's going to be a little bit more emotionally of a roller coaster. So we can attack your core beliefs about like, how you view yourself. Or what we can do is give you like, we don't have to do one or the other. It's just which one we're going to focus on. We can talk to you about how to be more of yourself.
I love both, to be honest, but you said you have an opinion on which one would be more helpful, which was the first, so let's do that.
Okay. So, are you your mind?
I want to say yes, even though I presume you're coming at it from a perspective of no.
Okay, so say what you believe. Don't give me the right answer. Give me your answer. Right answer doesn't help anyone. Give me your answer.
Yeah, I am my mind, yeah.
Okay. So, like, let me ask you something. Let me just think about this for a second. So if someone has, so if someone is kind of relaxed and enjoying themselves at a party, and if another person is super socially anxious and thinking and worrying and thinking lots of thoughts about what other people think, which one of them, do you think both of them are equally themselves?
Yes, if that's the way they are.
Okay. And let's take the socially anxious person for a second, and let's put them in an environment where they're not socially anxious. So let's say that they're playing like D&D with their friends. So in both cases, there are like 8 people around, but in one case, it's like close friends of theirs. In another case, it's strangers. So let's say 8 strangers versus 8 friends. And in one case, one person has a lot of social anxiety and their mind is thinking lots of thoughts. And in the other one, their mind is kind of just participating in the engaging with other people in kind of like a more simple way. Do you think that both of those people are equally the same person? Or do you think that, and this is a leading question, so do you think that the anxious thoughts kind of interfere with like them being themselves? Right? So I'm actually offering a hypothesis as opposed to a question with that statement.
So in both scenarios, it's the same person, or
I'm asking if like the
different people?
personness is the same in both scenarios.
I mean, but it is the same guy.
It's the same guy, just 2 different
Right, okay.
scenarios.
Are they this? You're asking me, is it the same personness?
Yep. Like, let me put it this way. If you
yeah.
were to observe the D&D interaction from behind like a 2-way mirror, and if you were to observe the party interaction from behind a 2-way mirror, do you think you would get the same sense of who that person is? Or would you say that one observer would get to know one like that person better in one scenario as opposed to the other?
I would say that you wouldn't really get to know them fully until you observed both,
Okay.
because they're both facets of that person.
Okay.
Both their anxiety and also their comfort.
I completely agree that you would learn, you would get a more complete picture. So, but do you think that one is worth more than the other in terms of like understanding who that person is?
I mean, I can see where you're leading me. You're trying to, I guess you're trying to say that the person who's comfortable and is open more being themselves, and is out of their shell, whereas the other guy is closed up and hiding that. But
Yeah.
sorry.
Do you? I mean, you can see where I'm leading you, absolutely. But do
Yeah.
you want to go there? Like, do you agree with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I think part of the reason it's hard to agree with that is because it implies that the anxiety is kind of false. The anxiety is very real and is a part of that person's life, but that's not really who they are. Right? The anxiety anxiety is something that layers on top of you and keeps you from being who you are. That's my experience and my hypothesis.
Okay.
Right? In the same way that
That makes
depression
sense.
is not who a person is, it layers on top of them and keeps them from being themselves. Anxiety layers on top of you and keeps you from being yourself.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. That makes sense.
Right? So
I guess the bit that just isn't so clear is like, well, what is yourself then?
exactly. So that's the question, and that's the question we have to answer. So the first thing to understand is that we are not our mind. So our mind is just a thinking machine. And so in the same way, like, Paul, are you your hand?
I'm willing to take the whole. It didn't really occur to me until I was in my late teens, but I'm willing to admit that my body is maybe not me. I mean, it's kind of weird because like I don't think I'm going to exist for very long if I don't have my body. But
Sure. But your body is
my body-
not you, right? There's a you-ness that transcends your body. Like, if you lose a hand, do you stop
Yeah.
being Paul?
No.
Right. I mean, sure, like, that's a reality. Like, your life has changed, and you may change as a result of it. But Paul does not. It's not like if you lose an arm, you lose 20% of Paul. Like, you're still Paul. And in the same way, it's not like if your mind is, if your anxiety goes away, you're still you. If your anxiety is there, you're still you. You're just buried under the anxiety. Does that
I
make
mean,
sense?
there's a thought that brains in a jar are also still the person, right? I mean,
Sure.
you know.
Maybe. Right? So the point though is that we have some amount of being or you-ness that transcends certainly the body. And
yeah,
I am hypothesizing, and I'm putting forth to you also the mind. And if you want to understand that, the best thing that you can do is meditate. And
Not just parts of the mind, but the whole mind.
all of the mind. Right? So this is where there's this idea. Yogis say that what we really are is consciousness, and that mind is just like the hand. It's like a piece of us, but that there is something that exists that is outside of mental activity. And if you've watched stream or if you've meditated before, you know sometimes people get to this state of mind. Actually, we had a great stream on Monday with someone who has tried a lot of meditation and like just didn't fucking get it because they never achieved a no mind state. Right?
It was Dom.
Yeah. So like if you just look at Dom's face, like he got there because he's like, "Oh, this is really awesome. I loved it." Because that's what meditation is. And it's an experience of self outside of your mind. And the problem is that we don't understand that because we don't spend a whole lot of time outside of our mind. In fact, we spend most of our time inside our mind. And so we think that that's who we are. And so it's kind of like, we've spent all our life in the water, so we don't know what it is to like walk on land. And it's just, we just spend things in a particular state. So then this goes back to you and how are we going to help you? And it's this idea that when you're with someone, you have all of these thoughts about being a particular person, right? So you don't want to make them dislike you, so you're careful with what you say. You don't want to make them this, you don't want to make them that. And in some ways that helps you, right? So it improves some of your social interactions. You're more intentional and things like that. But it also is not like truly the relaxed and real you. And sometimes through effort, what we actually get better at is being the relaxed and real us. So I don't know which one you're doing, but so I think that the
right
basic
now?
No, not right now. Just when you're at work, for example, you say that you've gotten better with your social interactions, right?
Yeah, I don't feel like I've ever been able to. I used to criticize other people for doing it because it seemed like other people like acts at work, especially so outside of London.
Yep.
Before I came.
You were about to say you said I used to criticize other people for what?
Yeah. So like a lot of people have like work personas. I remember like once jumping in the car with the guy I used to work with, used to sit next to, and his fiancée who also worked there. The moment when we left work and got into that car, it's like they completely. I'd never even seen them like this. They suddenly became themselves for the first time. Even when he hung around with me at work and it was just him and me, it still wasn't like that. He just became not completely, but quite completely different person. It was shocking to me. I was kind of it was so thick, not just from him but from everyone, that it was still, I could still perceive it even without being able to see the contrast, because I only got to see the contrast in the people who I really obviously got close to.
So the question is, who are you at work?
But I thought I was not like them. And now you're kind of like telling me that I am.
Absolutely.
But not only at work, but just all the time or something like that.
Yeah. I think you were a different person whether you were alone or whether you were with someone that you're, like speed dating. Speed dating sounds fucking awful to me. I've like never done it, but it sounds like some of the most artificial, contrived, inauthentic trash that you can possibly do. And like right now, Paul, our biggest, I mean, we have lots of biggest problems. But one of the biggest problems that I see in society is that we're breeding a culture of inauthenticity. We're breeding
London's full of fake people.
Yep. People are becoming more and more fake, and social media is making us more and more and more fake. Social media is about showing just one slice of the pie to the rest of the world. And so what happens is the rest of the world looks at the best slice of pie that everyone else has, and we see our whole pie, both the beautiful parts and the kind of undercooked parts and the parts that sort of collapsed in the oven. And we see everyone else's perfect pieces of pie. And we're breeding a culture of inauthenticity. We're getting disconnected from who we really are. And I think that your interactions in social situations are so hell-bent on controlling because you're afraid of people like leaving that you try really hard to not make them leave. And then like the unfortunate thing is like that's a vicious cycle. I think the reason you feel so stuck is, let's just play this through a couple of cycles, okay? So you're concerned that people are going to leave, so you try really hard. And the harder you try, what happens to the quality of your smile the harder you try to smile? Smile. Do it. See, that's actually a real one.
Is it?
Yeah.
What if I told you it's not?
Oh, it's not? Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was
after
real.
all.
I'm curious.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is how I get through the job interview, isn't it?
That looked real to me. Do it again. That actually looks pretty real.
Oh, I hate those pixels, man.
Okay. See, there's a good one. Right? And so I think the harder you try, generally speaking, the worse the smile looks. And then what happens is it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So the harder you try, the creepier your smile looks, and the more that you drive people away, which reinforces the idea that you drive people away, which makes you try to smile twice as hard.
Yeah, most.
Right? And if you smile twice
I
as
mean,
hard...
I did tell you I don't usually try to smile. I guess I do at the speed.
No, I'm using that as an analogy.
Right.
So I think you be inauthentic. You try to be the person that they want you to be, or that you think they want you to be. And that inauthenticity people detect because we're good at that. And they're not actually interested in you because you're not a real person. You're fake smiling them, like with your whole being. And then what happens is like the more you drive them away, the more you double down and the harder you have to try to fake smile. The harder you try to fake smile, the worse off the creepier it becomes, and the more you drive people away. So this cycle happens over and over and over again until it becomes truth in your mind. And the truth in your mind is that no matter how hard you try, people don't like you. Right? And that thing is that truth is like supported by data, because you tried a little bit and then you tried a lot and then you tried like Hercules and then you tried like 10 Herculeses, and no matter how hard you try, the response is always the same. People do not like you.
You know what? You're probably 100% right on that. Because one pattern. So I mentioned I went speed dating like a dozen times. I actually got a date out of them. When do you which? So out of those 12, they were kind of like roughly in the same sort of time period. But which if you had to number them 1 through 12, which one do you think I got the date out of?
1.
Yeah. It was either 1 or 2. I don't remember, but it was towards the start, and it seemed to get harder and harder. And I think that's why I say you're 100% right.
Yeah.
Quite possibly true.
Yeah. Quite possibly true. I'll take it. So now the question is, what do we do about it, right? If you try really, really hard to get people to like you, and it gets them to not like you, what I need you to do is catch that effort. Catch the effort. Catch yourself thinking, oh, if I don't do this, they will not think this. And instead ask yourself, what do I want to talk to this person about? Like, don't try to talk...
So I actually did do that. I actually did do that at the last speed dating. I think some of the smiles might have been a little fake. I don't know.
Okay, so tell me about the last speed dating. Let's talk about that.
Oh, there's not a lot to say. But...
Can you tell me about speed dating in general?
I mean, until the last couple of months, I hadn't done it for like 7 years. I put it on hold, but so I'm not really like an expert or anything. But the girls will sit down and you pick a table at random, and then every 4 minutes you rotate. Is that what you're asking about? Or
yeah, sure.
You want to get?
And so, what was it like to go speed dating?
Well, this time I took care of the external, like you said. I really dressed up like what I guess in this case I was trying to be like what I assume they want to be like. So I don't even like wearing like. Normally I wear stupid, fancy color shirts and stuff. But I wore plain because that's what I was advised to do with a blazer. I just spent 80 quid on some new shoes, nothing like I would ever normally buy, which also recommended by a girl at work. So. I took some advice, and I dressed myself up in a way that I was comfortable with, but would have never looked like before at all.
Sure.
How
did you feel wearing that stuff?
I actually felt pretty cool. I actually, but also I kind of hated myself as well because I don't. Because it's not really what I wanted to look like. It's just.
What do you want to look like?
And end up looking like everyone else. I like to look like a clown, to be honest. I usually wear like ridiculous, like loud colors and stuff. Like they call it like peacocking and like, but that's not really what I'm. That's not why. I don't even really know why. I just like colors.
Okay.
I just like standing out. But also not. So that's weird. Like. I mean, like I'm an introvert, obviously, and I don't have. I'm also isolated a lot of the time. Really come into my own with this Corona thing, because I'm already an expert in self-isolation. But
yep. Well, what do you mean by you like to?
Yeah, but but it's not like just wearing bright colors just makes you like people want to come and talk to you or anything. It doesn't really change anything. It just changes how you're perceived, probably, but it doesn't.
Why do you like wearing bright colors?
I don't know. Probably because I just like bright colors.
Yeah, right. So I think right there is a difference. One is you doing what you think the world wants, and one is doing what you want.
Yeah, of course, but I
So I do think it's worth exploring. I'm not saying that just don't change as a human being and don't explore other wardrobes. Like I think if you're in the dating scene, it makes sense to like try to present your best self. Right? So I don't think you should be inauthentic, but I think that you should be as polished as you can possibly be.
Yeah, I was looking pretty polished.
Yeah, so I think that like a nice blazer and a nice pair of shoes is great, but if you want to wear like a more flamboyant shirt, then by all means go for it.
Yeah, I don't know. If you're telling me to be myself, then I guess I would do, but I don't know that it would net me any.
Okay, so hold on for a second.
Real gains.
Because now can we acknowledge that you're not actually being yourself?
When?
Like, do acknowledge that, or do you still think that you're being yourself when you go out and date?
I think I am. I thought I was.
Okay, but at least when it comes to clothing, it sounds like you're not.
I don't even know. The whole reason I even wear the stupid stuff I wear now is because it was originally a recommendation from the very first girl at work who actually got me fired that we talked about last time. I don't even know. Like, if I don't have a style. I don't care about clothing. I don't care. I wear anything.
I mean, did you dress up for this interview or session or whatever we're doing? Did you think about what you were wearing when you came on here?
Yeah, kind of. Because I mean, it's recorded, isn't it? So
like, I mean, how comfortable do you feel with what you're wearing?
I mean, this is my dating outfit without the blazer. I mean, I'm pretty comfortable with it.
Okay. I think you look sharp, man.
I mean, you can't see the rest of me, but yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I can't see the rest of you. Are you
Yeah.
are you like an octopus from below the belt?
A couple of people have commented like, this guy doesn't seem that fat. But I mean, if I stand, I mean, you probably did see when I went to get the picture.
So you may be fat. That's okay. Like 40% of the world is overweight. A lot of them find love. Like, you can do some things to lose weight and you can be more confident in yourself. Absolutely. But it also doesn't make you unlovable. Right? Like people.
I do wonder. It's not so much the case out in the suburbs, but especially in London, like all the couples you see on the street, they're all two good-looking couples. Like, it makes sense. You don't see a lot of fat dudes with a girl of any size.
I mean, I think you should look closer.
I'm looking all the time.
I think that you have a cognitive bias that filters what you see.
No, because when I do see it, I'm like, wow, that's rare.
Okay.
Could
be wrong.
Yeah, could be wrong.
I think most of the couples in the world are fives. They're not eights. They're not nines.
Yeah, in the world. I'm just saying. I said specifically in London, though. I feel like there's a lot of very beautiful people here, and that's kind of what the city attracts.
Sure.
And
Paul, how do you think this conversation is going? How is this for you?
This is a train wreck like last time. Not as bad as last time, but
what do you mean by train wreck?
I mean, like what I don't know. Maybe it like comes. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, a train wreck because there's no focus. I don't know. I don't know.
What should we focus on?
I don't know. I thought it was terrible last time, but then when I went back and watched it again, I realized that it was fine if I would just let go a little bit more. It was because I was trying to oversteer it. I told you at the start, right? Mm-hmm. So it might not be as bad as I think it is right now.
So I'm kind of. Do you think? So earlier you said there were some things that were going to be difficult to talk about, but that you felt like they were important or something. Can you just help me understand what you said earlier? Like you had planned on talking about some stuff, but you thought it was going to be difficult?
No, I hadn't.
I don't remember quite what you had said.
Yeah, no. What I said was that my anxiety drove me to visit some darker places in my past that I thought I would be obligated to talk about in order to fix me, but obviously that's not the case.
Why is that not obviously the case?
No, I'm saying it's not the case.
I know. Why do you say that?
Well, because we've never had to broach those topics.
And are you fixed?
Oh yeah, no. Well, this is it. This is part of the anxiety. Is I feel like I'm probably like 100 sessions away from being fixed, and we don't have. I don't know how many sessions we have, but I know we don't have 100. So.
Do you think that those dark parts of your past are part of what's holding you back?
I don't. Are they holding me back? Maybe. I never got closure on some things. I don't like. I just don't know. Like, am I? Like, was I in the wrong? Like, am I fundamentally a bad person? And is that why I can't connect with anyone?
Yeah. So I think if that thought is floating around in your head, it's going to interfere with your ability to present your best self. Right? So the hypothesis we came up with last time was that it's not actually that the world doesn't. I mean, I don't believe that you can't find love. I believe that what's holding you back is yourself. And I think that going forward, we've got a choice. We can continue to meander, as we have been, or we can talk about that, like whatever the dark stuff is, and where you got the idea that you're destined to be this way. Because that sounds relevant to me.
But last week you seemed pretty confident that we were on the right track and we didn't need to. I mean, you seem pretty sure. You like with your convictions, you would seem pretty confident that we were going in the right. You were handing out pearls left and right, and I thought we were going to end up this week talking about how to catch hopelessness and hone that. The only reason you're even aware that there's something else that we're not talking about is because I mentioned it briefly in the preamble.
Yep.
Which I maybe shouldn't have done. I mean, because if it's important to talk about that, wouldn't you have discovered it organically, like without me just presenting it to you like that? I don't know.
No.
And then emphatically, no.
I mean, let me explain something. Organic discovery is based on little preambles. Right? That's what that is. I'm not a mind reader. I can only work with what you give me.
Yeah, yeah. It's just that last week, every time I tried to give you something, you kept shutting me down with that's your mind doing that thing again. It seemed like I was just giving you the same shit. I wasn't really helping when I was giving you more stuff.
I'm sorry for shutting you down.
No, I don't know. It just seemed like you were already absolutely sure about where this was all headed and everything.
That was last week.
I thought you had it. Yeah, I know. Okay, I don't know what this week is. I don't know.
I'm trying to tell you what this week is. It just seems like you're not listening.
All right, tell me one more time.
I think we got to talk about the dark stuff.
Oh well, do we got enough time left for that? I don't know.
Only one way to find out.
Why do we have to talk about it?
Because we tried to not talk about it. I tried to respect your feelings, and we've been meandering for the last half hour to 45 minutes.
Is it not useful meandering? Would you?
Sure. Does it feel useful to you?
I mean, you said it wouldn't feel transformative though, so I don't. I guess I waylaid the expectation
Why do
that
you
it would
care
feel
so
useful.
much about what I said before?
Well, if I didn't care what you said, if I'm not taking on board the things you say, what's the point in?
Fair point.
Okay. Do you want to renege on any of those things? Is that?
What I think we should do is let the last conversation be the last conversation, and for this conversation to be this conversation.
Right.
Should you learn from the last conversation? Absolutely. But I don't think that we should let... I mean, honestly, this feels very avoidant to me, and I think that one sign of avoidance is meandering conversations. Right? So it seems like there's something that you really do not want to talk about, and it's not my place to bully you into talking. Sweetie, Daddy's a little bit busy. Honey. The ultimate avoidance. Darling. Can you please go outside and close the door? Your pants are falling down. Okay, go put your babies to sleep in the other bedroom. They can't sleep in here. There are too many lights on. So you've got a 30-second break to figure out what we're talking about, Paul. Baby, can you
Yeah.
please go outside? Darling, Daddy's working. Okay, can you put your babies to sleep and then get going? Okay, thank you. What do you think, man?
About
I mean, you want to talk about what you need to talk about?
I don't know what I need to talk about.
What did you said there were some difficult things to talk about. What are you referring to? Can you close the door, honey? Thank you.
It's difficult to talk about the few relationships I have had with women in my life, if you can even call them that.
Tell me about them.
I mean, one we already touched on is like was getting fired from my first job.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably the start, because there's not much before that, because like I said, I went to an all-male high school.
Mm-hmm.
So then, yeah. That whole thing was just so it is so ridiculously, it's almost hard to even believe it, how ridiculous. So I only worked there for like 6 months, maybe 7 or 8 actually. But one day my boss comes to me and he says, don't go for lunch today. I need you to just stay here. And he didn't say anything more than that. Maybe you have to rewind a little bit more than that. So obviously I met this girl at work, and we started going out to lunch together like every day. Just her and me.
Were you attracted to her?
No, not at first. And from the outset she made it clear, like, she's got a boyfriend, that it's just we're just friends. That's fine. But I guess the long story short is, like, after a month of doing this, then yes, I started to become a little bit attracted to her, like after like a month, which was awkward for me, because I already knew that's not acceptable. But I told her directly that's how I was feeling, and that I hoped that she would push back, but she didn't, and that just made it really awkward for me. So I kind of just tried to break it off, like, just let's just stop, which she didn't want to do either. So I remember I sent her an email, so like, I say we're going out to lunch all the time, but like even when I'm supposed to be working, like half the time we're just emailing each other back and forth. So we're in each other's heads like a lot of the time.
What do you mean by awkward?
But anyway, huh? Awkward when?
You said it made it awkward for me because I started to have feelings for her, and she had a boyfriend.
Yeah, well, so obviously, and that's not going to work, is it? Right? So I sent her something that was a little bit.
What is the feeling of awkward? So it's not going to work is an analytical conclusion.
Yeah.
What does awkward mean? Like, what was your experience of awkward?
I mean, I don't know what you're asking, because it's nothing more than I already told you. The experience is, so I'm literally walking out to lunch with her one day, and I'm actually just like a few paces behind, and I find myself just gazing at her figure, like, and I'm like, hang on a minute, this is no good, which, up until that point, that was not really a problem. I was just like, she was just a friend, like 100% genuinely. And at some point I realized that doesn't seem to still be the case, like in my head. And so when I told her this, I expected her to get a bit upset and be like, oh yeah, to conclude the same thing that I did, and that, like, oh well.
What did you say to her?
I pretty much just what I told you. I don't know, actually. I don't fucking remember. This is 12 years ago or something. Mm-hmm. I don't remember what I told her, but I told her something along the lines of, I feel like I'm getting like a bit attracted to you or something. I don't know. Fuck knows what I said, but The thing is, she didn't react the way I expected. She just seemed okay with that. Which I didn't. So I sent her an email which is a little bit rude, and in the hopes that would like force her to like want to break it off. So then it would be mutual, it'd be easier. And it did work. But
Why did you want her to break it off?
I don't know. I guess because so that it wouldn't be awkward. Because she's got a boyfriend. That's why. Who she lives with, who she came to this country to be with, because they met online. So like it doesn't, you know. So yeah, I didn't want to be any part of like something weird. And she was saying stuff like she wanted to bake cakes for me at the weekend and all this stuff. And I was like, well, this is a bit too far, and because I mean, he's probably going to ask like, what are they for, and what are you going to like say, like, what the fuck is all this? Like, I don't know. So I wanted to be grounded, and it seemed like things were getting a little bit carried away. So I don't know.
What was getting carried away?
We were, or she was, or something. I don't know. So, yeah, okay. But look, I don't want to get, because it's a long story at this pace. So, in any case, we managed to.
What are you trying to fast forward past? Why are you trying to fast forward?
Nothing particularly. I'm not leaving anything out. I'm just conscientious that you could digress for forever, and it wouldn't add anything to the story. So
I'm not so concerned about the story. What I'm concerned about is how your experience of the story, right? And that I mean, you keep on using the word awkward, but like awkward is kind of a description. It's not really awkward. Usually means like a conflict of feelings.
Sure, there was a conflict of feelings.
What were those feelings?
Oh my God, I don't know, man.
Who's getting frustrated now?
It's like I like her, but also I don't like the way she's. I don't know. I like her. It's like and dislike, I guess. I don't know.
What do you like?
I liked that she was a girl who was into me, because that's not happened really ever since.
And what do you dislike?
I dislike that it's fake. Like that it's all.
It doesn't sound fake to me. I'm sure you dislike something about it. But what is fake to you about it?
Well, they call it leading you on, right? Because it's not, because she's already comfortable. She's already like, so whatever happens, she goes home to her boyfriend every evening. So like, that's what I don't like about it.
How does that make you feel?
Like a fucking pawn.
Yep.
Like I'm just being played, you know?
How is she playing you?
Because she's just using me to stroke her ego, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite like that, but I mean, what sounds really, Paul, I think I'm trying to think about how to say this. I think one of the hardest things to deal with is when you want something your entire life. You've always wanted something, and that thing comes along, but it's like conditional.
Sorry, you broke off for a moment there.
So I think one of the hardest things is when you want something in life, and then it comes along, but it's conditional. Or there's a piece of it that it's kind of like window shopping. Like you can see it and she's right there, but there's something in the way. And that sounds to me to be almost more painful. It seems like almost like it's kind of weird because here's a girl who's clearly into you. You tell her you have feelings for her.
But she never said that though. She made it, like I said, very clear from the start what the ground that we're just friends.
So she may have said what the ground rules are, but I think she made it very clear that those are not the ground rules. Because after you confessed that you were attracted to her, how did she respond?
Yeah, I know you could interpret it that way.
I mean, do you think that that's I mean, you're the one who interpreted it.
But it comes back to this colleagues thing, right? Like she's she is spending quite an absurd amount of time with me at work. Pretty much all the time she can, given that our desks are apart. We're out to lunch, which is the time we can be together, and in the interns, yeah. So, but at the same time, she doesn't want to substitute any of her time with her boyfriend to be with me when it's no longer convenient. Like there was no after work or anything like that, and neither of us was seeking that. But I'm just pointing that out. Like,
yeah, how does that?
It's pretty
feel?
clear. Of course, it feels shit. I mean, I don't know that it does. No, because neither of us wanted that.
You didn't want that?
It just occurred to me.
Really?
After like a month. No, at the time I genuinely didn't. As far as I can recall. Because that's the thing. As soon as I noticed that I was starting to feel attracted, I wanted to break it off.
Why?
That was my reaction. Why? Because I didn't see it working any other way. Okay. I thought it'd be more like, I thought I was being I guess because I genuinely believed in the story that we were friends, and that I was being a bad friend if I'm attracted to it. That doesn't work. That's what I believed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that makes sense to me. I think that there was conflict because you clearly had feelings for her. You were attracted to her. And you also felt like she was using you.
Yeah. Okay.
What is that? What? You said yes, but you were very dismissive.
I'm just frustrated because I thought we were gonna get. I don't know why. I just thought I was gonna lay out the story, and there's like so much more of it to tell that takes place after all this. But, yeah.
So it's frustrating that I'm asking you questions instead of letting you continue to tell the story.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I apologize. Please continue.
Because I'm not keeping track of time, but
neither am I.
Yeah, so I successfully managed to break it off by kind of like slightly insulting her a little bit, and we stopped seeing each other. We stopped going out to lunch.
You
we stopped
pushed her away.
Yeah, exactly. And that was fine. It was a bit abrupt, but for the weeks that followed, it seemed to be fine. So then we come back to where I was. So my boss comes to me, says, "Don't go to lunch today." And for some reason, I felt really nervous about that, and I started drinking like a lot of water, like too much water, like I was getting buzzed off it. It turns out my paranoia was not misplaced though, because it was I couldn't have imagined what was about to happen. So somewhere during the lunchtime, when I would have been having lunch, he says, "Okay, it's like a multi-story building." He says, "Like we're going to go down to the second floor." No one ever goes to the second floor. I mean, there's just like a bunch of meeting rooms, right? There's not even a company on that floor. So we go into one of the rooms there, and they just asked me to wait there. And then this guy I've never seen before enters the room. And I would later learn that he was from a consulting company. So this is before I went to London. He was from a consulting company in London. So he traveled like 2 hours up the country just to be there. And For some reason, in that moment, I broke down. Like I just didn't know what was going on, and no one was telling me anything, and I just felt really upset. I was just really nervous, and I almost blacked out. Like I was just started crying. And this guy, he was like he was excited by that. He was on it immediately, and he was like, well, "What are you crying for? You know what? Tell me what you're feeling in this moment." The kind of like almost like you do in this situation. Uh, and that really that angered me even in that moment when I'm like in a really bizarre spot. Just that he would like because the people that I actually know were not present. So the people from my company were supposed to be there, but were out of the room at this moment. It was just him and me, and it seemed like he just took advantage of the situation to maybe do something that wasn't really supposed to do. He just like poke at me a bit, and that sort of frustrated me.
Do you feel like
But
I'm
anyway,
poking at you now?
no, it has nothing to do with that. He's not a licensed psychiatrist or anything. He was just some, I don't even really know. But anyway, it turned out that they were putting me on suspended. They wanted to suspend me pending investigation because they had heard complaints from this girl that what was the allegation? That I was harassing her was what they how they termed it. And they lumped, and because that didn't seem sufficient, they lumped in some other stuff as well. So they also tried to pin on me that I was suicidal, which was absolute nonsense. But that thing blew out of proportion in what followed.
Where did they get that idea?
So they got that. So a couple of weeks prior, one of the new HR, well, there's only one, and she was very young, she was not much older than me.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, nothing particularly. I'm not leaving anything out. I'm just because it's a long story at this pace. We're getting a little bit carried away, so I don't know.
What was getting carried away? Awkward usually means like a conflict of feeling.
Colleagues thing, right? Like she's never, so she is spending quite an absurd amount of time with me at work. Didn't.
I think that
And for some reason I felt really nervous. No one ever goes to the second floor. I mean, what? It's just like a bunch of place though, because it was. So then we come back to where I was. So my boss comes to me, says, "Don't go to lunch today." So we go into one of the rooms there, and for some reason in that moment I broke down. Like I just didn't know what was going on in this situation. And that really that angered me even in that moment when I'm like in a really bizarre spot. Just that he would like because the people that I actually know were not present. So the people from my company were supposed to maybe do something to do with that. He was just some girl. What was the allegation? That I was harassing her was what they how they termed it. and they lumped, and because that didn't seem sufficient, they lumped in some other stuff as well. So they also tried to pin on me that I was suicidal, which was absolute nonsense. But that thing blew out of proportion in what followed.
Where did they get that idea?
So they got that. So a couple of weeks prior, one of the new HR, well, there's only one, and she was very young, was not much older than me, some fresh HR girl. I did this thing, you know, as a joke. I can't remember what the conversation around it was, but I did this motion, like pretended to shoot myself in the head at one point. And she'd mentioned this to them prior to this guy meeting me. And at the time, she had no concern whatsoever. But weeks later, she mentions it to them. and they take it super serious. Like they think, oh, this guy's like off his, this guy's like a, a bit of a nutcase. So
How does it feel to be on the other end of that scrutiny? To be treated like that?
you have nowhere to run. Like, so let's say that I actually was like, if you're in a mental asylum, it's no good pleading your case, right? It's no good. Oh, of course you're the one that's not crazy, right? It's like, oh no, I'm not mental. If everyone's perception of you is that you're crazy and you need to be locked up, you have no plea. There's nothing you can say to get out of that. And it's very much the same situation that I was in. It's like, well, if they all believe that you're a suicide case, then there's nothing you can say. But they weren't sure. They just had this one girl's word. So what they ended up doing was sending me to, so they suspended me, but with pay, pending this investigation. And part of that investigation was to send me to a psychiatrist for a number of sessions. I don't remember how many, off somewhere in the country, like some miles away in the middle of nowhere. Just this guy who lived in his little cottage doing psychiatry, I guess. And his main purpose was to figure out whether or not I was actually suicidal. I think that's, although I kind of used those sessions to try and gain some understanding and like some perspective. And
good for you.
But I didn't get anywhere. I don't think I got anywhere with it, because I'm still here today wondering about it. Like, did I fuck up? Did she fuck up? Is it my fault? Is it her fault? Is it nobody's fault? Is it the company's fault? Who's to blame for all this shit? I still don't know. It's like this many years later, I still don't know. So it took 2 months before they finally let me go and finally gave me some fucking closure. At least told me that there's no longer a job for me here. Up until that point, I would come in occasionally to meet with these guys. Again, they would come up from London and they would ask me questions and they would try to learn stuff about what had happened. And I couldn't make sense of it. Like, what is this? Like, why make such a fuss?
What was it like do you remember what it felt like walking into the building to like meet with those guys every now and then as they kind of needled you and poked and prodded?
Keep in mind that it's my first job out of university. I'm pinning everything. I still feel like if I lose my job here, I'm never going to work again. Like, I don't know what my future looks like if I can't get my job back. So I go into these sessions, I prepare for them. I try and prepare all the evidence I can to answer whatever questions they might have. I would draw up timelines and I mean, I don't have access to any of the information I would have had, but I just have access to my own memory. But I would try to prepare stuff to try and placate whatever concerns they had. Ultimately, it didn't matter at all. And I only kind of gauged in the very last session what actually might have been going on. So I think they were just concerned whether or not there was any legal ramifications to firing one or both of us. I think that's what was actually going on. It wasn't really the case that they gave a shit about whether they kept me on or her on or whatever it was. It was just whether or not, and they eventually concluded that legislation at that time was that if you haven't worked anywhere for a full 2 years, no, full 1 year at that time, it's now 2 years, but at that time it was only 12 months, then you could like take a company to tribunal over unfair dismissal. And I hadn't quite made it to 12, but she was just in by like a month or two. And I think, so obviously they never told it to me in those terms. They let a few points around that slip during the final meeting, which kind of clued me into what was going on. But I believe that's what it was. But maybe that's just a story I tell myself. Maybe I really did fuck up horrendously. But it's so bizarre. Like, I've not had an experience like it since, and I can't even imagine, like, why go through that much fuss. I'm a junior, so is she's just a translator. You just the 10 a penny, the cog in the machine. Just go and get another one. Like, why go to that much fuss? Why keep me on payroll for 2 months? Why bring up these people from London? I still don't know now. It's insane to me that this happened. It's just, did they really feel like they had a moral responsibility to me and to themselves and to the company to make sure that I wasn't actually suicidal before letting me go? Because that's kind of how they painted it. But I don't know if I can really buy it. It's just insane, the whole thing. And we're not even going into details. That's just a sort of like the high level, but
Can you give me
it's fucking crazy.
can you give me an example of what details you're not going into?
Probably not actually. Most of it's a haze now.
Okay.
It's probably nothing important.
So it sounds like okay. I
But I
so
really wish I knew like whose fault all of this was.
what would change for you if you knew whose fault it was?
If it's not my fault, then I don't have to.
You don't
I
have
guess I
to
don't have
what?
to feel bad about it.
Do you feel bad about it?
I don't know.
It sounds like this is something you've been carrying for a long time.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm supposed to feel bad about it because I don't even know. We broke it. So I broke it off with this girl, and the next thing I know, I'm being hauled into a room to try and defend my actions, which was what
Sounds
exactly? Well,
humiliating.
yeah.
Is that how it feels?
It's not just human. It was just bizarre. And like, the frustrating thing is, so they were speaking to me, but they were also speaking to her. But I mean, I never saw her again, right? They obviously wouldn't let us go near each other. So I don't really know if I'm supposed to feel bad. Like, what if I was just being played from day 1 to day 30 to day 60? Like, what if she was totally happy with how everything turned out? It seems unlikely, but then I wouldn't have to feel bad because I mean I'm the victim in that case. But what if she actually genuinely? So the other thing is, so the reason they were actually more on her side than mine from the get go is because of the way the problem was reported was that she didn't go to the company and say, look, I don't like this guy, he's been making me feel bad, or he's harassing me, or whatever the claim was. It's because she was just crying at her desk, and then someone inquired, oh, why are you sad? And they said, oh, and then she told them about it. And they drilled that point home to me a few times, which is why they're kind of like on her side. It kind of
Does it
failing to neglect to mention that actually was a common occurrence for she was very emotional and frequently got upset about things that I have no idea what they would be at her desk. And it just turned out that one of those times it was my fault, apparently.
sounds pretty unfair to me?
What's unfair? Who what's unfair to who?
Sounds like you got railroaded.
I don't know. Did I genuinely do something bad? I don't know.
Sure, I think you did something bad. It sounds like you sent a hurtful email. The rest of it, seems like you didn't really do anything wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. Looking back at it, probably that it would be just that at most. But at the time, I was also wondering, like, probably other things. I don't know. Like, have I been a bad friend? Have I been a bad person fundamentally? Like, well, I don't know. Like, probably now I don't. Probably now it doesn't sit with me like that.
It's not.
With that level of
How does it sit with you now?
I guess it's just water under the bridge. I don't know, but also not because
I don't think so, man.
Like, I just want. I guess it's like I told you. But I just want closure. It's like someone tell me, please. Someone tell me who the fuck is at fault.
Yeah.
So at least
Paul,
I know whether
do you think this influences your relationships with women now?
I don't know. Does it not? I don't know.
I think it does. I think you've been carrying this around for a long, long time.
Yeah, that and the rest. there was like at least one other relationship which we never we don't have time to talk about, but yeah, that was the first one.
Can I tell you what I see and what I heard?
Please.
So you talk about closure. You talk about just wanting to know, right? You just want to know. I mean, it sounds like you're actually, if you made a mistake and if you fucked up and if you're bad, you can live with that. It sounds like
no. Well, I don't know how I would take it if I learned that. Well, if I learned that it's my fault, I don't know what I would do then. I guess I want to hear that it's not.
Yeah, so you're looking for absolution, and it sounds like the uncertainty is just really tearing you up. It sounds like torture.
Not so much. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I rarely think about it now, thank God. But if I have to think about it, then yeah, it is like that.
Yeah, so that doesn't sound like something that you've let go. So generally speaking, when we have experiences like this, we carry them with us. And they occupy a space in our mind, and they tend to influence or burden what we do. And what I hear from you is that you had a relationship where someone was very clearly interested in you, and that you felt used, you felt icky by y'all's relationship. You expressed your feelings. You also cared about her and were attracted to her. And you were hoping that she would make it easy on you. You were hoping that sharing your feelings with her, she would be kind of like, she would give you closure, right? She wouldn't leave things ambiguous. That she would say, no, we have to stop. But she did the opposite.
Yeah.
And so here comes Paul, who's lonely and has never been appreciated by a woman in his life. And here comes a woman who's in a relationship. And despite being in a relationship and despite having all of these reasons for her to say no, Paul, she's not saying no. That makes it even doubly difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And then you don't know. I mean, you keep on using the word awkward, but you don't know what to think. You don't know what to feel. It feels wrong to you, but you want it. You want her. You want it to continue. You want her to break up.
No, I didn't want it to continue. Yeah, I wanted to break up, yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's a part of you that wanted it to continue.
I don't believe that's the case.
Okay.
Not at that time.
I don't know that it's worth to go down that tangent, but I'll just say this. When you have a connection with someone who you go out to lunch with every day and you guys are emailing back and forth every day, and you find yourself attracted to them, I find it hard to believe that there is not some corner of your mind or your heart that does not want that to continue or want more from that. I just find that hard to believe.
No, but it reached a point where I genuinely, I told you, I genuinely felt discomfortable with it, and I wanted to cut it off, and I did. Yep. And I was just fine with it after that.
Yeah, so Paul, I think that I agree with all of those things as well. But I want you to understand that your mind is not black and white. I think on balance, you decided that the relationship was not good for you and it made you too uncomfortable. But just because it made you too uncomfortable doesn't mean that there isn't a part of you that enjoyed spending time with her. Right?
Yeah, so, up until that point, yes. But you're providing...
Okay, so
you're presupposing that I genuinely wanted it to part of me genuinely, whether subconscious or otherwise, part of me genuinely wanted to continue in spite of that, and I don't think that's the case.
Okay.
Without regret, I ended it.
Okay. So you decided that you didn't want to be a part of this relationship because of kind of the unclear boundaries, that you were content with friendship, and that your feelings, but that you know, I heard.
Yes. The second one that I haven't told you about went more the way that you're implying, which is like, so there was a second girl, and it was exactly the same fucking setup. She has a boyfriend, but she's talking to me every day, all day, every day, and this was not at work. This is slightly different. And yes, I knew she had a boyfriend from the start, but I wanted to play that fucking game. This time around, I wanted to play that fucking game, and I wanted to beat him. And long story short, I didn't. But I don't know if you've got time to go into all of that. I don't even know if it's beneficial to do so. But I'm telling you, the first time I did not.
Fine. Fine.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're more than welcome.
And but I think also there's a sense of powerlessness about this. There's a sense of confusion and bewilderment. There's a sense of getting handled, processed. There's anger. There's frustration. There's confusion. And I think the biggest part, I mean, the thing that seems to be weighing on you the most is you don't know who to blame.
Yeah. Is it you to tell me or what?
Would it help?
Yeah.
I don't think
Well,
this was your
hopefully.
fault, Paul. I don't think you did anything wrong. I think
Nothing?
that not really. I think everything that you, let me put it this way, I think everything you did is forgivable. I think that you had feelings, there was, I think you had a relationship with a woman where you guys had decided that you were going to be friends, and that as that
breaking up again.
relationship, huh?
Breaking up again?
Oh, sorry. I said I think you did everything you did. I think was reasonable and also forgivable. So I think let me tell you the story as I heard it, okay? And I'm pretty good at sniffing out when there are cognitive biases and bullshit in stories. So take that for what
Well,
it
I
is.
mean, you have a bias because you only hear my side, but yes. Go on.
No, but I mean, I hear bias. I hear only one side of stories all the time from people, and I still can sniff out bullshit pretty well. That's my point.
Okay.
Right? So when an alcoholic comes into my office and says I haven't been drinking, I'm pretty good at sniffing that out. So here's what I hear. You went to work, you had a friend, you guys had a connection. It was purely platonic, and you guys really enjoyed spending time with each other. You guys spent time with each other. She had made it very clear to you that she was only interested in friendship. And then something happened between the two of you, which is that you started to get attracted to her. And chances are she got attracted to you too. Otherwise, things would not have
Yeah, I don't
proceeded.
know. I can't comment on her end.
Yeah, well, but I think we can. Right? So I think that those kinds of feelings and stuff evolve all the time when people spend a lot of time together. You guys really, it sounds like you guys had a connection. And then you noticed that you were starting to feel attracted to her, and out of actually your duty towards your friendship, you shared that with her because you felt like your relationship was changing, and almost out of respect. I mean, I think it's a reasonable thing for friends to do if they start to have feelings of attraction, because it gives you a chance to sort of figure out how you guys are going to move forward as friends, and whether there's something worth exploring or not exploring. And you were expecting her to pull back, and she didn't. And then it also sounds like she kind of was sending you mixed signals, because on the one hand, you guys are going to lunch every day. On the other hand, you're emailing back and forth, and then she tells you she wants to start baking cakes. And then I think you started to feel guilty. You started to feel like this isn't right, and I'm not so sure what you wanted or you didn't want, but it just didn't feel good to you anymore. So you tried to push her away, and lo and behold, she's actually pretty into you and values your relationship. And unclear of how she feels about you. But there are also a lot of questionable things about her background too. So a lot of times people who meet online and move countries are not actually that emotionally invested in the person that they move in with. Or when they move, it turns out to be like a different kind of relationship than being like 1,000 miles away. So I know a lot of online relationships that fall apart because they meet someone else who's local. I've heard that story 1,000 times. Coming back to you and what you're at fault for. And then I think you start to feel uncomfortable and you don't really know how to handle it, and you want the relationship to end, and you've tried to tell her things that would drive her away, and she doesn't get driven away, she doesn't get driven away, and she doesn't get driven away. And so then you send her a mean email, because that's sometimes what you have to do to push people away. Now, do I think you could have done a better job with communicating things or setting limits with her? Absolutely. Do I think that you should have sent an email? Absolutely not. Do I think it's forgivable given the circumstances? Absolutely. Right? So life is not about not making mistakes. It's about, like making mistakes that are reasonable given the circumstances, because we're not all perfect human beings. And then the real shit show starts. You get railroaded. You get called into a room. It's not even your boss. It's some guy who's driven 2 hours up. I don't even know how you feel. I mean, it sounds like you feel powerless. You feel confused. You feel persecuted. You feel like it's unfair. I mean, that's what I heard. I heard venom in your voice. I heard anger. I heard a sense of injustice about the way that you were treated.
Yeah, it didn't matter what. See, at the time, I believed that all this work and preparation I might do to vindicate myself would actually have a like
So
I almost
I
felt like I felt like it was a fair trial, but it wasn't.
yeah, I also hear futility. I also hear hopelessness, right? That you had hope and that hope was smashed. And I think you carry this with you. I think you carry it with you today. Have you learned how to suppress it? Absolutely. But there's just, I mean, I could see the emotion in your face. I'm sure everyone who's watching could see the emotion in your face. I think we can see the dejection and despair in your face now. And you just want to be free of it. You want to know whose fault it was. I don't think it was your fault. I think actually your conception of it was pretty good. I think sometimes women who are hurt say things. I think not just women, people who are hurt say things. And I think that someone caught her at a time where she said some stuff, and then this HR person noticed like this whole thing, and so like pieces of the puzzle got put together, and it's not even that those pieces of the puzzle, it's not even the likelihood that those pieces connect in a certain way. The corporation doesn't care about what happened; they cared about how things could look, because that's how corporations think, right? They don't actually care about the truth. They think about, can we get sued for this? Could someone make an argument for getting sued? And the answer is absolutely yes in their case. And I think they played their game, which is that they protect themselves and they don't want to get sued. And they'll railroad an employee or two in the process if they need to. I think if anyone is to blame, it's actually your boss and your company for the way that they handled it.
I would like to think so. I've never seen anything like it since. It seems absolutely bizarre.
Yeah. And I think the challenge here, Paul, is that I think a piece of this lingers with you, and I think a piece of it swims around in the back of your mind and changes the way that you view relationships. Like, not in such a grand, like, I don't think it's as simple as, like, that's the reason you don't have a girlfriend now. I think these kinds of experiences happen all the time, but...
Is it related, though?
I think so. I think it's incredibly hurtful.
Was this whole exposition setting the grounds for becoming an incel 15 years later?
Setting the grounds, I don't think it's quite as that tied together in cause and effect, but I think it could account for 20% of it. Right? When I think about when I think about like the person who would have walked out of that door, I can think about that person would have difficulty engaging with other women. And that's not because you're an incel, that's because the human brain is designed to be pain averse. So if we look at the circuits of our brain that are the strongest at learning, they're very close to pain. So if you touch a hot stove once, it's very, very hard to touch it again. So the biggest teacher that we have is pain, and this sounds like an incredibly painful experience to you, and you've been fucking avoiding it ever since. And I can't imagine what kind of other things you've avoided in terms of opportunities, relationships, stuff like that, because of your fear of getting hurt.
Well, it's not like I'm just slapping women away left and right, I can tell you that.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what you want. I think that you try to create situations where you don't want to risk having to slap a woman away, and you don't want to risk having a woman like engage in a relationship with you that could fall apart or end like this again. So
It was definitely true. It was definitely true closer to the time. I don't even know where I sit with it now.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm trying to get back in there despite everything that's happened, and yet somehow it doesn't.
So I think last time our pearl was that hopelessness is a protective mechanism, and I think hopelessness is the defense against something like this. Because if there's no possibility of a relationship, there's no rodeo that you just went through.
Yeah, but but you're making it sound like, again, like I'm just turning away opportunities. I mean, they actually don't come anymore.
Yeah, I don't mean to say that you're turning away opportunities. What I mean to say is that I find it hard to believe that this could not have influenced the next 5 years, which in turn,
No, it definitely did. Yeah, it definitely did.
which
like
in
the next.
turn is going to have its own impact on the 5 years after that, which in turn is going to have its own impact on the 5 years after that.
But how is it affecting me today? I don't know. I don't know
Well,
if it
so what I
is.
see is a lot of suppressed emotion. And my experience as a clinician is that when there's suppressed emotion, that emotion leaks. And it affects people in unexpected ways. And that most of the time they're not aware of it.
But if it's leaking, you should be able to see it, right?
Yeah, so I think your hopelessness is a sign of the leaking, because that hopelessness as a protective mechanism comes from somewhere. Right? And I think it's reinforced by all kinds of other logical things, like the fact that you've tried to date people over and over and over again and it hasn't worked.
Yeah.
But I do think, so let me put it this way, Paul. How does it affect you today? I think you still carry the burden. And I think it's hard to feel free when you carry that burden. And I think it's hard to fully engage in a relationship when you carry a burden. And that the purest and happiest relationships happen with people who feel unburdened or share those burdens. It weighs on you.
So how do I take it off? I mean, I guess it helps to know that you don't think it.
I mean, I think
finally someone tells me that I don't have to
you've
feel
started
guilty about
you
it.
started to take it off by expressing some of these emotions. So you've opened up that bottle and you're venting some of that emotion. And so the weight of it becomes less. I
Yeah,
think
it's not the first time I've told this story though, but it never really makes me feel better because the person I tell it to never gives me closure either. You're the first person to say that I don't have to feel guilty about it.
yeah, I don't think you need to. And I think
I don't know if that's
I think
going to
it's
make a difference or not.
I think well, let me clarify, okay, Paul? I think that it's fine to feel guilty. I think you have put in the time that you need to with that guilt, and I think it's time to let that guilt go.
Can I just do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, but
Just let it go.
I mean, I think you tell yourself at this point of your life that, like, you know, chances are you didn't fuck up I mean, I don't think you fucked up that bad. I think really the only thing that you did was push her in a way that was immature, which I think is forgivable. And I think that if you felt guilty, so be it, because maybe you did something wrong, but then you also have to forgive yourself. Like, the way that you let guilt go is by forgiving yourself. And you kind of think a little bit about the person that you were, and you think about how inexperienced you were, and you think about, you know, this was your first job out of college, and you had been to an all-boys school, and you hadn't had a whole lot of experience with women, and so you're bound to make mistakes. And then you kind of...
You know, it does feel a little bit hollow to have someone else. You know, you know what I just realized, and I don't know, maybe you're gonna like do a Freudian clap or something, but like fucking, I'm probably never gonna be like satisfied unless she figures me right, and that can never happen.
Yep. I think what you've been looking for is forgiveness from her. What you're really looking for is closure from her. Because I think it's incredibly painful to have a relationship like that and then like not like get taken down to the second floor with some guy from London, drives up 2 hours to see you, and you never get a chance to see her.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even say I'm sorry. It does, like, you just that's, and of course they're not going to give you that opportunity because they think you're fucking crazy. but putting that aside, she probably didn't want to anyway. It's just that it just sucks. You can't just reconcile your differences and say goodbye. You know, it sounds stupid, but like, why does it even matter? Especially now, like after all this time. But
don't invalidate your feelings. It does suck. Right? So there is sorrow and sadness and unfairness in the world, and there's some things that we can't fix, And and that's unfortunately the way the world is. And just because the world is that way, I think we carry that burden for a time, and then it's time to let it go. You need to forgive yourself, Paul. You need to cut yourself some slack. And also let yourself hope again. That something very bad happened to you, and it is unfair, and you didn't get closure. And the last thing that you need to have is compassion towards yourself for the circumstances that you've been given. Even if you can't get forgiveness from her, I'm not sure that you get compassion from yourself. You were what, in your 20s at that time? So there's
early 20s.
Yeah, so like what you need is compassion from 35-year-old Paul towards early 20s Paul. You're older, you're wiser. And go back and tell that dude that it's not his fault. He did the best that he could. And now it's time to pick yourself up off the mat and give yourself a shot again. There you go. Good.
Suddenly it's quite hard to breathe.
Let it out. It's wanted to come out for a long time. You've been holding it for a long time, so just let it out, man.
I don't really want to.
Good job.
It's almost like I'm back in the fucking room again.
Absolutely.
Interrogation room.
This is the samskar. You know what a samskar is?
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
I already, when I first heard you explain to Rekful what a samskar was, and I was on the other side of the screen, I immediately realized that that was the perfect term to describe exactly this. And now you know what it is for me too. But I laughed at the start though, because you said something like, yeah, 35-year-old go back and figure. I actually thought about what I would actually say.
What would you say?
Well, I don't know. I would probably. It's in my nature to be a bit of a troll.
Okay, let's hear it.
Like I've been trolling since before the term was even coined. Like it wasn't even called anything before.
So you're the OT?
So The OG.
The OT.
Okay. The OT, yeah. Fuck yeah, I'm the OT. So part of me would like be like, so the thing is like, so I wanted to break it off, right? But I would probably like troll myself a little bit and say, well, like, no, don't do that. Like, go and kick this other guy's ass or something, you know, like. But also not. So the reason I laughed is because there was a conflict. I didn't actually laugh at that. I laughed at the fact that actually then I realized that actually this girl isn't even that fucking good anyway. Like she was probably no good for me. Like it was fine and it was fun when we were young, but like I touched on it briefly. Like she's a little bit of a fucking nut job anyway. Like I told you, she was crying at her desk. I don't even know what the fuck about, but just like random stuff from what I heard. I didn't know her that well to even know what it was, but she had some problems, whatever the fuck they were. I'm sure she's doing fine now. At least I hope so. But like, I don't know if she was really that good for me anyway. So I would probably be like, no, just get the fuck out of there. So it's kind of weird to be even hung up about it at all now. But I definitely was.
So, two things, Paul, and then we're probably going to have to wrap up. I'll give you the last word. The first is, last time we talked about laughing in its face. Remember that?
Yeah.
So I'd say, if you can learn how to laugh in its face, so be it. Sometimes humor is all we have left when the world becomes a terrible, terrible place. And medical humor is some of the most morbid humor that you can get because we deal with a lot of terrible things. And so there's a part of me that says that when we're talking about authenticity and all that other shit that we were talking about for the first half hour, 45 minutes, I think, Paul, if you want to find a good relationship, it needs to be you with a colored shirt who also shows your inner troll just a little bit. And it's going to be the girl who can appreciate that, who's going to be the right one for you. And I think instead of trying to be what they want you to be that person. And the last thing, I know you can disagree with that, or there are all kinds of
problems. No, it's not that I disagree. It's just that it's like not really practical.
No, well,
so like, so what women are in my life right now? Well, there's the colleagues at work who are just colleagues at work, and there's the speed dates, and you can't really. It's pretty hard to engineer like a natural trolling situation in 4 minutes.
Well, yeah, but I mean, so that what I'm saying is like, you know, if it feels right and it feels natural, then do it, and if it doesn't, you can't force it, right? That's the forcible smile. I'm just saying that when it comes to the authentic you, that's a part of it. And then the last thing is you keep on asking, what do I do about it? And it's kind of silly that I've been holding on to it. You do whatever you just did, because whatever you just did is exactly what you need to do. Right? You've been holding on to this for such a long time. And when you think about 35-year-old you going back, and it's kind of like saying, hey, man, just let it go, man. She's not worth holding on to that hurt for. And something about that alchemical process is how you get unburdened and how you move forward.
Mm-hmm. I almost feel like I'm already over it. I don't know if I actually am, because it's a little bit too much in one go to probably process like that. But
yep, it's how it works. So I think the reason that my experience has been that some scars are like dominoes. So one injury begets another injury, begets another injury, and they kind of build up. But then also, once you knock the first one down, something has fundamentally changed.
But I still don't know that I'm like over the second one.
Fine, good. Fine. So there's more work to be done.
Maybe.
No, but it's good that you're able to laugh, and also that you're able to notice that you're not over the second one. I would trust your instinct in that moment. That you're over something here, but there's more work to be done. And that's also how it works, man. Any thoughts or questions before we wrap up?
So that's the so crying every stream then.
Hopefully not, but I wouldn't. I don't really care about crying. But I do care about you facing the things that you need to face and growing past them. And it just so happens that most of the growth that people need to do involves like negative sum scars. Like if you come on and you're an incel, like I think there may be tears somewhere in there, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel physically?
I'm all right.
Tired?
No, I'm all right.
Impressive.
It's,
Cool, man.
it's the master of suppressing emotions, you know.
There's the OT.
No, that's for real.
I think, okay, I thought it was funny. I mean, it's probably true too, but also funny.
Obviously, my emotions were not suppressed a moment ago, but like, you also learn quick recovery, I guess. I don't know. Fucking...
Yeah.
But also, actually, I was kind of trying to suppress them in that moment. It's just a bit embarrassing, I guess. But maybe if we were just in a room, you and me, and it wasn't like a small fraction of the internet watching as well, then I would feel I just fucking go for it, hit the wall. I don't know, but like I don't really want to do that on camera.
I think you did that anyway. I don't think.
No, I was really trying to. I was really trying to stop myself.
Yeah, people do that when I mean, anyway. So what would happen in different circumstances, I think, is irrelevant. So Paul, I think you did a good job today. I'm glad you chose to talk about things that were difficult. I think we gave it a fair shot at like talking about things that weren't difficult, and maybe you learned something, maybe you didn't, maybe it was helpful, maybe it wasn't. But this is where, you know, this is the scent that I caught, and I'm glad you went there, because I think it's where you needed to go.
It's where I thought from the start that we needed to go, but then I second guessed myself after the first session.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's relevant?
What?
You do, don't you? Because you said like it's at least 20% or something.
Yeah.
But I still don't have a pearl to put on my wall from this session. I don't think.
Yep.
Do I?
Nope.
It's all right. I've got one. I don't need to like wallpaper it.
The next pearl you have to find on your own.
Oh.
I did the one last time. Now it's your turn. Okay. So the first thing is that I think the biggest problem is that we were led to believe something that is actually incorrect. And so I think the real challenge here is that we've had to figure out, and I don't think anyone has really, I mean, we're doing this, but I don't think many people stop and really think a little bit about the fact that we have to find our own way forward in this. We're not going to find an answer from somewhere else because those answers just don't work anymore. Why don't we start? Does somebody want to just tell us a little bit about who you are and what we can help you with today on stream? Like what you go by?
Who wants to start? Okay,
Well,
I'll
you
start.
spoke first.
I basically volunteered.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stray Cat.
Okay.
I'm very nervous because I have social anxiety, so this is rough for me to say the least.
Yeah, well, props for you for being here, and social anxiety can be crippling and terrifying.
Yeah, definitely.
So we'll see if we can sort of think about that as we kind of continue and just pay attention to what your social anxiety is doing. We'll see if we can help. So welcome, Stray Cat.
Thank you.
My name's Rune, and I was monikered a Doomer, so I was invited on here. I'm not quite sure exactly what you can help me with, but I'm happy to be here, man.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm happy to have you here, and I also don't know how I can help you, and also don't know what a Doomer is. So we'll get to that in a second. Let's finish doing.
Maybe we can learn that. Yes.
Maybe we can learn that. Let's keep going with introductions.
Okay, I guess I can go. So my name is Zill. So like I think I'm like a doomer because when I did like read up about Buddhism, I learned about Mu within Zen Buddhism, and it talks about like nothing, and like that kind of sort of like changed my perspective on things. And so like nothing is. I always say like nothing is everything. Everything is nothing.
Okay.
And I always have like other problems that like sort of like bubble up as it relates to being a doomer. So
Okay.
I'm interested just to like learn about things today.
Okay, awesome, man. Welcome, Zill. Can you tell us a little bit? I'm just a little bit curious. What kind of other problems do you think bubble up from Mu?
Yeah, so like my relation to friends, like I don't see myself as having like a best friend.
Okay.
And like sort of relationships, I always like I feel like as if because I don't need to have like a special someone, I treat everyone sort of like as special, like everyone is special to me, type of deal, right? Like
Okay.
in like a certain way. It's a weird thing that like that I have to like think about, but yeah.
And
like,
that makes you a doomer?
Or it's like
That-
I can't have like a special someone, right? Like the one, I feel like, you know, because I treat
Okay.
everyone the same.
I see. So because you treat everyone as special, no one person can be special.
Yeah.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you very much for explaining that. Let's get the remaining two people. Can you please introduce yourselves?
Yep. I'm Inasi. I'd say I'm a doomer because many aspects in life I feel like I'm doomed to fail, like education, relationship. I'm isolated, quite alone most of the time, stuff like that. I also have
Okay.
social anxiety and depression a lot of the time. So
Okay.
yeah, it all feeds into a feeling of isolation and hopelessness.
Okay.
And sort of thinking that in the near future I'll probably be just alone, sort of
In the
think-
near future?
just in the future in general.
Okay. I may ask a little bit more about why you used the word near there for a second, but we can.
Yeah.
Thanks for introducing yourself, Inasi. And then I think we have one more introduction.
Hi, so I go by Lotus. I was also
Okay.
monikered as a doomer, so that's why I've been invited onto the stream today.
Okay.
I guess my main thing and why I would actually kind of associate with being a doomer is that I'm still fairly young, I'm 21, but I've I seemingly failed over and over again ever since my senior years in high school, where it's just kind of I stopped giving a shit about a lot of things in life, and I even told myself that over and over again until it clearly became apparent that I couldn't live with that attitude
Mm-hmm.
as a cook or going into higher education, which I actually fully withdrew from last term.
Okay. Okay. So thanks a lot for sharing that intro, Lotus. So let's just start with this because I'm behind the times. So what's a doomer?
Zill, what you got?
Okay,
We
so
were talking about this earlier. We were trying to pin this one down with Moses, and it was tough. It's a tough one.
yeah, so I guess like there's a video on a doomer, and like I resonate with it, and in the video it said like for a doomer, right, they believe like all the external shit, like the world's gone to shit, and so therefore it's like why like we're gonna suffer no matter what because like the world is shit, and like we have to contrast the doomer with like the boomer. It's like the boomer's like, oh, like if the world's gone to shit, like pull yourself up by the bootstraps, whereas the doomer would be like, no, y'all fucked it up for us, like what can we do now? So like that's sort of like there's like external factors that sort of like influence the way that we sort of like be in the world.
I think there's a dichotomy between like the way that boomers are basically just modernism, and then doomers are postmodernism. I think is the best way to look at it.
What does that mean?
Meaning like this idea of truth with like boomers saw you have to work for truth, and you have to sort of find your own variant of that, and then I think doomers basically acknowledge that there really isn't any, and everything is kind of meaningless, and that affects a lot of people in our generation. I think it affects most of our generation, like my generation being like, I don't know, like 18 to like 25, kind of in that span. But it affects some people, I think, negatively because they have other shit in their past, or they have things they're dealing with psychologically that make that lack of meaning really oppressive to them.
Okay. So, man, so you guys know I touch my face a lot when I'm streaming because I think, and I have to stop touching my face because of COVID. It's very hard. Okay, so I'm just trying to understand. So first of all, like, anyone else on the call want to add what they believe a doomer is, or do you guys think we've sort of captured it?
No, I think it's about right.
Okay. Stray Cat, do you sort of identify with certain features of what people have been talking about?
Definitely. Like just lack of direction and just lack of meaning, really.
Okay. All right, so let me see if I understand this, okay? And then we're going to start to like understand a little bit about how this stuff works. So let's just try to understand the relationship between different pieces. The first is that the assumption that the world is shit, right? That's like where this starts from. And so what I'm hearing is that like since the world is shit, that's what leads to suffering, or how does suffering relate to the status of the world for you guys? Like when you think about your life, where does your suffering come from? Does it come from your circumstances and that your circumstances are unchangeable?
That's a tough question, I think. I tend to put a lot of my suffering on myself. Like it was my responsibility. But I'm not sure if that's a doomer thing or a me thing, you know?
So let's think about that, right? So I'm going to just point out what I heard from you guys, that the world is shit, and therefore there's suffering, or there's some tie between, when you guys were talking about a boomer believes that in spite of circumstances, it is possible to continue to achieve by lifting yourself up through your bootstraps, right? So like what you're capable of as an individual outweighs what the challenges the world offers. So you can overcome challenges. Whereas what I'm hearing is different about a doomer is that you don't, like, it's kind of assumed that like there's going to be like you're kind of hopeless and there's nothing you can do because the world is going to hell in a handbasket. And so I'm still a little bit confused. Does that mean that the suffering comes from the world because it's so bleak that no matter what you do, the world is like you're just not going to be successful? So in Rune's case, he sort of places a lot of the blame on himself.
But I think that lack of success is inevitable just the same way.
But okay, fine. Inevitable, sure. But why is it inevitable? I'm curious what other people think. Like, or do you guys think that you're failures because the world basically is screwed, or do you blame yourselves?
Definitely blame myself more than the world.
Okay. So
Yeah, if I think I was another person, I think I'd succeed in a lot of different aspects better than I currently do.
okay. Zill and
I
Straight.
agree with like it being on myself, but I think a lot of that is the social anxiety.
Sure.
Like I know I shouldn't blame myself for social anxiety, but I feel like people like me aren't treated well. Like stigma is a huge thing with people with mental illness, and I feel like if I went out and tried, a lot of people wouldn't look at it very fairly.
Okay. This may sound like a silly question, Stray Cat, but why shouldn't you blame yourself for having social anxiety?
Because it's not really part of who I am or what I'm doing to myself, maybe.
Okay. So it's something that's outside of your control. It's not a choice.
Yeah.
Okay. And Zill, what do you think? Do you blame yourself for your situation in life, or do you blame the outside world?
It's kind of complicated because it's like, yeah, I recognize that it's the outside world. It's like there are these variables that you can't, they're like independent that you can't influence, but I can influence the relation to those variables. But despite of that relationship, I feel as if there's always like something pushing me down. So that's why I feel as if it's like kind of both external, but also like I could have done something, but something's just pushes me down, so I can't.
Okay. I'm really curious, how many people feel like Zill, they can relate to Zill saying like when you try, something pushes you down?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I feel like I'm just pushing myself down, and that's why I kept failing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think out of everything that you guys have said, I think the image of you trying and being knocked down again and again and again is sort of like what I'm feeling the most from. Is that how you feel?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so what is it that knocks you down?
I think it's different every time. It gets complicated pretty quickly.
Okay. Does somebody want to share an example of when they tried to do something and how life kind of
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna go. I tried doing therapy multiple times, like
Okay.
different therapists. I don't know if you know how therapy works in Canada. It's free, but it's not the best. If you're not paying, you basically just get chosen someone, and you
Okay.
have to wait like months between. And yeah, I tried like I think with almost 10 different therapists.
Oh my God.
And yeah, I kept trying and trying, and I don't know, like no one really helped, or like a lot of them didn't even do anything for me. They just told me to go on drugs.
Interesting. So I think that's a great example of you like really gave it, 10 chances. Like 10 tries is a lot of tries,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
It's true.
that's not like giving up after like, something doesn't go your way once. Like 10 is a lot. And for all 10 of those experiences, it sounds like all of them were not really helpful.
Oh, I did find one, and she was a good therapist, but she stopped practicing. So
That's doomer right there,
yeah,
right?
really.
It's like you find the one person that can help you and they're like, "Yeah, I'm quitting." Okay.
It kind of
So-
justifies the mindset.
Yeah, I mean that it makes sense, right? So it's like when you I think it like Zill was saying, like when you try to make a change in your life sort of says, "Fuck you." And then
Oh yeah.
and then pushes you back down. Okay, that was very helpful. Does anybody else want to share like an experience where they tried to, move forward in life and life kind of didn't let that happen?
I think a big one for me is like education. I
Okay.
think ever since school, it's always been 40%, 50%, no matter how hard I try, study and stuff like that. And I just keep failing really. And when I go sit down to study, I struggle to study because just for many reasons really. And I just feel hopeless. And sometimes it results in me not trying in some cases
Okay.
because I know what the outcome is going to be already. I just don't ever do well.
You know what the outcome is going to be already.
Yeah.
How many of you feel like when you think about trying something, you know what the outcome is going to be?
Yeah.
Yep.
I feel like I
initially,
rehearse it
maybe.
in my head and it goes bad.
What do you mean by rehearse it in your head?
Like I feel like I go through scenarios like of what's gonna happen before it actually happens.
Okay. You guys do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like running simulations, trying to like models right in your head.
Yep.
Like your brain's like a computer, so you run models and try to figure out what's going to happen.
Okay. What effect, if any, does running those computer simulation models have in your mind?
It's never a good one.
What effect is it? Let's
I
start
think
there.
I'm trying to prepare for whatever is gonna happen, but I end up just making myself anxious and nervous and not wanting to do it.
Okay. So it sounds like the more simulations you run, you've noticed a correlation between the more simulations you run, the worse you perform.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Yeah, I think it just justifies, it makes you scared of what you're going to do before it happens. And then it sort of becomes true because of that.
It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy?
Yeah, in a way.
Okay, so you're telling me, Inasi, that the more you kind of think about things, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's almost like your failure is inevitable, like the more you worry about it.
Yeah.
You guys agree or disagree?
I agree.
Yeah, when you put it that way, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, like that framing, like I can agree with, and like I resonated a lot with the Anasi's like trying, like I'm always sort of like trying, right? Like, and I try to sort of like don't have no expectations, just try, and see if it works or not. But it's always like life bitch slaps me in the face whenever I try. It's like, nope, like there's this variable that you didn't account for, even though you tried, you're shit out of luck.
Does life feel abusive to you guys?
It can.
Like,
Mostly
I mean,
just feels empty.
empty. Like, do you guys, does it feel to you like life is almost like a malicious force?
Specifically, I think it feels like there's a certain idealistic version of what I would really like, and then there's a huge difference between what I would like and what I want to achieve versus what I'm actually living, and in a way that can kind of feel abusive as that gets more extreme.
Okay. So a gap between truth and fantasy.
A bit.
Okay.
Fantasies has implications that I don't like, but maybe that's kind of the point.
The life that you want to achieve?
Yeah.
What would you call that?
Yeah, fantasy.
I mean, it sounds like fantasy is not the right word.
No, I think I just said that because I was slightly uncomfortable with the connotation, but that doesn't mean it's not the right word.
What connotation were you uncomfortable with?
The person kind of just living in some conjured Disney world of theirs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Is that what you do?
No, I don't think I do that completely.
Okay, so it sounds like
I think everyone does it a little bit.
Sure. So it sounds like fantasy is not the right word. So what is the right word, Rune?
Hmm.
So
I
that's
can't think of a
pretty-
better one.
Huh? So let's help Rune out. Like when you guys think about the life that you could live, do you think fantasy is the right word, or do you think it's something else?
I'd sort of call it a dream.
Okay. What do you mean by dream? Is like a dream something that you strive to achieve, or dream is like the state of consciousness when you go to sleep and you can fly and you have the head of a horse?
Something I strive to achieve, but I feel in my case it's something that I'll never have at the same time.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what is it that you guys want to achieve. What is that? What does the world that you want look like?
Just living comfortably with a comfortable job and people that you know around you.
Okay, what does living comfortably mean?
You don't have to worry about stuff like finances or
So financial
just, yeah,
security?
yeah, rid yourself of worries in general.
Rid yourself of worries. What other worries are there?
Just like anxiety going to places, stuff like that.
Anxiety going to places. What else?
I'd say depression as part of that.
What does that mean, depression? Can you help us understand that, Anasi?
Just feeling down a lot of the time, and I guess isolated in my case as well.
Okay.
I enjoy being with others a lot of the time, but I don't really get that opportunity.
What keeps you from having that opportunity?
Well, I would probably say other people have left me, but I know for sure it's just me not going out of my own way to meet people and stuff like that.
Can anybody help me understand what Anasi just said? He said, I would say that it's other people leaving me, but I know for sure it's me not going out of my way. So like I'm confused about who's responsible for his situation. What do you guys think?
It's a fear of putting yourself out and being vulnerable with other people.
Okay. What do you guys think about other people leaving him? Does that happen to you?
I'm kind of confused on what to think about that because in high school I had to leave one of my best friends to then sort of join my other best friend. I was sort of like in a group of friends and I was the kid in the middle and I had to choose one or the other.
And how did you choose?
Well, the reason they split up in the first place was that one of them was kind of being an asshole. So then my
Okay.
other friend just stopped hanging out with both of us, right? So I had to figure out why that happened in the first place.
Okay.
And then when he told me that, I thought about it for a week and then I didn't really tell anyone. I didn't really tell either of them like what to do about this, but I ended up sticking with the other friend who felt like he was being treated poorly.
Okay.
And then a few years later, he ended up ditching me in return. So
A few years later, he ended up ditching you?
yeah, he was
How do you...
dealing with a lot of mental health issues of his own. So
Huh. Okay. So what do you think is the reason he ditched you?
he mentioned loyalty, which felt like a very sort of fabricated answer to me at the time. I felt like it wasn't the complete truth.
Okay. Do you feel like you made the wrong choice in terms of who you went with, in terms of friendship?
I don't, but I feel like it ended up being something that was slightly out of my control, and I couldn't have known. Um, like at the time, I don't think I could have done anything to sort of change those circumstances.
Sure. So I have a couple of questions for you guys, okay? This is going to sound kind of weird. So the first question is, how much sense do you think the other people in this chat are making?
I think a lot because I've had similar situations too. and so like I think I can understand where they're coming from. I don't know for sure, but like a lot of the things that they're describing has happened to me. So like
Sure.
say like the moving from one friend group to another because the one friend was being an asshole.
Yeah. What do other people think? Do you think the other people in this chat are kind of like, and if you don't, I mean, if you think they're not making sense, please say so. It's like, I'm not trying to frame the question for a particular answer. I'm just curious about what y'all's sense is of whether other people are making sense.
I feel like there's a lot more that is not being said to whatever they're saying. Like there's a lot of underneath that is being kind of like broached onto subtext, and that's it.
Can you help me understand what the subtext is, Root?
I mean, not for other people.
For yourself. Like you're reading something, you're feeling something, you're reading something, right? So let's bring it from subtext to like text.
I think it's just there's like this unanimous feeling of isolation between all of us.
Okay. Well said. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
That's
100%. 100%.
Okay. So this is kind of interesting, right? So my can I just share a couple of thoughts, and like you guys have to, guide me from here. Yeah. So my first thought is that I was expecting a bunch of people who were like, I don't know, like doomers. Like you guys don't seem like doomers to me. Like I had this idea of a doomer as someone who is like, just full of cognitive bias and like just has a view of the world that is really, really like misshapen. Right? Who just like thinks like I was expecting someone who's not going to make sense, basically. So I have this particular view of the world, and I'm confident in my view of the world, and I understand it's not everyone else's view of the world. But the first thing that I was shocked by is like how actually like legitimate all of your perspectives are. And I think that even and as we start to like pick things apart a little bit, I'm also very surprised and frankly impressed by how much you guys are willing to question some assumptions or even express confusion about something. That I think is actually really, really hopeful. So I'll give you guys just an example. Like, so, it started out with the definition of a doomer, which is like anytime you try something, the world is a shit place, so you're destined to suffer. But when I ask you guys, where is the origin of suffering? Is it because the world is going to shit, or is it your fault? Like, each of you is giving me sort of nuanced and complex answers. Right? Like, it's actually kind of, I mean, it sort of makes sense. Like, if we just take what Stray Cat said about therapy, for example. Like, if you've tried to see 10 therapists and only one of them has been helpful, and the one that was helpful quit, like, it's reasonable to think that the world is kind of a shit place and isn't going to help you out. Does that make sense? Like, that's not depression. Like, sometimes I work with people who are depressed, and people who are depressed don't see the world in a correct way, right? So they think thoughts like, my family would be better off, like my kids would be better off without me, so I should kill myself. They think thoughts like that. But what I'm really surprised by, and maybe that's a little bit of what I was expecting, what I'm surprised by is actually how rational all of your thoughts are. Like, it's a little bit surprising. And also that when I challenge some of your thoughts, that you guys are able to kind of like look at them as in kind of a new way. And then I also think it's really awesome that you guys have kind of, the subtext here is isolation. So would you guys say that the core of your problem is that you're isolated?
For me, yes.
Yeah.
Definitely feels that way, yeah.
Sometimes.
Okay, so great. So like, have you guys thought the core of your problem is isolation? Like before
Sort of.
today?
It sort of feeds into my I'll be home alone in the future sort of doomed mentality.
So what is the doomed mentality, Anasi?
Mine is just that I'm set up to fail in a lot of aspects in life, and that in years to come I'll just be in the same spot and won't achieve anything.
Okay. So I want you guys to just think about that for a second and notice what he's saying, right? So this is exactly what I'm hearing from y'all, is that the problems are in every dimension of your life. That's the initial frame, that you're doomed in everything. And you guys were talking about, I think, Inasi, you mentioned like giving 40 or 50% at your best in terms of education.
Yeah.
And that other people are sort of like, we're thinking about therapy, we're thinking about isolation, we're thinking about social anxiety, we're thinking about education, we're thinking about failure, we're thinking about financial security. It's like every dimension of your life is screwed.
Yeah.
That's the way you guys pitch it at the beginning, because I think that's the way that it feels to you in your head. That everywhere you look around, it's like the world is a bleak place, and that's what a doomer is. Everywhere you look, there's darkness. But what I'm actually hearing from you guys is that this isn't actually like 16 problems. And part of the reason that it can feel overwhelming is because when you look around and you see 30 problems, that is like literally overwhelming. You can't fix 30 things. You can't get a job and get an A and get a girlfriend and make $100,000 a year. You can't do all of those things. And so the other bizarre thing about being a doomer, apparently, is that I think your feeling of being overwhelmed is not like an illness. I think it's just you look around and every part of your life seems to be like sort of empty and bleak. So you're like, well, fuck, where do I even start? That actually is logical. It's not... Yeah. But the interesting... Go ahead.
So, like, I think... so... when we were looking at like what a doomer is, there's like this video that like explains it, and like that's very much what the video said. It's like it's all a logical thing. It's sort of like the how essentially like we are today, or like how today was set up from the past, right? So like everything, like it's not. I agree that's like a lot of the things. It's not necessarily like something else, but other things like kind of like the perfect storm. When someone says a perfect storm, it's like these sets of circumstances created this, right?
And this is the external world.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that also, like, I'm a little bit confused about, because when I ask you guys, like, who is ultimately responsible, so I understand the framework that y'all have laid out. I understand everything that you guys have, I mean, I think I do, that the external world is problematic and stuff like that. The problem is that when I actually ask you guys about your life, what I hear is not that the rest of the world is a complete mess and things like that. What I hear is that I'm fundamentally isolated. Like that's what I'm hearing first and foremost. And also I'm hearing that it's not the outside world's fault. It's like my fault.
I'm gonna throw an idea here, and I'm just
Sure.
curious if everyone else here agrees. But it's not so much that like all the previous events in my life have created this moment where now the world's gonna fuck me. It's more like the previous events in my life created me, which can't succeed. A version of me that can't succeed, who
What
is
do you guys think
also
about that?
isolated.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is excellent, right? So this is good. Now we're getting somewhere. So the world has turned you into the person that you are, and the person that you are is fucked.
Yeah, basically.
Is that a doomer?
I
Yeah,
think
guess
in a
Sure
way.
sounds like it.
Huh?
In a way it is.
Okay. So help me understand, Stray Cat. In what way what are we missing?
I think a lot of the time people, when they say doomer, they mean someone who like looks at society as the issue and what we said. But we kind of flipped that around, didn't we?
Yes, we did. That's my point. Right? So if we can flip this around, I wonder what else we can flip around.
That's very exciting.
That's a very bloomer statement.
No, I mean, like, seriously, I'm not trying to... So you guys know I tend to be positive, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm a positive guy. But, like, I didn't come in here and say, like, oh, you guys could turn your life around, because I don't actually know that. I don't know that you can. Maybe you guys are fucked.
Preach.
Right? But what I think Stray Cat put it beautifully, and this is actually what's giving me hope, is that by talking about this, you guys are getting a new perspective. Like, that's what I mean, because what y'all are describing is fundamentally different from the picture of a doomer. And that's what Stray Cat is saying, is that it's not necessarily the outside world. And I think what Rune said makes a lot of sense, that the outside world has turned you into the person that you are today. And the chances of the person that you are today are bleak. I'll accept that. But I still think that if you guys have been trying from a doomer mindset, and you've been failing from a doomer mindset, and you change the way that you look at the world, and you change where agency and power lie, then I think that there's a chance for you to change. And it's not about, like, just putting on a new mindset, like, yeah, like, I can do it. Believe in yourself. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying, like, adopt a new mindset just because that's what the power of positive thinking is. I think that that's dumb. I think the question is, can you authentically look at your life, understand how you got to be this way, understand why you can't move forward, and then figure out a new strategy that is actually authentic for you?
I think that's the crux of my problem specifically, and I talked about this a bit with Rune. So it's like I put essentially like I acknowledge all these things, and I was like, okay, how can I move forward? So when we're talking about like financial security and like education, right? And then like coming from and so like a first gen Asian background, I had my parents tell me that, like, oh, go to college, oh, be an engineer, oh, do all these things, so you have the path forward. So essentially what happened was I couldn't do what you're suggesting of like the authentic self and put myself on autopilot. And I feel as if, and this is where the doomer comes in, is like if I ever try to take control or turn the autopilot off and take control, everything, like, I'm just going to turn everything into shit. Whereas my autopilot like has sort of paved the way for me, so I don't want to lose that kind of.
Wait, is the autopilot a good thing or a bad thing? Not
for
I'm
me.
Not asking,
for me,
I'm not
it
asking
was.
Shill. Hold on. I'm asking other people. What do you guys think
Sorry.
about Shill being or Zill being on autopilot?
I feel very much that I'm on autopilot in my education as well.
I think I can relate when I'm out in public. I think it's what gets me through like that moment in time.
So what do you guys think about Zill's fear of going off of autopilot?
I think he's... Sorry, go ahead.
Go for it, Rune.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say I think he's probably, because I'm never on autopilot. I really am very. I mean, I say that everyone goes on autopilot sometimes, but oftentimes I try not to be. And I think it has given me a lot of opportunities through virtue of like effort that being on autopilot wouldn't have given me.
What do you think about? And I'm sorry, somebody else wanted to say something.
Yeah, my autopilot's sort of just doing what I've always been doing in uni and not really straying from that and being pushed by my parents to do the same sort of stuff like in education.
Mm-hmm.
I just sort of follow that. I don't know if I always give my all, but that's sort of why I just
Sounds like you
autopilot.
never give your all.
Possibly.
I mean, you're the one who said, like, at best I give 50%. Your words, buddy.
Well, sometimes I try, but that's like all I get out of it in like
Okay.
results.
Okay. Important distinction. Okay. What do you guys think about Zill's being afraid to turn off autopilot?
And that's the reason I'm still doing my uni course and stuff. Otherwise, I might have ventured off and tried other things.
Lotus, I haven't heard you speak up in a little bit. Anything that you want to add? You don't have to. I'd like to give you a chance to talk.
I can relate kind of because I grew up with first generation parents as well, and then I was actually born in Canada, but they never really put me into autopilot. I kind of just went with the flow throughout all my life, and then I became sort of either heavily attached or addicted to gaming or just being on my computer. And for me, that's my autopilot, right?
Mhm.
Actually taking time to cook or to exercise or to just even like walk outside is already a challenge sometimes depending on how I feel.
Okay, can I just think for a second?
Yep.
How do you guys think this is going, by the way?
It's a little all over the place.
Yep. Anyone else feel that way?
I think
Yeah.
there's like a we can still tie it all together though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
how,
like we can all tie it. Yeah, we can always like loop it back, you know, because like I think because you said that like it feels as if like everything is sort of like feels overwhelming. So like because of if we feel like it's everything, then somehow it'll all tie back together.
Yeah, so I mean, would you guys say that this conversation is almost like a reflection of what your life feels like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, neat how that happens, huh? Right, so like I think Stray Cat, that's an excellent observation. So I too feel like it's kind of all over the place. I feel like we're talking about a lot of different things. I'm not quite sure if we've made progress. So that's why I'm asking for a few minutes to kind of stop and think and try to figure out like how can we put some of this together in a meaningful way. Okay, hold on. One more minute.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how to answer that because I feel like I'm probably the least doomer person here. Like, I feel like a doomer half the time.
There's so many of us that have said that.
Yeah.
I feel like doomer is something that
Yeah.
mostly people have called me. I don't call it myself it very much.
Oh man, there's so much here. Okay. Okay,
Dr.
I'm gonna
K,
just
what did you say earlier?
about
You
what?
said something earlier about the whole mindset of like embracing positivity for the sake of that will make you feel better on its own accord. That's kind of you said something like that's why I want you to rearticulate it because I didn't remember exactly.
I
what
think
you
the
said.
power of positive thinking is bad.
Yeah.
So I think that there are a lot of people who try to be relentlessly positive, and that's actually incredibly toxic. So I think that when you ignore what's bad in your life and you just focus on the positive, like, you know, if I have like a broken arm and I'm like, oh, but I still have one arm that works. And I'm like, oh, but like, look, this arm works great. Like, let's just focus on the fact, let me be thankful for this arm being functional. And it's like, if that's your strategy in life, you're going to go through life with one arm. You're never going to try to fix what's broken. Right. So I think it's just, I think my foundation is not to try to be positive. It's not to try to be negative. It's try to be where you are. Like, be where you are, start where you are and move from there. And whenever you try to like be in a place that you're not, which by the way, I think is like half of like some of y'all's problems. Right. I mean, I think like anyway, I'll get there. But I think I see a couple people smiling. So I think you guys know what I'm talking about. So I think I want to start with this. Like, so the promise of a generation. So I'm also like my parents were immigrants from South Asian country, India. And so I kind of also feel for those, I mean, I don't know where Lotus is from, but, you know, when I was growing up, I had a couple of options. So my dad once told me that, like, I have an older brother. He's like, one of y'all is going to be a lawyer and one of y'all is going to be a doctor. And my brother's older and he went to law school. So in my med school interviews, they're like, why do you want to be a doctor? And then I'd say, well, my dad said that one of y'all has to be a lawyer and one of y'all has to be a doctor. And my brother was older and he got to choose first. So here I am. And then, you know, they would laugh because that's obviously funny. And what they didn't understand is that, you know, that was actually half the reason I was there. But I think, you know, so what I want to start with is that, like, our generation was given a promise, right? That we were given a promise of like success and happiness. And we were told that if you follow this formula, this is how you will be successful, secure, and happy in your life. And we were told this formula with such finality that you work hard, you go to college, you get a job, you leave, You graduate with a one of these like very specific degrees. Like you don't major in liberal arts, you don't major in art history. You know, you get yourself like a real job, like engineering or like CS. Like CS was sort of like the forefront of like people were like, we don't really know if this is going to work out. And then, you know, the dot-com boom happened in 2000 and it's like, oh, CS became, oh, computer is like completely acceptable along with doctor, engineer. Wonderful, wonderful. That's a good one. Right? So that was what happened. Like we were given this path. And we were told by our elders that if you follow this path, you will be happy in life. And it turned out that that's like the biggest scam that's the biggest scam. And it's not really their fault. And then they get really fucking confused because they're like, I don't understand why you just don't do what I tell you to do. Like, this is the way to be happy. And then you have conflict with them, right? You're like, no, but this doesn't make me happy. And they're like, you're dumb. You'll be happy when you're 40. Just do what I'm telling you to do. Happiness comes later. Like you fucking kids trying to be happy. It's not about happiness. You'll be happy when you're 40, trust me. And that's what we were told. So we were given the promise of a generation. Promise of a generation turned out to be a lie. And I don't really blame them for it. I mean, I used to. But I think like that was the formula that worked for their generation. Like if you wanted to leave India, so my dad grew up in an 8x10 room that had 8 people living in it. 8 people lived in an 8x10 room. At nighttime, they would pack up the kitchen and they would like lay out sleeping bags, or not sleeping bags, but like mats. And then one person would sleep outside the door in like the doorway, like in the entryway, right? That's where they grew up. Their life was different. Meaning and happiness were irrelevant. It was like, we've got to survive because there was like rationing and like you had to stand in line for an hour to get like a pound of sugar. And you could get another pound of sugar like a month later. It's just a different world that they grew up in. And so all of these feelings became very irrelevant because it was about survival. And they saw opportunity to like come to the United States and like they saw a particular way to do that and they did that. And then they could do things like afford cars and then they could do things like buy like 1,000 pounds of sugar for people back home. And so that was what they grew up with. I mean, I think immigrants is probably a little bit more extreme, but I think if you look at even like Caucasian people or like Americans or Canadians from like 60 years ago, is the same way. You could support a family with like one income and a bachelor's degree. Bachelor's degree doesn't get you shit now. So the first thing is that I think the biggest problem is that we were led to believe something that is actually incorrect. And so I think the real challenge here is that we've had to figure out, and I don't think anyone has really, I mean, we're doing this, but I don't think many people stop and really think a little bit about the fact that we have to find our own way forward in this. We're not going to find an answer from somewhere else because those answers just don't work anymore. It's like the test has changed. So the answer key from like 50 years ago doesn't work anymore. And what I'm hearing from you guys is like autopilot. So what is autopilot? It can be a couple of different things, right? Like, so gaming to manage your emotions and things like that. But essentially, like, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that the best result that Inasi has ever gotten is 50% because I think he's doing something that he gives no shits about. And when you take a human being and you make them like give 100% effort for something that they give no shits about, 50% is pretty good. Right? And I hear it from Stray Cat too, that like, there is an assumption about how human beings interact and relate to each other, and she has social anxiety. So those assumptions don't apply to her. She's playing a different game. She was also taught like a particular way to socially behave with other people and what you're supposed to do. She was also given a formula. Go out, make friends, say hi to people, be more active, just get out of the house. Just get out of the house. Just be more active. Just get out of the... But Stray Cat, just get out of the house. You'll make friends. It's the promise of a generation that's fucking wrong. Right? The world that we live in is fundamentally different. And so I think the biggest problem that all you guys have is autopilot. You know, so I mean, I'm going to say biggest like several times because I think there are several biggest problems. So you guys, so the first thing is that I think you guys have to stop living on autopilot. And that's hard. right? So when Zill talks about not living on autopilot, like what is the emotion that arises? Zill, you can't answer, by the way. Okay. What is the emotion that arises for Zill when you stop living on autopilot?
Panic.
Fear?
Absolutely.
Yeah, fear.
Right? That's what's holding you back. I mean, so Stray Cat was saying that she has a lack of direction and lacks meaning in her life. Well, let me tell you guys something. If you major in something that you don't care about, and you have a life of 35 years of a successful career, spending 8 hours a day doing something that you don't care about, your life is going to be meaningless. Just how it works. Right? You guys are looking for meaning in something that you fundamentally give two shits about. So you're not going to find it there. Now, the challenge is like, what keeps you guys from moving forward? I think it's fear and panic. Absolutely. And this is where we kind of get to this whole conundrum of like, is the world the problem or are you the problem? And I think Rune put it beautifully that the world makes you into the person that you are today. But now this is where it gets really tricky, right? Because who determines who you are tomorrow?
Ourselves.
I mean, that sounds like a feel-good kind of answer. Do you guys actually believe that?
No.
Half.
Right? Because my response to you, I mean, I get Lotus that this is Dr. K stream and we're supposed to be like positive and wholesome and have breakthroughs. But like, if you determine who you are tomorrow, like, why did you end up where you are today? Right? Does that make sense?
Question.
Like, who determines who you are today? If you're saying that you control who you are tomorrow, who was in control yesterday? And how did you end up where you are today? That doesn't make sense to me.
It's like putting the blame on yourself.
Right? So hold on a second. So now, Stray Cat, like now we gotta be careful with ourselves. If we have blame, then we have power. You can't have one without the other. So which is it? Does that make sense to you guys?
I have to sit with it.
Good. Your turn to think.
I think that's what makes the blame hurt, though, is because it's like, oh, I was in charge of, I was responsible of the situation, and I fucked it up.
Exactly.
Okay. So then we come back to control, right? So like, did you really fuck it up?
It usually feels like I do.
Hold on. You do or you did? Big difference.
Are you referencing like today versus yesterday? What do you mean?
Yes.
What's the distinction?
Absolutely. That's exactly what I'm referencing.
I think it depends on, I guess, how much resilience I have when I wake up in the morning. If I can continue to fight that fight, you know?
Okay, so if you don't have enough resilience in the morning, whose fault is that?
I see.
What do you see? Help the rest of us see, Rune.
Well, I think you're just basically articulating how complicated this gets, because it feels complicated. It's like it's still my responsibility. I still see it like that, but at the same time, maybe give yourself a break every now and then.
What do the rest of y'all think about that?
I think like give yourself a break. Like for me, that feels as if like, oh, if I'm giving myself a break, then like where am I displacing all that feelings to? That's sort of like my internalization of like giving myself a break almost. Like I feel like when you said like surviving, I feel as if in like autopiloting, like this all connects. Like I autopilot so I can survive, and so therefore I can't give myself a break because like I have to like do these things.
Yeah, right. So that's the panic and the fear. Because unless you continue living your life, like, you can only, like, if you stop going on autopilot and you give yourself a break, then, like, you're afraid that the world is going to come crashing down. Stray Cat said panic. Like, Stray Cat, what do you think the panic is? Like, can you describe that for us?
Well, for me, it's like literally a panic attack, but in like a more, I'm not sure, like it's really just uncertainty and like the unknown.
Yeah. So what do you guys think about, like, just think about that for a second. I mean, the Doomer, this is very different, okay? The Doomer knows what's happening on the outside world. The outside world is known, it's fixed, it's given. That's why there's no hope. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The outside world has been solved for. But what you guys are describing to me is very different. It's actually like the unknown. That and in a sense, it's not, I think what this means is that there's an autopilot you, and the autopilot you is the Doomer. And the autopilot you, like, looks into the future and knows that there's no hope for you. And then there's another part of you that understands that there is another outside world there that is uncertain and unknown. But you guys are all actively choosing to go on autopilot and pick the Doomer's world. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it relates to one part of my life, especially like in my education. I've always just listened to what my parents say when I ask for help. Like, I'm always uncertain if I should keep going. But then I think of, oh, if I stop doing this course and go to something else, I've never done this sort of. I've always been sort of doing IT my whole life, so that's what I'm going into. But if I'm being completely honest, I feel like something else would be better, but the uncertainty stops me from trying or doing anything other than what I'm currently going down.
Yeah, so how much, like, who here is living with, is afraid of living with uncertainty, right? Are, like, other people, do you guys feel similar to Inasi in the sense that there's another path that you could walk, but you're terrified of what's at the end of that path because you don't know?
Yeah, I agree.
How so? Lotus?
Let's say even if I did, pursue culinary arts or whatever else in post-secondary, even if I did complete all of that, I don't know what I would do with it afterwards. I don't know. Like, I don't know, out of all the paths that I can take, I don't know where any of it will lead me to.
How do you live with that? How do you live with uncertainty?
Yeah, I don't know.
Stray Cat, what do you think? How do you deal with your panic?
I kind of don't, to be honest. It feels like it takes control of me instead.
Mm-hmm.
So I tend to just avoid things that cause that panic in the first place.
Yeah.
And then I'm just kind of living without really doing anything.
Yeah. So I avoid things that cause the panic in the first place. That is the fucking definition of autopilot becoming an engineer. Right? What your whole lives, guys, are built around the avoidance of uncertainty of the road that you have not walked. And the problem here is that when you look at the road that you are walking, you see doom and gloom at the end of it. And the thing is, that's not a cognitive bias. It's not because you guys are fucking depressed. It's because you guys are smart. It's because every step along that road has been doom and gloom. And then you're like, I've been getting 50%, like, going back to Inasi, he's been trying really hard and the best he can do is 50%. And he's like, if I continue studying in IT, the most I'm ever going to be able to get is 50%. And so you look at a life and it's a doomer, because the best you could, if you give 100, all you're going to get is 50. That is a bad world to live in. But then we kind of circle back and we think about this for a little bit, and we see that there are a couple of core things. The first is the avoidance of uncertainty, the fear of like, what is the world going to look like? And that's a reasonable fear too. We can kind of get into how that works. And then there's also like a couple of other things which I haven't been able to quite tie together. One is like what the sense of isolation is. And the third is, a sense of how did you get to be here, and who's responsible for like where you are now, and who's responsible for what happens in the future. And you guys want to say that you're responsible, but the more I kind of like chip away at that, it seems like you guys aren't actually so sure. Right? And this goes back to like what Rune was saying about being resilient. He's like, depends on how resilient I am that day. And I was like, okay, well, what determines how resilient you are? Like, whose fault is that? Right? So the first thing, so let's like think about, so are those like three topics that we can try to dig into? Does that sound reasonable? Yeah. Do you guys think those are like worthwhile things to talk about?
Yeah, because like if I see it as like sort of like a like an umbrella, like those three things fall under the umbrella of like the doomer kind of. Yeah.
Yep. But I think it's more than one thing. So I think there's uncertainty about the road not taken. There's the security of being on autopilot. That's one thing. Second thing is like what's going on with isolation. And the third thing is like who is responsible for your life. Now, the next thing I'm going to ask you guys is I sense a subtle change in this group. How do you guys feel right now?
Nervous?
In a different way from the beginning?
No, I'm actually a little less nervous, to be honest.
So what do you feel nervous about, Stray Cat?
Just being on stream, really.
Okay, so you feel a little less nervous, but essentially the same quality of nervousness.
Yeah.
And Nasi, how do you feel?
I don't know.
You don't know? What are you doing right now?
Smiling.
Why?
I don't know.
Right? So you were smiling before I asked you how you were feeling. Did you notice that?
No.
Okay. You've been smiling for a little while now. Any idea why that is? I mean, now you're smiling because maybe you feel embarrassed and you just noticed you're smiling, but...
Yeah, nah, I don't know. Maybe because we're getting somewhere.
Is that what you think? Actually, that's not the right question. Is that how you feel?
Yeah, I think with the three topics, it sort of hits right where the things that I'm feeling.
Do you know how to describe what you're feeling right now?
Not really, no.
Does anybody else have a sense of when you guys look at Anasi's face, what do you think he's feeling?
I think he's having a good time.
Yeah.
Anasi, how many people have told you that maybe school is not where you should be? Or I've brought that into, because I feel like a lot of people tell you. So I know Anasi and Stray, so I'm familiar with kind of the stuff they talk about.
Yeah,
so
we're all friends.
if I'm asserting some things, that's wise because we talked about it before. But it kind of feels like, I know, kind of feels like Anasi is told a lot of times, just work harder at school, just do school more.
Oh God, that sounds like a terrible idea to me.
Yeah.
Just work harder is like the worst strategy in the universe. Like, it's like telling Stray Cat, just leave the house more. Just get out of, like, depression's not that bad. Just get out of bed. Jump out of bed. I once had someone tell me that their solution to depression was to jump out of bed. Not get out of bed, Leap out of bed. And they said that if I can leap out of bed, then my depression is cured. You should tell your patients to jump out of bed. I was like, all right, man, I'll do that. It's fucking dumb advice. It's not how it works. Trying harder. So if at first you don't succeed, don't try again. If at first you don't succeed, try it a different way. Like, I mean, anyway, don't get me started on ranting on another topic. So let's talk about uncertainty, isolation, and agency. Okay, these are our 3 topics. So let's kind of bang them out. So we're going to be a little bit more quick about them. So when you guys think about uncertainty, like, what do you think would happen to your life if you started taking the road that you're uncertain where it leads?
It's scary to think.
What's scary
More
about it?
fulfilling.
What's scary about it? We'll get to Rune's
Yeah, sorry.
fucking relentless positivity in a second.
So like, okay, if I can provide like a gamer analogy, so it's like I play a little bit of Dota. So it's like, who makes like the guides for Dota? I forgot who, but like it's like if I play Dota, it's like, okay, I know that I want to do well. So Dota life, right? I'll make those analogies, right? Okay, so I'll follow this guide. Hence, the guide is sort of like the boomers talking down. It's like, hey, just get these items, and then do this item path, and you'll be fine, right? And so it's like, okay, I'll just follow this guide and see if I can win the Dota match. And then like to think to like veer away, like sure there's other guides, but to think that like I can choose my own items and play how I want, I don't know if it's going to give me the same results. And so like that I have experienced already via autopilot.
So I'm gonna give you sort of like, I'm gonna modify your analogy a little bit, okay? So let's say you're playing Dota. So like, what position do you play in Dota? So
I always played support.
Okay, so I like playing support too. So like, let's say that someone says like, if you want to win games, like someone says like, here's how you win a game of Dota. You play anti-mage, you farm for 45 minutes, and then you go 27-0-15. And they say this is the way to play.
Yeah.
And then what happens is you play anti-mage, right? Their guide, like you look at their guide, and their guide is spot on. You're like, wow. And they're like, look, if you want to see it happen, you don't have to look at my guide. Like, just look at Arteezy streaming, and just watch him do it. Like, look at all these hard carries. Like, they fucking own the games. They win like millions of dollars using this strategy. So you should use it too. And then what happens when you play anti-mage, Zil?
I tell my teammates so much.
Yeah, you know why you tell your teammates?
Because I'm probably bad at it.
Absolutely.
And like not doing what Arteezy is doing.
Absolutely. So I follow the guide, I play anti-mage, and I fucking get owned. I'm 0-8-15 at the end of the game. And then the guy comes back and he's like, dude, you just gotta follow the guide, man. Just follow the guide. But your experience is causing you to like lose MMR like game after game after game. You're getting crushed. What happens when you play support?
It goes back up. Or like it's like it's more more enjoyable because I know what I'm doing, I guess. So like following guide, I guess like I'm used to it, but those are all like different also things too. But generally the feeling is that I find that, hey, I play bad.
The feeling is that you played bad when?
Oh, sorry. If I play support, I play better. Yeah.
You play better. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's more fun.
Yeah.
So this is what you guys have to understand about like the promise of a generation, which is that it's a lie, right? Like it's not that it's like a pure lie. It's just that like I think your analogy was beautiful, Zil, because it's like they're giving you a guide for like a strategy and a character that you do not want to play. And when you try to play that character, you find that you suck at it. And then the problem here is that your whole life you've been playing. So like, imagine you're playing Dota and you've never played before, and like you've never played support. All you've been doing is like following anti-mage guides. And you think that Dota is a shitty game because all you ever do is first pick anti-mage. That's what your life is like. Because all you've been doing is picking anti-mage. You've never given yourself the chance to like pick a Dazzle or a Lion or like an Oracle or whatever. Like you haven't actually tried, like, because you're like, but how am I supposed to carry a game with Oracle? Like the guide says I have to go 27-0. I've watched Arteezy's stream. But like, how am I supposed to like win a game with a support? Like I can't build, like, how does that even work? And so your mind's ability to even consider what is down the road of uncertainty, like you can't even think about it. You can't calculate it. But it doesn't mean that there isn't like lots of success possible. It's just you have no idea how to predict it, which is because you've never played a game as a support. So then the next question is, so for Zill, and sorry if this is a little bit Dota specific, we'll get more general, but so Zill, what do you think about uncertainty now? Like, what's the solution to fearing the uncertainty of your life?
Oh, I've done a lot of introspection, and like I actually have not been able to answer that or ask myself that question. So it's like a wallop for me, first of all.
Well, I'll give you a quick answer, a quick hint. You're not going to find the answer through introspection. Right? Like, if I'm a Dota player, so I'll ask you in another way. If I'm a Dota player and I keep on losing playing anti-mage and I suck at it and I'm like losing and losing and losing and losing and losing. You guys understand what I'm talking about? Like, even if you don't know who anti-mage is?
Yeah.
Play League.
Yeah.
I'm on
Okay,
the
so
same
like,
page.
you know, so it's like a ADC. It's like the way you win a game of League is you pick an ADC and then
Yeah.
you just go 27-0. And then you pick an ADC and then you go 0-8. So what do? Like if
Uninstall the
I
game.
Take notes, Rune.
yeah, uninstall the game, right?
Play the
Okay,
other
so let's steer clear of suicide, okay, boys and girls. So I'm asking you, so practically, Zill, if I was playing Dota for the first time and I played 50 games of Anti-Mage and I won 2 of them, and I say this game sucks, what is the practical advice you would tell me?
Try a different hero.
Absolutely. But then I come to you and I say, but Zill, like, I don't know how to win a game with that other hero.
I guess like, but the academia side means like, well, just play another 50 games and see and compare the win rates between the two 50 game samples.
Is that what you would tell me? You would tell me to play another 50 games as anti-mage, or
as a support, as like the new role.
And but I say, but I may not win. I could lose, Zill. What would you say?
My gut reaction is like, just try, and like that's sort of like, I don't know, like that's like disingenuous. I feel like it's like I know that they want to win the game, but it's like you gotta try.
What does trying do?
Gives you more information to see if you're good at the new role that you're playing.
That's it, man.
Wait,
That's
really?
it. Right? That's exactly what you need to do. You need more information about the road that you have not taken. Because you're like, I don't remember if you're studying engineering or what, but like, I don't know what you're studying or what career path you're on. But like the basic problem is that you've been following the anti-mage guide, and what you need to do is play a few games as other things to see if you like it or see if it offers any chance of success. And understand that when you play a new game, you're actually going to be worse at it than what you're doing now.
I guess like for my professional career, like following the anti-mage guide kind of did work. So like,
sure,
but like I have other problems, or I have like other facets that analogy can definitely apply to. So yeah.
What do you guys think about, like, I don't know how much of this conversation you all have been able to follow, but
all of it. I'm on the same page.
Rune, can you explain to me what we just talked about?
Yeah, basically, if you're unhappy with do you want me to say it with the analogy, or do you want me to
without the analogy, please?
Okay. So basically, if you are unhappy with the strategy that you're applying to your own life or whatever you're doing in your daily life, if you're unhappy with that, you have to be willing to go out on a limb, fuck up, and get dominated, which is the League analogy. You have to be willing to fail and learn how to do something that you will enjoy more.
What do you think about that?
It's worked for me. I do music, so I spend a lot of time like writing and producing music. I've been doing it for like 3 years now, And in the past like 3 months, I've decided to put more effort and more energy into it, and a little bit less effort into like school. And it has its own like hardships, but it's way more fulfilling.
What do other people think about what Rune just said?
Sounds pretty good.
What sounds good about it, Lotus?
That you're finding something that's new and fulfilling, and that sounds like you want to keep pursuing it.
So I want to just be a little bit clear. I don't think that it was new and fulfilling. So this is an important distinction, okay? This is part of the problem that gets us stuck. We think something is new and fulfilling. Rune, when you started music, was it new and fulfilling?
No, it was confusing and weird.
So would you say that the less new it got, the more fulfilling it became?
Absolutely not. In fact, I think the more I've stuck with it, the more fulfilling it's gotten.
Okay. I think that's what I asked you, but that's okay. So
Oh, yeah,
basically,
sorry.
as when it's new, it's not fulfilling, and the more that you explore it, at the beginning it's fucking confusing and weird, and you don't know what you're doing. But fulfillment doesn't come at the beginning; it comes at the end.
Yeah.
And there's a period of time that has confusion and weirdness,
Yeah.
right? So like, let's just think about that when we're thinking about alternatives. So this is where we kind of get into expectations and fantasies and stuff like that. There's this other idea that the boomers give us, that if you try something, you'll like it. Right? They say like, oh, just go out and like meet new people. Everything will be fine. No, it's going to be fucking awkward and awful. That's not what they tell you. They tell you, they say exactly what Lotus said. Oh, I should try something that's new and fulfilling. Nobody. You should try something that's new and difficult and awkward. And over time, if you're lucky, it will become fulfilling. And if you're unlucky, then what do you do?
Try something
Try
else.
something new.
Now, let me ask you guys something. Is what we're talking about now just try?
No.
It's about experiencing and learning, right?
So like, how is what we're talking about different from just go out and try something new? Or is it the same?
No, there's more lenience in it and more like you don't have to stick to it and keep trying. You can just find what fits.
I think like the education part, right? Because like you can try something but not have any sort of like wanting of education. But when you told me it's like you should try something else to figure it out or like to learn something, to me that's like educating myself on this topic. So I can try and educate, and I think there's also a difference between just trying. Like I think that's how you explained it, right? Like how
I'm asking you guys. I don't care what I believe. The question is, what do you guys think? If I had started this and you guys were saying, oh yeah, I don't like what I'm doing, and I said, just try something else, is that the same as where we are now? Right? So what are the key things? So Stray Cat and Zill have mentioned a couple of things, right? It changes the perception around why you're trying. The just try is try for the goal of success. But now what I think Stray Cat said it really well, there's leniency in this. There's a presumption of failure. There's a presumption of fucking up. And there's a presumption that the goal here is... this isn't a presumption. The goal is actually not to succeed. What is the goal?
To learn?
Absolutely. So I think the problem is if Inasi wants to get 100 on something that relating to school, I think it's got to be something that he gives a shit about. Right? Like that's... Like there's no way you're going to get 100 if you don't care about what you do. And this is where, you know, we've touched on meaning and fulfillment. And it sounds like Rune has found some degree of fulfillment in music. And that's also how it works. It's like you find fulfillment in playing the position of the game that you enjoy. And the problem is that we have all these guides telling us that if we want to win, you should play this position. And that too is kind of interesting because if you look at the game of life, there are some successes that are so much more noticeable that people can point to them. Right? And like for like the MOBA players, like think about this for a second. The reason that the anti-mage is 27-0, or the reason that your ADC is having a wonderful game, is because of like a support's warding, a support's position, but none of that, no boomer can point to that and tell you that that's the reason that, like, that's not what you see, right? Does that make sense? That some paths to success are subtle and difficult to detect. But the problem is that we get biased by the overnight success stories. We get biased by like the so-and-so who like became an investment banker and was your colleague and you guys were neighbors and now he's so successful and now you're a piece of shit and he's married and is going on a honey. Like we look at some successes and we try, but we don't realize that there are equally good successes that are just hard to detect and subtle. And that your path in life isn't going to look like the fantasy that you come up with in your mind.
So is my path to success basically in trying something new until I find the right thing for me, for example?
Ask these guys. I don't know the answer to that question. What do you guys think?
He keeps mentioning culinary. He said that a few times.
I mainly switched out of that because even coworkers are telling me that maybe it's not maybe it's not something that suits me, or maybe I'm not like cut out for it.
Is it something that you're proud of or just something you actually enjoy?
It was a little bit of both until I realized how stressful it became. And at the end of the day, it's like it doesn't pay as much as I would like it to.
So what do you guys think Lotus should do? He's 21, right?
Yeah.
Are you America?
I'm in
I know.
Canada.
In Canada? I worked as a chef for a little bit and I hated it and made the decision to stop. But I also was really bad at it and didn't care about it. So I think it kind of matters how much do you care about it and how much do you want money.
So my plan right now is actually just to go back to school for a trades program, which is like completely different, right? And the idea is to actually just try it out, see how it works, see how I like it. If I don't like it,
So I want to offer just a little bit of advice here. So the other thing that I want you guys to understand is that, so I think going back and getting a trade, getting trained in a trade is like a good idea. But I want you guys to understand that getting trained in a trade or going back to school is not the career that you're going to do for the rest of your life. Like, do you guys know what my job is? Kind of funny question. What's my job? What do I do?
You're like a couple things, right? Psychiatry, faculty.
What is this?
Like
This is what I'm passionate about. What is
Talking
this?
to doomers.
Yeah. Is this what I trained to do?
not really.
Exactly. So understand that so fulfilling a certain financial security is one thing. Finding work that you find fulfilling is something else. So Lotus, I think if you want to get a trade degree and like get a job that pays pretty well, like in HVAC or something like that, like by all means go for it. But don't stop there and understand what you're getting into is not necessarily a fulfilling fulfilling career, that you have some financial needs, and that like you should continue looking for the things that make you happy. And that over time, so I do believe that the world rewards, just from a Darwinian or evolutionary perspective, people who really, really care about stuff. Because I think the world is filled with people like Inasi who give two shits about their job and produce 50% quality work. And so every now and then someone comes along who genuinely cares about what they do, and there's like financial reward in that. That's my general belief and observation. So I'd say for Lotus, like, you guys also have to understand that fixing your life is going to be a series of like missteps. Right? But you have to take the step that like you got to take now. So if you want to get like a trade degree, by all means go for it. But don't assume for a second that the fulfillment that Rune gets from making music is going to come from that. It may come from that. You could end up being lucky. But your journey does not stop there. That's the other big lie that the boomers taught us, which is that your education is your career, and your career should be enjoyable and fulfilling. Like, I don't accept that for a second. Like, I think careers can change wildly. And that what you find fulfillment from is something that you should work on. And then, like, the other thing that boomers, like, I don't agree with at all, is that, like, boomers think that you should have, like, a job and then you should have hobbies. No, I think the world is quickly becoming a place where your hobbies are worth just as much as a job. And what I mean by that is the barriers to publication are lower. So like you have solo dudes who will like create video games and put them on Steam and will make tons of money from it because it's what they care about. And they have a job that whole time. You have people who work like, you know, overnight shifts at hotels and like write books because that's what they care about. That's what I think you guys should do. If you need to do some kind of work in the meantime, like the reason I'm a psychiatrist is because I have to support a family. I love talking to gamers. That's what I love doing. And this is also where right now I think the real problem is that you guys gravitate, and I'm sorry if I'm not getting to the other topics, but I feel like preaching. Is that okay? Is that?
That's fine.
Go for it, my dude.
Okay. So I think the other thing is that you guys really have to think a little bit about, you know, right now you're avoiding pain and seeking pleasure. But the way for you guys to like study hard, and even if it sucks, is for you to have studying be in service to another goal. So like if Inasi says, okay, I want to like write, you know, a fantasy fiction novel, and in order to do that, I have to support myself for some time, I think then his ability to study is going to be way better. Does that make sense? Like, I've got to support myself for some way while I, like, figure out what I want to do. But the problem is that right now, school is the goal for you guys. It's not a means. Your job is the goal. It's not a means. And it's a goal that you guys don't care about, so you're not going to give your best. So I think you could get a job, by all means, be financially independent. But understand that the financial independence is just money so that you can actually get on to living the life that you want. Does that make sense? Questions?
Yeah, so like the question I have is like if we acknowledge that like the fulfillment and then like the money, like financial security are two different things, then like what are like the boomers essentially like boomers reaction to each individual thing, right? Or is it like do they just lump them together?
The boomers don't care about fulfillment. Like that's the basic problem. So I think like they lived in a day and time where like the stress on our mind and what we care about and stuff like that, it's changed. Something has changed within humanity like over the last 20 or 30 years. I don't quite know what it is, but fulfillment has become way more important. I think there's a reason why there's been an explosion of yoga across the world. And it's, I think, because people are looking for more peace and harmony and fulfillment. And I think part of that is probably because like what's actually, I just maybe figured it out. You guys know what Maslow's hierarchy of needs is?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So like 50 years ago or 100 years ago, where were we on Maslow's hierarchy of needs as a society?
Survive.
Absolutely. Right? So that's at the bottom. Where are we now?
Self-actualization.
Yeah, self-actualization. Yeah.
Absolutely, right? So automation, lab-grown food,
Bro, I'm
universal
still
basic
on love and
income.
belonging.
Huh?
I'm still on love and belonging. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
But my point is that, like, I think the stresses on humanity are changing. We're not, the things that we used to worry about are, like, we're closer to the top. Like, shelter and stuff is, like, you're, for the most part, isn't, like, as big of a problem. Infant mortality 100 years ago was, like, 20%. Just think about that. Like, not many kids die now. And that's what they used to worry about. And, like, now, the closer we are towards the top, the more, like, the things that we have to worry about become mental. So the boomers just don't understand that. And it's not their fault. It's just we're living in a different world. So I got to run in about 15 minutes. So I'm going to give you guys a choice. Do you guys want to talk about isolation or agency?
I say isolation.
Isolation.
So let's talk about it. What makes you feel isolated?
Loneliness.
Having no friends.
Okay,
Not
so
going outside.
let's think about this for a second, okay? So if you have no friends, let me just think for a second about how to try to do something substantive in 15 minutes about this.
I have 2 friends that are in here.
Yeah, so do you feel so let's just think about that for a second. How much do online relationships matter?
To me, like, it means a lot, but for, like, your average person who goes outside and has real friends, I don't know.
Do you think that you don't have real friends?
No, like, in real life, no.
Okay, so by real friends, you don't mean like authentic friends, you mean like physical friends.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking for a second. What do you think it is that makes you feel isolated for the other folks?
I spend like all my time home alone.
Okay.
Whenever I'm not at uni, I don't have a job, and even throughout school, I'd pretty much always just come home, play games by myself, just in my room. It's pretty much where I
Well,
stay.
hold on. Are you playing single player games?
No, normally multiplayer, but alone.
Okay. I think this may take more than 15 minutes, unfortunately.
Part 2?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think I want to do this justice, and I'm just not seeing... I think this is a whole different issue.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think this is actually related to what we've been talking about for an hour and a half. I mean, it's maybe related, but I think it's its own thing.
Like, how I tie it in is, like, for me at least, like, the autopilot also drove into the isolation, where it's like, okay, in the autopilot, like, algorithm, it's like being alone is fine. But, like, that's how I programmed my autopilot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that uncertainty of, like, oh, what if I open myself up, right? Like, what happens? So it's like, that's how I tie it, at least.
Yeah, so I think we have to... You guys know, like, how, going out and trying new things is sort of the conclusion we came to, but we didn't just say, just try new stuff, right? There's, like, a different way of understanding, like, walking the road of uncertainty. I think we have to do the same thing with isolation. It's not as simple as saying just go out and make friends. I think it's understanding, and I just don't understand it. So I don't understand what it is that makes you guys feel isolated. And you guys are giving me some really good answers, but I think actually there's more to it. So I think that the problem isn't just that don't know people. I think the problem is that when you meet, or a problem is that when you meet people, you can't show them who you are. And there's no point in, like, going out and being fake. Like, that's not, like, even if you guys have friends or are hanging out with people, I think if you can't show them who you are, it's still isolating. So that they're different there are different layers to this that I'm picking up. Right? And I want to do it justice, and I just don't think we can do that in, like, another 5 to 10 minutes. But So apologies for that, guys.
I've noticed something on the server. I lurk around the Healthy Gamer Discord sometimes, and this seems like a really common theme on the server. Actually, just people who don't have a whole lot of like real life connections. And you asked earlier whether or not like online friends and real life friends can be, you know, if they're the same value. I think they can be, but I think oftentimes there's something about being in a room with someone that really isn't fully replaceable.
I completely agree. So I'll give you guys, so in the last 5 to 10 minutes, I'll give you guys a chance to ask questions, or anyone have like kind of closing thoughts, or let's start with questions.
So I had a question about like back to like the Dota stuff where it's like say it's like, oh, I can't. So like my thing, right, was like, oh, they're winning because an item is broken. Like their success, like, is that like the doomer mentality where it's like, oh, they're doing well not because they're following the guide, but it's like, oh, that item is broken, or like that character is broken. Like, would that follow under the doomer mentality kind of? Because it's like it's not putting anything on you, but like something else, something external.
I don't quite follow your analogy, but my instinct is not really. I don't know that that's the boomer mentality. Or are you saying doomer?
Doomer.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that is... So here's what I'm hearing you saying. So I think this kind of actually goes back to agency and like who's responsible. And I think a lot of times people attribute other people's successes to circumstances. And I think that's not, I mean, some of that's true, right? So some people have more advantages than you do in life, and so they have a leg up, and that's true. Is that fair? No. Is it equal? No. But I think generally speaking, when someone talks about something being OP, that's ego more than anything else, right? That's like, you don't want to you don't want to look at your own shortcomings, and you want to just simplify and protect yourself from where you fall short, so you call something OP. Like, you know, if you just think about it in a video game, when someone calls something OP, what they really mean is, this person is beating me. And I can't accept that the reason that they're beating me is because they're playing better. So instead, what I'm going to say is that they're OP. Right? That item is OP. And, I mean, sometimes things are OP. But, you know, I think for the most part, like, if you're thinking in the mentality of, you know, someone else has like an advantage over you and that's the reason they're successful, like, I think that's not really it's not a productive way of thinking, whether it's right or whether it's wrong. It just doesn't help you. Because the issue is like, what do you have, right? And how do you get to where you want to go? And sometimes you have to come up with an unorthodox strategy to like move forward in your own life, which I think is unfortunate because the boomers had a formula. Like, that's the other big thing. No one gave us, like, there's no formula for us because this is new. Like, the epidemic of loneliness is like new. Like, human beings used to hang out because we didn't have technology to separate us. Like, we just, you know, now it's like between Uber Eats and like grocery delivery and all kinds of other stuff. Like, I never have to leave I can live in the middle of a million people and never see any of them. And so I think part of the challenge is that we have to figure out how we're going to move forward. And that's going to happen from hopefully conversations like this, because I don't have all the answers, guys. Like, you guys know. I mean, you guys know what it's like to be in your shoes, and you guys have to help each other out, because I don't know. I mean, I'm in a different stage of my life. And y'all need to help each other out in terms of figuring out, like, how do you deal with isolation? I'm not sure, but I think we should continue to talk about it. I'm happy to play referee, but y'all have to be the ones that play the game. Other questions?
And we're talking about the whole guy going out on a limb and trying new things and failing and learning. I feel like I've been doing music since I was like 8, but I've been taking it more seriously for the past 3 years. And over that time, there's a lot of moments where like I almost quit or almost gave up because I'm like, I'm awful at this. I'm just terrible at this. I just hate everything I make. I'll make a song, and then the next day I'll be like, this is the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. And I think that comes down to a lot of like just disproportionate self-loathing. And it's something I still struggle with. And I haven't really found like a good way to deal with it other than just to stop thinking about that and go to the next song, make something new. You have any like
No.
insight?
Yes and no. So I think you figured out the most important solution. So I don't know if you guys, I mean, so people think that I'm good at what I do on stream. And like, I was a really bad therapist for like 3 years. And I really started to become a better, it's not even therapy. I started to become a better therapist when I stopped doing therapy. So literally what happened is like, I got taught a certain way to do therapy, and then I was bad at it. And I think that what you said is actually the most important thing, which is to like, don't let the way that you feel about your performance affect whether you try again. Right? Whether you try again shouldn't be determined by your performance. It should be determined by your passion towards the subject. Like, don't just keep trying. I mean, it's fine to quit. I think it's good to quit. But quit for the right reasons. Quit because you actually don't care about it. Don't quit at something because you're bad.
The cycle every single time for me is like I'll make something, I like it for like 2 hours, and then I hate it, and I don't do any music for like 24 hours, and then I hear something that I'm like, holy shit, that's beautiful, and then I have to go do that. I'll hear like a new artist or like a new song out or something. So it's like this, like that inspiration, that passion comes back and drives me to do it again.
Yeah, so what I hear there is that there's something inside you that longs to create music, and like you said, there's a samskar, or like, you know, ball of self-loathing that comes out and likes to play from time to time. And understand that that ball of loathing is not actually you. It's just a ball of self-loathing that has built up over years and years and years as you've become like a doomer, you know, some of the time. And that's how it works. So I want you guys to understand that the self-loathing that you have for yourself is not really the real you. It's just like it's like a cognitive pattern in your mind. You know, like when you get a song stuck in your head and the song just kind of randomly pops up and like plays on autopilot for a while and then randomly goes away. That's like a feeling of like self-loathing literally functions like that. It pops up. There are times where you're feeling okay, and then the self-loathing just pops up and it's like, hey, you fucking suck at life. And then you feel that way for a while, and for some people it's longer and for some people it's less, and then it kind of leaves your mind for a while, and then you're kind of living and you're feeling good about yourself, you're able to get out of bed, and that song pops up and you're, oh, you suck at life, right? So it just because we have these cognitive things that exist within our mind doesn't mean that they're true. They're not correct. It doesn't mean you actually suck at life. And so just notice that self-loathing arises. And like, notice when it's there, and notice this is part of the pattern, and take some comfort in the fact that that's going to go away and your inspiration will return. So I think you're well on the right path.
Good. That's good to hear.
So I'm just going to ask people kind of for closing thoughts. So what I'd love to hear is a little bit about, you know, how you found the session, and if you learned something, I'd love to hear what that was. If you felt like there are things that you'd still like to explore, I'd love to hear what that is as well. So I think we can maybe just go around the room.
Oh, is that me starting?
Sure.
As far as learning something, I don't know. It's really just more a reflection of things that I've kind of thought or guessed at myself. But hearing it from other people, I don't know, it kind of confirms it. I don't trust in my opinion as much as I'd say I trust in others.
Excellent point.
It's really nice to be able to. Sorry.
You go.
I was just I'm kind of building on what Stray said. It's really nice to be able to go into the nuances of these things in a setting where everyone is on the same page already, and there's like a nice feeling of support, I think, just from that alone.
Yeah, like you said, like because it's we're talking about like nuanced things, like the doomer mentality can go so in depth into these nuanced things. And so I guess like the realization of like how much of like you said, loneliness is a problem and like all these like factors. But in terms, and I acknowledge that, and in terms of sort of like the steps to go on a path of quote unquote fixing it or dealing with it, I learned that's like I need to set myself in situations where I should try not to look at like the success or failure part, but more of the learning and teaching part in things I try.
Yeah.
I really liked the phrase set myself in situations. So I think that goes to the balance we are still haven't teased apart about what is the environment responsible for and what are you responsible for. Right? So like what I like about that is it's not like all you or all the environment. It's not that the item is OP. It's not that you suck at the game. It's that there's an environment person interaction. And the better you set that up, the more likely you are, the more optimistic it sounds like you're going to feel. So we can get to that maybe next time. But Anasi?
Next time.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same what everyone else said, but the one thing I'd want to go into more is isolation.
Okay.
It's definitely a big thing for me.
What about what the other people said kind of resonates with you?
Just being able to bounce off ideas and how we're all same in different aspects.
Okay. Thanks for sharing. And Lotus?
So oddly enough, I'd say that like it's really reassuring to hear that whenever I fall into a cycle of feeling all these negative thoughts and feeling very pessimistic and not wanting to get out of bed, I don't have to leap out of the bed immediately and try to just, man up and like take it all head on. It's okay to sort of take it one step at a time, and all of this self-loathing or negative thoughts will dissipate, and maybe I'll start feeling better over time. It's not an instant transformation.
Yeah. Very well said. I think like change and growth and progress is not like, I think the other thing that I'm glad, Lotus, it sounds like you're giving yourself a lot of time, right? So that's the other big thing, which I'd love it if you guys could take away, is that give yourselves time to build the life that you want. It's not like you're going to switch majors and you're going to be happy. It's like exactly what Rune said, that he made music and it was actually shitty. It was like painful and uncertain and weird, and he stuck with it. He held on to, not held on, he listened to his inspiration. And I think each and every one of you has something that like inspires you as well. It's just you've been taught this formula for success that has taught you to not listen to that part of yourself. But we live in a world where video games are the dominant form of entertainment. They've passed everything else, right? And like that's actually really cool. Like I'm thrilled about that. I'm thrilled that we live in a world where there are indie game studios that can build games that I like to play. Like really, really remote games that like most people would not care about. And we live in a world where more people are writing than ever. We live in a world where with things like Spotify, I can actually listen to Rune's music if he wants to upload it. Right? We live in a world where someone made the cock pog song, right? And like just think about this for a second. The person who made the cock pog song is probably fucking depressed and isolated and a doomer. But they had a flash of inspiration and they created something beautiful.
Bro, get them in here. Where are they at?
Dude, but just think about this. This is coming from our community. It's coming from you guys. And like, can't you see that no matter how depressed or down that person is, they've created something that is truly beautiful and has brought a smile and joy to thousands of people.
Beautiful.
And it's like 56 seconds of awfulness, but it's so wonderful. I'm equal parts mortified and flattered.
I think that was the intention.
Right? Like my kids are gonna like hear that one day. Like, can you guys think about the amount of dad embarrassment? Like when my kid is gonna go to school at the age of 15 and one of their friends is gonna play that on their phone? It's terrifying. Anyway, So listen, guys, I really loved talking to y'all. I clearly I feel like we have more to go. Hopefully this was helpful in some way. And I really appreciate you guys coming on and dealing with your own senses of anxiety or embarrassment about talking about this kind of stuff. I really commend you guys for doing this. I'm sure other people are going to find it very, very helpful. I certainly learned a lot, and I hope to learn more, and I hope I'll be able to help you guys more, because I mean, I don't think we're done, and I haven't fixed y'all yet. I don't think you guys are fixed. But I really hope that you guys are able to sort of at least take one step forward, and then we can do this again sometime. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Take care.
Peace.
See ya.
See ya.
Yeah.
All right, folks. That was enlightening. Song linked in Discord. Oh God. Okay. So I gotta run. So just a couple of reminders. So first of all, thank you guys very much for all of the subs, donations, and even like Twitch Primes and stuff. All that stuff is very, very helpful. Depending on what COVID does to the US and if we're on lockdown, I'm gonna try to focus. Like if I stop seeing patients, I'm gonna try to focus on building content for healthy gamers. So thank you guys for donating and stuff and subscribing, because we've got some funds now, so we can try to build some of that stuff. Right now. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's try this again. Hoping that no one notices. I'm just a sad boomer. I'm trying really hard to not be a boomer. The boomer within me is masquerading as whatever it is that Twitch chat is. And I'm pretending, and I'm hoping that no one notices. I'm just a sad boomer trying to understand. Cock. Cock. We couldn't have said it before. Cock. But now we can. Cock. Yuck. Cock. Cock. Take things that people say out of context and meme them. Cock. Cock.
I would say
Cock.
pod.
Cock.
Damn it.
Cock. Cock.
Pod.
Cock. Cock. You weren't thinking deep enough, my friend. Cock. Cock.
Can't have any more cock bugs, so we need cock. Pod.
Cock. 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 Right now. Okay, hold on. Okay.
can't you see? I'm calling. A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous. I'm falling. There's no escape. I can't wait. I need a hit. Baby, give me it. You're dangerous. I'm loving it. Too high, getting on down. Losing my head, spinning round and round. Do you feel me now? Ooh, that taste of your lips, I wanna ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. Taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? It's getting late to give you up. I took a sip from the devil's cup. Slowly, it's taking over me. Too high, getting on down. It's in the air and it's all around. Can you feel it now? Ooh, that taste of your lips, I wanna ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. Taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? Don't you know that you're toxic? Taste of your lips, I'm on a roll. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. Taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? Taste of your lips, I'm on a roll. You're toxic, I'm slipping toxic. Taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? Intoxicate me now with your loving now. I think I'm ready now. Intoxicate me now with your loving now. I think I'm ready now.
Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Were you there when they crucified my Lord?
Sometimes it causes me to
Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Were you there when they took him from the cross? Were you there when they took him from the cross?
Sometimes it causes me to tremble.
Were you there when they took him from the cross? there when the stone was rolled away? Were you there when the stone was rolled away?
Sometimes it causes me to
Were you there when the stone was rolled away? Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. For I can't help falling in love with you. When I die, I may not go to heaven. I don't know if they let cowboys in. If they don't, just let me go to Texas, 'cause Texas is as close as I've been. New York couldn't hold my attention. Detroit City couldn't sing my song. If tomorrow finds me busted flat in Dallas, I won't care, 'cause at least I'll know I'm home. When I die, I may not go to heaven. they don't, just let me go to Texas. 'Cause Texas is as close as I've been.
You have Instagram. Nice titles.
I'd ride through all of hell and half of Texas just to hear some steel guitar and a cowboy song. The beer just ain't as cold in old Milwaukee. My body's here, but my soul's in San Antonio. When I die, I may not go to heaven. I don't know if they let cowboys in. If they don't, just let me go to Texas. 'Cause Texas is as close as I've been. When I die, I may not go to heaven. I don't know if they let cowboys in. If they don't, just let me go to Texas. 'Cause Texas is as close as I've been.
A long, long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile. And I knew if I had my chance that I could make those people dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while. But February made me shiver with every paper I deliver. Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't take one more step. I can't remember if I cried when I read about his widowed bride, but something touched me deep inside the day the music died. So bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Did you write the book of love, and do you have faith in God above? If the Bible tells you so. Do you believe in rock and roll? Can music save your mortal soul? And can you teach me how to dance real slow? Well, I know that you're in love with him, 'cause I saw you dancing in the gym. You both kicked off your shoes. Man, I dig those rhythm and blues. I was a lonely teenage bronc and buck with a pink carnation and a pickup truck, but I knew I was out of luck the day the music died. I started singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, and singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Now for 10 years we've been on our own, and moss grows fat on a rolling stone, but that's not how it used to be. When king was looking down. The jester stole his thorny crown. The courtroom was adjourned. No verdict was returned. And while Lenin read a book on Marx, the quartet practiced in the park, and we sang dirges in the dark. The day the music died, we were singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, and singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Helter skelter in the summer swelter, the birds flew off with a fallout shelter. 8 miles high and falling fast. It landed foul on the grass. The players tried for a forward pass, with the jester on the sidelines in a cast. Now the halftime air was sweet perfume, while the sergeants played a marching tune. We all got up to dance, oh, but we never got the chance, 'cause the players tried to take the field. The marching band refused to yield. Do you recall what was revealed the day the music died? We started singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, and singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Oh, and there we were all in one place, a generation lost in space, with no time left to start again. So come on, Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick. Jack Flash sat on a candlestick, 'cause fire is the devil's only friend. Oh, and as I watched him on the stage, my hands were clenched in fists of rage. No angel born in hell could break that Satan's spell. And as the flames climbed high into the night to light the sacrificial rite, I saw Satan laughing with delight. The day the music died, he was singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, and singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. I met a girl who sang the blues, and I asked her for some happy news, but she just smiled and turned away. I went down to the sacred store where I'd heard the music years before, but the man there said the music wouldn't play. And in the streets the children screamed, the lovers cried and the poets dreamed, but not a word was spoken. The church bells all were broken, and the three men I admire most, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, they caught the last train for the coast. The day the music died, and they were singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. They were singing bye bye Miss you love me too? Put your lips next to mine, dear. Won't you kiss me once, baby? Just a kiss goodnight, maybe. You and I will fall in love. You and I will fall in love. People say that love's a game you just can't win. If there's a way, I'll find it someday, and then this moon will rush in. Put your head on my shoulder, whisper in my ear, baby, words I want to hear. Tell me that you love me too. Tell me that you love me too. Put your head on my shoulder, whisper in my ear, baby, words I want to hear, baby. Put your head on my shoulder.
What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you kicking me out. You've got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh, how many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down. I'm around through every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. give me all of you. Oh, give me all of you. Cards on the table, we're both showing hearts, risking it, although it's hard. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh.
Baby, can't you see I'm calling? A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous, I'm falling. There's no escape, I can't wait. I need a hit, baby, give me it. You're dangerous, I'm loving it. Too high, can't calm down. Losing my head, spinning round and round.
you there when they crucified my Lord? Were you there when they crucified my Lord?
Sometimes it causes me to
Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Were you there when they took him from the cross? Were you there when they took him from the cross?
Sometimes it causes me to
Were you there when they took him from the cross? Were you there when they laid him in the tomb? Were you there when they laid him in the
Sometimes it causes me to
When they laid him in the tomb. Were you there when the stone was rolled away? Were you there when the stone was rolled away?
Sometimes it causes me to
Were you there when the stone was rolled away? Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so it goes. Some things are meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too, for I can't help falling in love with you, for I can't help falling in love with when I die, I may not go to heaven. I don't know if they let cowboys in. If they don't, just let me go to Texas, 'cause Texas is as close as I've been. New York couldn't hold my attention. Detroit City couldn't sing my song. If tomorrow finds me busted flat in Dallas, I won't care, 'cause at least I'll know I'm home. When I die, I may not go to heaven. I don't know if they let cowboys in. If they don't, just let me go to Texas, 'cause Texas is as close as I've been. I'd ride through all of hell and half of Texas just to hear some steel guitar and a cowboy song. The beer just ain't as cold in old Milwaukee. My body's here, but my soul's in San Antonio. When I die, I may not go to heaven. I don't know if they let cowboys in. If they don't, just let me go to Texas, 'cause Texas is as close as I've been. When I die, I may not go to heaven. I don't know if they let cowboys in. If they don't, just let me go to Texas, 'cause Texas is as close as I've been.
A long, long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile. And I knew if I had my chance that I could make those people dance and maybe they'd be happy for a while. But February made me shiver with every paper I deliver. Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't take one more step. I can't remember if I cried when I read about his widowed bride. But something touched me deep inside the day the music died. So bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Did you write the book of love, and do you have faith in God above? If the Bible tells you so. Do you believe in rock and roll? Can music save your mortal soul? And can you teach me how to dance real slow? Well, I know that you're in love with him, 'cause I saw you dancing in the gym. You both kicked off your shoes. Man, I dig those rhythm and blues. I was a lonely teenage bronc and buck with a pink carnation and a pickup truck. But I knew I was out of luck the day the music died. I started singing bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye and singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Now for 10 years we've been on our own, and moss grows fat on a rolling stone. But that's not how it used to be. When the jester sang for the king and queen in a coat he borrowed from James Dean, and a voice that came from you and me. Oh, and while the king was looking down, the jester stole his thorny crown. The courtroom was adjourned. No verdict was returned. And while Lenin read a book on Marx, the quartet practiced in the park, and we sang dirges in the dark the day the music died. We were singing bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye and singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. Helter-skelter in the summer swelter, the birds flew off with a fallout shelter. 8 miles high and falling fast. It landed foul on the grass. The players tried for a forward pass with the jester on the sidelines in a cast. Now the halftime air was sweet perfume while the sergeants played a marching tune. We all got up to dance, oh, but we never got the chance, 'cause the players tried to take the field. The marching band refused to yield. Do you recall what was revealed the day the music died? We started singing bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee the stage, my hands were clenched in fists of rage. No angel born in hell could break that Satan's spell. And as the flames climbed high into the night to light the sacrificial rite, I saw Satan laughing with delight. The day the music died, he was singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye and singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. I met a girl who sang the blues, and I asked her for some happy news, but she just smiled and turned away. I went down to the sacred store where I'd heard the music years before, but the man there said the music wouldn't play. And in the streets the children screamed, the lovers cried and the poets dreamed, but not a word was spoken. The church bells all were broken, and the three men I admire most, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, they caught the last train for the coast. The day the music died, and they were singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die. They were singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this'll be the day that I die.
Put your head on my shoulder, hold me in your arms, baby. Squeeze me oh so tight, show me that you love me too. Put your lips next to mine, dear. Won't you kiss me once, baby? Just a kiss goodnight, maybe. You and I will fall in love. You and I will fall in love. People say that love
would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you kicking me out. You got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be alright. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh, how many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down. I'm around through every mood. You're my downfall, you're my muse, my worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing, it's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh, give me all of you. Cards on the table, we're both showing hearts, risking it, although it's hard, 'cause all of me loves all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning, 'cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh.
Baby, can't you see I'm calling? A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous, I'm falling. There's no escape. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. Taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. You know that you're toxic. Taste of your lips and on your breath. You're toxic, I'm slipping toxic. Taste of a poison paradise. I'm addicted to you. You know that you're toxic. Intoxicate me now with your loving now. I think I'm ready now. Intoxicate me now with your loving now. I think I'm ready now.
Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Were you there when they crucified my Lord?
Sometimes it causes me to
Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Were you there when they took him from the cross? Were you there when they took him from the cross?
Sometimes it causes me to
Were you there when they took him from the cross? Were you there when they laid him in the tomb? Were you there when they laid him in the
Sometimes it causes me to
when they laid him in the tomb? Were you there when the stone was rolled away? Were you there when the stone was rolled away?
I hear? Do you care if I care? Do you know what I know? Do you know what we share? Do you hear what I hear? Do you care if I care? Do you know what I know? Do you know what we share?
You're the superstar and you don't need a golden crown. 'Cause everybody needs a hero now. And when the weight is like £1,000,000, I'll stand behind you. 'Cause you're a superstar, superstar. You're a superstar, superstar. You're a superstar.
haven't seen it. Now you close your eyes. They just haven't seen it. They just haven't seen it. They just haven't seen it. They just haven't seen it.
I